He shook his thoughts away and looked up to the general. "We keep the rules in place so that ambitious young travelers don't get themselves killed," said Redfield. "Yet the boy in question is very much still alive. Did you stop him before he entered the gate? Did he endanger others?" Olivia sighed and seemed to deflate a little bit at the guildmaster's questions. No," said Olivia. "He actually managed to do the assignment on his own." A grin crept onto the old man's face. This kid really is full of surprises, Redfield thought to himself. "You mean to say," said Redfield, "the young man cleared a blue dungeon gate all on his own?" "Yes, sir," said Olivia. "But as you can see—" "And you want me to discipline him?" asked the guildmaster. "Sir, the rules are in place for a—" The guildmaster held up his hand to say he had heard enough. He pulled out his drawer and pulled out 3 gold stars. He then stood up and walked over to the young man. He then turned to the general and said, "For the young man to achieve such an accomplishment, he deserves to be upgraded a full 3 stars, considering that he achieved a mission far above what anyone in the guild would have expected from a traveler of his level." The guildmaster placed the 3 gold stars onto the young man's shiny blue traveler pin badge. Olivia's face reddened and she began to protest. But you're right," said the guildmaster. "Rules are rules. So for breaking the guild's rules, I will dock the young man 1 star." Redfield then removed one of the stars he just added to the young man. Sam couldn't help but grin at the guildmaster. The young man had entered the office expecting to be chastised and was pleased to see he was being rewarded for his accomplishments. Olivia threw her arms up in the air, shook her head, and stormed out of the office. Redfield then returned to behind his desk. "She's a stickler for the rules," he sighed. "But don't worry, she means well. It might be worth picking up some cider from the northern quarter. It's her favorite. Might ease any lingering tension between you two." Sam nodded. "Now please," said Redfield, picking up his knife and fork, "leave me to my lunch." 60. A day after the incident with the 3-star mission, Sam patched things up with General Olivia Reeves by offering her a bottle of cider from the city's northern quarter like the guildmaster had recommended. When Sam had approached the general in the dining hall and handed her the bottle, both of Olivia's squad members, Curtis and Brock, shared a look. "Uh-oh, looks like someone else has found out about Olivia's secret weakness for drink." The general glared at her 2 squad mates. "Don't be spreading rumors about me to the new recruits." "Of course not," said Curtis and Brock at the same time, sharing a look with one another. Olivia smiled at the drink and then looked to Sam. "Thank you for this, and I know I didn't say it at the time, but well done with the Blue Gate. We need more travelers like you." Sam blushed and then returned to his friends. He had never known Olivia Reeves in his previous timeline, but to be given such a compliment by a renowned traveler was a great honor. The next few weeks passed without much incident. Sam took advantage of his new 2-star status and did a couple of group dungeon gate runs with others and a few other missions on his own. He made sure to not egregiously break any more rules, as he figured he'd save breaking the rules for when he really needed to do so. And so the days passed. Sam would do his 2-star missions during the day and then come back and catch up with Clara and Toby, who were still getting used to their new lives as travelers and would share notes on everything they had all learned. Many of the other orphans who Sam had saved in the White Gate were really far too young to take on traveler missions, and so were officially named travelers only in theory as to avoid trouble with the Spectral Church. Instead, the younger ones took classes and lessons throughout the day. Sam grinned at the sight of the young kids, learning and living happy lives. It was so much better than the education of the streets that they used to live by. Pickpocketing, running, hiding, and learning to live with a constant gnawing hunger in your belly. Seeing their young, happy faces brought a small joy to Sam and was a continual reminder of why he was working so hard to train and get more powerful. Eventually, the last week of the month came, which was a time of great festivities throughout Resfall and Westria at large. Hearthmas was the season of gift-giving and cheer. The snow-capped roofs of the large city were brought to life with glowing manna bulbs that changed color from red to green. Snowmen were magically animated for the amusement of young children, and the smell of mulled wine and cider wafted throughout the streets. Sam woke up on the morning of Hearthmas to find his dorm room completely empty. "Where is everyone?" he thought as he rubbed his eyes. Did everyone already wake up? He was normally one of the first people up in the morning, so he was surprised to see that everyone else had already awoken. He pushed himself out of his bed and, in his pajamas, stepped out into the hall to see if he could find what happened to everyone. It was quiet, even out in the hall. He went down to the front foyer, and no one seemed to be around. He eventually heard a noise behind a door. When he cracked it open, he found everyone in the guild, from travelers to the assistants to the guildmaster himself, in a cozy common room with a crackling fire nearby. As soon as Sam entered and the crowd noticed, everyone cheered and said, "Merry Hearthmas!" Sam was overwhelmed by the celebratory joyousness filling the room. Everyone had mugs of hot cocoa or eggnog, and by the blushes of some of the older travelers in the room, some of those mugs even had another extra intoxicating ingredient. In the center of the room were Toby and Clara and the rest of the orphans. They were sitting near the fire on the floor, sipping on hot cocoa. "Finally, he's here," said one of the younger ones. "We haven't been allowed to open our presents until everyone arrived." Sam blinked. "Presents?" The guildmaster chuckled. "Most of the younger recruits have gone to visit their families. For many of us, though, the guild is our family, and it's been quite a while since we've had so many young ones under our roof, so we felt it necessary to really properly celebrate Hearthmas this year." An assistant handed Sam a mug of hot cocoa, and he went to sit beside his friends by the cozy, crackling fire. Sam was still in shock as the presents were distributed. He couldn't remember the last time he'd celebrated Hearthmas. It was probably a long time ago in his first timeline, the year before the White Gate, and that was just another depressing day in the month of Wintersmid, where he and the other orphans struggled to stay warm and ration the porridge the spectral church had provided. A year after that, all of his friends were dead, and he'd been under the testing and experiments of the spectral church. As the years went by, he came to live a life of a lonely mercenary and soldier. He didn't have anyone really to celebrate with. Until now. He smiled as Clara handed him a nicely wrapped box. She quickly whispered to him, "You need to convince Tobes that the boxes won't have pranks inside. He's going to make us all look ungrateful." Sam looked over to Toby, who was shaking his present suspiciously and then placing his ear against it. Sam just laughed at his friend and went to open his gift. "He'll be less paranoid once we open ours," said Sam. Sam unwrapped his present and he smiled at the knitted wool scarf. He instantly put it on around his neck, as did the other kids with their scarves. Sam could overhear Curtis Ashgrove speaking to Brock Skidmore. "I didn't expect them to be so overjoyed by a mere scarf." The guildmaster shook his head. "Of course you wouldn't. But to them, kids who have never received presents their entire lives, a mere scarf can feel like the entire world." After they had all unwrapped their presents, the guild's chefs and cooks said breakfast was ready and everyone was allowed to grab a plate of food and return to the cozy common room. Everyone drank more coffee, eggnog, and hot cocoa as they stuffed their faces with bacon and eggs and toast. The day continued on leisurely like this, leading into the evening where a glorious feast was cooked up, and the merriment only continued from there. The older travelers were no longer hiding the level of alcohol they were consuming, moving on from spiked hot cocoa to large glasses of red wine. Sam, Clara, and Toby watched on with intrigue as they saw the regularly stern and uptight Olivia Reeves turn quite strange as she drank more. "I just don't know why we don't dance more in the guild," she said, slurring her words. "We should be allowed to express ourselves with our dance moves. That would be enough to take down a dungeon gate." Olivia gulped. "It's the truth, trust me." Olivia?" said Brock, grabbing her arm. "Maybe it's time for bed." "No,
We're going to have a breakdance competition right now, and you're all going to see that I have master-tier dance moves." Curtis spoke up. "I think Brock is right. It might be time for bed, Olivia. He is wrong about one thing, however. I'll be the one escorting you up to your room, as we can't trust this wild man to do anything untoward." "Untoward?" Brock said, aghast, while noticeably blushing at the same time. "If anyone's untoward, it's you, smarty pants. You ooze untowardness." "Why does it not surprise me that you'd use smarty pants as an insult?" scoffed Curtis. "Mocking my intelligence only highlights your own stupidity." "Oh yeah? Well, I'll shove my stupid fist in your stupid face."
The two men's fighting was interrupted by Olivia, now on the ground, flopping on her belly. "Pay attention," she yelled. "I'm your general, and you will be amazed by my master-tier dance move, the floppy eel." Sam, Clara, and Toby, who were all watching this from afar, all gave each other an awkward look. "This got weird really quickly," said Sam. "Those two are definitely both in love with her," said Clara. "It's crazy that she doesn't seem to notice in the slightest." Toby blushed as he looked at Clara. "Yeah," he sighed. "Crazy." Soon enough, the guild master got involved, competing against Olivia for who was the best at doing the floppy eel dance move. And the evening only got wackier from there. The merriment continued late into the night, and slowly people peeled off to their respective rooms and dormitories to go to sleep. Sam smiled at it all. He really felt like he was living in a dream. His first life had been the life of a mercenary, full of death and misery. It was as if, as he worked towards changing history, his life only increased in joyousness and happiness. That night, as Sam lay in bed, he had a warm feeling in his heart. While he knew that most feelings and moments had a fleeting nature to them, he hung on to the happiness he currently felt, knowing it would fuel and push him harder towards his goal. As he drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of what a wonderful day had just passed. 61. Following Hearthmas were a few more quiet days until it was year's end, and then the week of celebrating that had begun finally came to a close. The morning after the year's end celebrations, Sam was the first to get up. For most, the first day of the new year, the 1st of Jannar, was a quiet day of resting after too much frolicking and merriment from the night before. Not for Sam. Sam was up bright and early. He had big plans for the year ahead and wanted to get started right away. First step of his big day was coffee and breakfast. He headed down to the guild dining hall and found Brock and Curtis sipping on coffees. "Oh, I'm surprised to see you two up so early," said Sam. "The last I saw you two, you were competing over who could drink more." "I won," said Brock sternly. "No, I did," said Curtis. "I think last night you called it a tie, and then went on to hug each other and talk about how much you actually love and appreciate one another." "Never happened," said Curtis. "Yeah, not in a million years," Sam chuckled. "You must have forgotten when you fell asleep then." They both answered at the same time. "We haven't gone to sleep yet." They both then looked at each other viciously and sipped on their coffee. "Don't tell me you two are competing to see who can stay up the longest," said Sam. Dark bags hung under Brock's eyes. "Just a little friendly competition among comrades." Sam left the two of them to their weird ritual of codependent friendship and went over to the breakfast buffet to load up on food. He sat at a table on his own near one of the windows of the dining hall and looked out to the gentle flakes of snow falling and blanketing over the city of Resfall. In the distance, he could see the shadowy silhouette of the royal keep in the distance, the home to the royal family of Volsungar, or, at the very least, the last surviving member of that family, Princess Alice Grace. With the holidays over, Sam knew it was time to get serious about stopping the upcoming assassination attempt on the princess. It was of the utmost importance. He could significantly change the timeline and stop a lot of needless bloodshed. Hundreds of thousands' lives could be saved. The regime that came to power after the princess's assassination was one of great cruelty and terror, a regime whose thirst for power worked only to hamper all of Westria when it came to fighting the Demon King and the horde of demons from the Black Gate. Sam didn't believe stopping the assassination would immediately result in Westria being able to beat back the Demon King, but it would be a significant step forward in Sam's attempt to alter the outcome of history and stop the obliteration of all of Westria. Sam reviewed his options on stopping the assassination plot. He could simply warn the princess, but he doubted she would believe him. He could maybe go to Redfield, but Sam didn't want to play his hand too early. Redfield might lose his temper and do something that only sped up the very events he was trying to stop. The more he thought about it all, the more thorny the situation became. He certainly had a strong idea of who the assassin of Princess Alice Grace was, but he wasn't 100% certain either. He also knew that there were multiple benefactors to her death, so that the assassination plot was more complicated behind the scenes than was ever known to the general public. The key thing, Sam realized, was the assassination of the princess brought so much momentous change with it that Sam was pretty certain there must have been multiple backup plans had the assassination not gone as smoothly as originally intended, which was precisely why Sam wanted to exercise some caution before tipping his hand. He didn't want to set off any dominoes without figuring out what the major players behind the assassination were up to. Sam realized that he needed to get closer to the princess to get a better grasp of the players involved in the assassination. As Sam took the last remaining sip of his coffee, he came to the conclusion that the best way to do that would be to attend the Royal Winter Ball in a month's time. He knew that members of the Travelers Guild were often invited, so Sam finished his breakfast and went to visit Guildmaster Redfield to discuss the matter further. Sam found the Guildmaster snoring on his desk in his office. "Sir, what's going on? I'm awake," gasped the Guildmaster in surprise. His eyebrows suddenly furrowed. "No, I wasn't awake. I was having a wonderful dream where I didn't have any back pain. Why have you interrupted the briefest moment of bliss I've felt in years, young man?" Sam gulped. He didn't want to waste a Guildmaster's time, so he got straight to the point. "I'd like to attend this year's Royal Winter Ball," Sam declared. Redfield's whole face crinkled with shock, dismay, and utter frustration that he was woken up so that he could hear such a preposterous request. The Guildmaster crossed his arms and shook his head. "Absolutely not." 62. Sam couldn't believe it. He knew he was asking for a bit of leeway on the rules, but he didn't expect to get such swift and authoritative pushback from Redfield. "Only more senior members of the Travelers Guild attend the Winter Ball," said Redfield. "It is a heightened political and diplomatic event. Having such junior members of the guild there could potentially make us look incredibly weak. Not to mention, what if you end up doing or saying the wrong thing at the ball? You seem to have a penchant for upsetting people. The balance of power in Resfall is in constant renegotiation, and the Winter Ball presents an opportunity for many to gain and lose power. For all of its frivolous pomp and circumstances, it is not an event the guild takes lightly." Sam listened to the Guildmaster closely. He understood where Redfield was coming from, but he also knew he had to convince him somehow to let him attend. "Guildmaster," said Sam, "you were shocked when my friends and I arrived at the steps of your guild. You admit that for all your knowledge, there are many things going on in Resfall that you might be in the dark about." Redfield sighed and grumbled irritably. "My influence only goes so far. What's your point?" Sam chose his next few words very carefully. "It's my belief that there is significant danger afoot," he explained. "If you let me come to the Royal Winter Ball, I'll be able to better figure out what's going on. I know things about the spectral church that you aren't privy to. Let me help you in ways you don't know." The Guildmaster leaned back in his seat. He stared at the boy. "Those are big claims, young man," said Redfield. "How can I trust anything you say, especially since you seem to be so clearly holding back on specifics?" "Have I not proven myself over the last month?" asked Sam. "Have I not shown that I can do more than most?" Redfield crossed his arms and let out a loud exhale through his nose. "All right," said Redfield. "I'll let you come. I'll even let your 2 friends come, but on one condition. You need to get yourself your 3rd star." "Great!" "I'm not finished," said the guildmaster. "There's only one way I'm going to let you get that 3rd star. You need to do a special mission for me. Off the books." It was Sam's turn to be caught off guard. Here he had thought he was the one keeping secrets from Redfield, but how much stuff did Redfield know that went far beyond Sam's knowledge from his previous lifetime? What things could the guildmaster know that maybe never made it into the books and scrolls that Sam had so intensely researched in his original timeline? It vindicated Sam's own decision to keep his cards close to his chest. "What's the mission?" Sam finally asked. "There's a town a few days' travel from Resfall, Creekdale. There's been reports of monster attacks in the town square at night. We've tried to investigate it, but it hasn't resulted in much. There are no dungeon gates remotely nearby, so it can't be a mana leak or a dungeon break. There's something uniquely strange going on." Sam was about to ask why the need for secrecy, but the guildmaster cut him off. "Just like you're asking me to do something without all the details, I would like you to offer me the same courtesy." Sam smirked and then nodded his head. Strange mission or not, he was now one step closer to getting to the Royal Winter Ball and proceeding with his mission to stop the assassination of Princess Alice Grace. Sam spent the rest of the morning running around Resfall searching for last-minute supplies for his mission. He wanted to get started straight away. The only problem was that the majority of shops were shut on the 1st of Jannar, and so it was tough finding places that were open on such a cold, miserable day when almost everyone was sleeping off their sins from the night before. He managed to find a few places that were still open for business and was able to stock up on supplies. After that, he returned to the guild and found Toby and Clara still sleeping in their respective beds. He shook them both awake and told them he was heading off and would be gone for a couple of days, maybe a week. He told them he looked forward to seeing them again when he got back. They both nodded and offered drowsy goodbyes before lying back down and falling asleep. With his goodbyes done, he went down to the stables to borrow a horse for the journey. As he waited for the stablemaster to bring him a horse, he found Roxy in one of the stables, mooing happily on a big bed of hay. "Happy New Year, Roxy," said Sam. The stablemaster returned with a brown steed, and Sam got on top of the horse. The steed was powerful and firm and well-behaved. "I like this horse," Sam thought to himself. With that, he trotted out of the guild and towards the city gate, towards the strange mission the guildmaster had assigned to him. 63. Sam traveled for half a day, getting a quarter of the way to his destination, before he decided to rest at a small village pub for the evening. He had debated whether he should travel all through the night, but he figured it would be safer for both him and the horse if they rested for the evening. The pub was nothing out of the ordinary, but Sam didn't mind. He enjoyed the simple warmth of the establishment, especially after his day of traveling through the bitter, frosty winds. For dinner, he had roast chicken and mashed potatoes. He had requested the pub draw him a bath, and that was what he did before bed. Relaxing in the hot warmth of the bath water, he could reflect and mentally prepare himself for the following day. He then had a good night's sleep on the comfortable bed and woke up early the next morning to continue his journey towards the town of Creekdale. Sam and his horse companion traveled at a good pace. While the steed trotted along, Sam focused on manipulating the mana in his core. There was no reason why he shouldn't be training as he traveled. It was the most efficient use of his time. By the end of the second day of traveling, he knew he'd arrive at Creekdale before dinner time the following day. He rested at another inn that evening, and as he enjoyed his warm, savory meal, a conversation nearby caught his attention. "Stay away from Creekdale," said one man who was sitting with a group of traveling merchants. "The people there are unfriendly." "I've heard reports of monsters nearby," said another. "Why then has the Bloody Travelers Guild not dealt with it yet?" cried another. The conversation went quiet when the group of people noticed Sam's blue cloak. Sam was practically finished with his dinner by that point, so stood up and headed up to his room. It wasn't his place to fight with people's opinions about the Travelers Guild. They did a lot of good for the world, But the guild also couldn't miraculously solve every problem either. All Sam could do was help and be the best traveler he could be. In his room, he found a hot bath had been poured for him as he had requested, and so he soaked in the soothing water for a while before getting out and resting for the night. Sam got up bright and early the next day and continued his ride towards the town of Creekdale. The ground grew more rocky and pebbly, and he eventually had to get off his horse and help walk it through the rough terrain. He walked along a small stream, which he understood would help lead him to Creekdale. As he was moving through the forested area, Sam suddenly heard a rustling sound. Sam triggered his mana sense, and his eyes widened. 3 mana sources were rapidly getting closer to him and his horse. He smacked the reins of the horse. He wanted it to get out of there before it got swept up in the incoming danger. The horse neighed and galloped off. Sam materialized his berserker sword right as a massive bear and 2 cubs emerged from the woods. Blue mana flames covered the bear's entire body and even leaked out of its eyes. The cubs had a similar look to them as well. Mana leak, Sam realized. These were normal wild beasts that had been corrupted by the excessive mana floating in the nearby environment. The bears wailed in a frenzy and swiped at everything around them. They were just roving masses of destruction until someone took them out of their misery. Sam rushed forward. He sliced one of the cubs, and with blood dripping from his sword, he spun around to distribute it. He then triggered Blood Flame, which burned through the mana-corrupted beasts. The attack was enough to take out the cubs, but the large mother bear was now only in more of a frenzy. It swiped its claws, and Sam quickly leapt out of the way. The claws landed into a large rock, cutting it in 2. Whoa, Sam thought. The mana corruption has really taken hold of this bear, adding a significant amount of power to its attacks. He rushed forward, straight into another claw attack from the mother bear. The mana-corrupted bear swiped down and Sam dodged it, this time maneuvering around the beast. He raised his berserker sword and sliced down, ripping through its flesh and cutting the beast in half. The bear may have been enhanced by mana, but it was still just an animal, and Sam's stats far outclassed it. Then, with the power of an adept tier-level weapon, the corrupted bear didn't stand a chance. Sam caught his breath as he took in the remains of the dead bears. The conversation he overheard at the inn the other night came back to him. There were rumors of monster attacks in Creekdale. Could it all be corrupted beasts? Though, from what the guildmaster said, there were no nearby dungeon gates causing the mana leak. He took a moment to inspect their bodies to see if he could find anything more, but it was a standard mana leak from what he could tell. Though, the bear did have an increased level of power that felt somewhat beyond a typical level of enhancement from average mana corruption. Sam thought it over. He couldn't come to any definite conclusions. He'd have to get to Creekdale and check out what was going on there. At the very least, the rumors of monster attacks were confirmed to be partially true. Only partially, as the bears weren't technically monsters. That said, it made sense that average citizens wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a monster and a mana-corrupted animal. The bears were proof that something strange was definitely in the area. After filling up a few vials of bear blood to be used with his blood flame ability later, Sam's horse returned from the woods. "You came back," Sam smiled. "That's a good boy." He materialized some horse treats and fed the animal before continuing their journey towards the town. A few hours later, Sam came out of the woods and saw some windmills and rooftops in the distance. He had finally arrived at the destination of his mission. It was late afternoon when Sam arrived in the town of Creekdale. The town was quiet when Sam strolled in. Sam didn't make much of the fact that there weren't many people around, as it was still the middle of winter, so it would only be light for another hour or so. There were a few townsfolk in the streets, but they were moving in a hurry, and whenever he approached them, they only sped up. Sam saw a pub nearby and went over to it, tying up the horse on a post outside. He stepped in and the pub was completely empty. A barkeep was polishing some glasses. "Sorry, we're closed," said the barkeep. A pub closing early at the end of the workday. Things were only getting weirder in this town. I heard there were monsters." "Shh," said the barman. "I don't want any trouble. If you don't ask any questions, you still might be able to get a room at the inn. Please, leave now." Sam didn't argue with the man and so returned to the wintry streets. What is up with this place? He did as the bartender had suggested and found the town's one and only inn and arranged to stay the night and for the horse to stay in the stables. The woman running the inn was quite sheepish, and Sam didn't push any questions on her. He requested his meal be brought up to him, and after dinner he stayed by the window watching the main street of the town. Once he knew for sure that the innkeeper wouldn't be coming up to bother him again, he opened up the window, and the winter air immediately flew into the room, adding a sharp chill to his surroundings. Sam then climbed out of the window and up to the inn's roof. He sat down on the slated tiles near the chimney and watched the shadows of the street. He swirled the mana inside of himself to generate heat that kept his body warm even in the dead cold of an early Jannar night. The way the townsfolk had behaved suggested to him they expected the monsters to be coming. That would be the only explanation for why they were so unfriendly and in a hurry to get inside. If Sam's hunch was true, he predicted monsters would eventually emerge in the streets of the town. His hunch was proved correct after an hour and a half of waiting in the cold night, when a piercing scream echoed through the otherwise silent town. Sam stood up immediately and ran to the edge of the inn's roof and leaped down to the main street below. He sent mana into his feet, which helped cushion his landing. He then rushed in the direction of the scream. Turning a corner, he found a young woman surrounded by a pack of wolves all covered in blue flames. More mana-corrupted beasts, I see. Sam materialized his berserker sword and got straight to work. He tried to slice each and every one of the wolves. Not to kill them, but simply to get his berserker sword's ability to trigger, so that the wolves would turn their focus onto him rather than the woman. They all growled and jumped towards him. Sam materialized his flame sword in the other hand and made quick work of the attacking wolves as they each leapt at him. Some of them Sam cut in half, 2 of them he decapitated. It all came down to the angle by which they attacked him. Soon enough, it was just him, the innocent woman, and an empty street full of dead wolves. "You're safe now," he said. "Do you know where they came from?" The woman screamed once more and ran out into the dead of night. He didn't chase after her. So much for a thank you, Sam thought. He looked around at the now empty streets of the town, even more perplexed than he had been before. What the heck is going on here? Sam turned to the dead wolves. None of their bodies disintegrated down into monastones. He knew it already, but it was extra confirmation that the town wasn't being attacked by monsters, but animals significantly corrupted by mana leak. But things weren't adding up. All the information Sam had gathered so far wasn't sitting right with him. He thought about the way the townsfolk had all been in a hurry to get home before it got dark. He thought about how unfriendly everyone had been. The townsfolk were acting as if they knew dangerous creatures were going to come out at night, as if the creatures were following a pattern. Yet, the only creatures Sam had so far seen were mana-corrupted animals. Such beasts were wild. They didn't follow any rules or patterns. Unless, Sam wondered to himself, another power is manipulating them. At that moment, Sam heard a rustling noise a street over. He lessened his own mana as to avoid being noticed and crept towards where he heard the noise. Except the street over was empty and the noise had disappeared. Sam looked to the end of the street and saw a well, sitting there with nothing around it. His eyes narrowed. He went to investigate the well, and still he couldn't see any creatures of any kind. He triggered his mana sense, and he got nothing. No creatures on his radar. Sam looked down the well. He had a gut feeling, and so he decided to follow it. He jumped down the town well and descended to find out whatever it was that lay below. 65, Sam landed on the bottom of the well in a shallow puddle. He materialized his flame sword to get a better look at his surroundings. The flaming blade crackled and burned brightly in front of him, illuminating the moss-covered bricks and a passage that presumably was where the water was meant to come from. Dripping water echoed in the distance. Sam went deeper into the shadowy sewer and discovered at the end of the hall The passage split in two. One passage looked as if it would lead to the well's water source, while the other passage had an artificial construction to it. At first glance, the passage was a mound of sand, but as Sam peered deeper, he could see tiles had been laid down further on. He triggered his mana sense. Nothing. He took a step forward down the strange passage, finding a doorway with a golden knob and a shining rune on it. Sam crossed his arms and contemplated. Is this a trapdoor? Or an alarm? What the heck is this rune doing? Sam deliberated and decided that he didn't care if the door was an alarm or not. If it brought someone down here who understood the strange mana leak situation going on in Creekdale, all the better. The thing that Sam didn't like was the possibility of getting his head blown off just from opening the door. He came up with a compromise. He put his flame sword back into his inventory and materialized one of the vials of blood he'd picked up. He walked back a few steps and whipped the glass vial of blood at the door. The glass shattered, and an explosion of blood spread out across the doorway. The shining rune didn't react. Nothing happened. Sam then triggered his blood flame ability, and the door in front of him began to burn to the ground. As far as he could tell, no alarms or anything went off. I guess I could have used my flame sword, he thought. But that would have been less cautious than my method, which kept me some distance from the potentially booby-trapped door. Sam was happy the passageway was clear, but he was still perplexed. What the heck was that rune doing if it wasn't an alarm and wasn't a trap? Sam then heard a rustling deeper down the newly opened passage. Wait. Sam triggered his mana sense. The room ahead of him was bursting with some kind of mana-influenced entity. Sam smirked, finally realizing what the door's rune had been doing. The rune was blocking the ability to perceive whatever was being hidden down here by mana sense. Tricky, Sam thought as he stepped forward into the new passage. The rustling sound only got louder as Sam went deeper into this new passage. The sound of claws scratching against metal filled the passage. The deeper Sam went, the scratching sound began to be accompanied by cries, whimpers, and hisses of wild beasts. The passage widened out and revealed a large laboratory of some kind. Large cages were lined up, each one housing a wolf or a bear or a hawk or some kind of animal he'd never seen before. They all were covered in blue flames, the signature sign of mana leak. What the heck is all of this? Sam kept his hands free, ready to materialize his blades at a moment's notice. Adding to the cacophony of strange noises in the lab was the distinct noise of laughter. Human laughter. At the front of the lab, hunched over a desk, was a man in a white lab coat. His body and shoulders shivered as he laughed manically. I always knew someone would come for me eventually, but you're too late. My findings have already been passed on. The man spun around, holding a large silver orb. Sam blinked. Is that a dungeon orb? Sam gulped. In Sam's previous timeline, one thing that perplexed countless number of scholars, theorists, and scientists was the seemingly random nature of the dungeon gates. How come they emerged where they did and when they did? While many came up with bold and interesting theories, the true answers to those questions remained just as mysterious up until the time of Westria's total destruction in Sam's original lifetime. Many scholars ask these questions simply out of sheer curiosity and a strong desire for learning. There were others, however, that asked the question for a very specific reason. If you could know where a dungeon gate was going to pop up, you could get there before other travelers and reap the rewards yourself. Even better would be the power to create your own gate to a dungeon world whenever you pleased. It was such questions and experiments with the gates that led to the catastrophic Dwarven cataclysm. Sam had not realized in his previous timeline that similarly dangerous experiments were happening in Volsungar, and worse than that, they had actually succeeded at their goals. The power of dungeon orbs had been known even in his previous timeline for far longer than Sam had ever realized. This is not good. Before Sam could even think through implications of what he was seeing, The strange, manic scientist in front of him threw and smashed the dungeon orb right on the ground in front of him. The orb created a blast of energy, bright light, and smoke. Sam jumped back. He scanned the room to see where the scientist had gone. Suddenly, a mana-corrupted hawk was flying right at Sam. Sam materialized his berserker's sword and sliced the creature in half. There was a stampede of growls and hisses as the cages one by one swung open and mana-corrupted creatures filled the room. It looked like if Sam wanted more answers, he was going to have to fight his way through these mana-corrupted beasts to get them. 66. A group of mana-corrupted wolves leapt towards him, and Sam slashed his berserker sword upward, slicing them in half with ease. Their bodies flopped onto the ground, blood and entrails leaking out onto the floor, drenching their fur red. As more mana-corrupted beasts came at him, he triggered Blood Flame, destroying a whole other group of monsters. The Blood Flame was good as more than just a damage-dealing spell. It also created a shield and barrier in the makeshift arena of the battle. The mana-corrupted beasts were now maneuvering around the flames, giving Sam better control and ability to manipulate where they went. Through the placement of the blood flames, Sam was controlling the battlefield. The scientist was rushing towards the door to escape. I can't let him get away, Sam thought. Somewhere, deep down within the frenzied minds of the mana-corrupted beasts, they were clearly thinking the same thing. A mana-corrupted hawk sliced the back of the scientist, toppling him over. Oh crap, Sam thought. I don't want him to die. Sam rushed towards the scientist and made quick work of the mana-corrupted hawk, and then turned back around to face the incoming beasts. The mana-corrupted animals were far lower in stats compared to Sam, and so he was making quick and easy work of them. But there were so many, they still had the potential to overwhelm him. A large bear rushed at him and stood up on its haunches to swipe him with its claws. Sam was faster than the mana-frenzied bear, however. He thrust his sharp berserker sword forward, causing it to stumble backwards. The scientist cackled on the ground. "You won't be able to stop them all, fool!" They were overwhelming him. Sam at first didn't think he needed to use Pain Ring, but decided better to get it going, in case he really needed it. Wolves, bears, and hawks descended on him en masse. Sam sliced them to bits and triggered Blood Flame. But the monsters just kept pouring through the flames. "How many bloody monsters did you experiment on?" "Enough to kill you," said the scientist on the ground. As Sam sliced the unending horde of monsters, a prompt suddenly appeared in his retina. "Congratulations, Blood Flame has leveled up." This might be helpful, Sam thought. A smile crept on his tired face as he read the evolution of his Death Lord class's Blood Flame ability. Oh yeah. Sam sliced the incoming monsters and then triggered the evolved Blood Flame ability. First, the crimson flames filled the laboratory, roasting many more mana-corrupted beasts, but then Sam felt with his empty palm the ability to manipulate the crimson flames in front of him. It was very similar to higher-tiered mana manipulation. He couldn't do much to alter the flames. The only thing he could do was draw the blood flame into the palm of his hand, where he could form a large crimson ball. He then pushed the ball forward, and the blood flame projectile flew across the room and obliterated the head of another vicious bear galloping towards him. Sam grinned. With this power, any doubts about winning the fight disappeared. He sliced the incoming mana-corrupted beasts with his sword, while shooting down the ones further afield in the large laboratory. The ranged attack was also great against the attacking flyers like the mana-corrupted hawk. There was a greater bonus to the new ranged power as well. He could trigger Blood Flame once more, creating the devastating flames far beyond him. Within minutes, all the experimental mutant animals were destroyed. He immediately turned his attention to the scientist on the ground. He materialized a healing potion. "Drink this," said Sam. But as he put the potion towards the man's lips, he moved his head to dodge it. "You can't save me," spat the scientist. "As soon as you found this lab, I was a dead man. They won't keep me alive." "I've served my purpose." "Who are you working for?" The scientist grinned a blood-stained smile and offered no answers. Sam's heart raced. They didn't have time to waste. If this man was going to refuse to be healed, he only had minutes, maybe seconds to live. "Why are you experimenting on these animals?" Sam asked. "How did you develop your own dungeon orb?" The dying scientist shook his head and chuckled. "I'm not the only one working on these experiments," laughed the scientist as blood gurgled up from his mouth. "There are others. Watch out!" "But what about—" With that, the scientist's eyes took on a faded hue, and Sam realized the man was dead. He wouldn't get any more answers, certainly not from a corpse. 67. Sam stared at the dead scientist in disbelief. He got up and investigated the rest of the lab. After 30 minutes of searching, he couldn't find any worthwhile evidence of what had gone on down here in the laboratory. Sam sighed. He didn't like what he had discovered here. Experiments, dungeon orbs. This was bad. He looked to the ground where the scientist had smashed the dungeon orb. No artificial dungeon gate had appeared in that moment. Of course not. To unleash an artificial gate required intense amounts of mana, normally from more than one person. From what Sam had gathered looking around, the scientist, and perhaps others that he had been working with, had indeed created an artificial gate that they kept hidden and then used to corrupt animals in the surrounding area to create extremely dangerous and hostile creatures. Then, the experimenters set the mana-corrupted animals loose on the town, probably to observe how much damage the animals could dish out, and how much they could be controlled by other means of mana manipulation. Bad, 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 Sam thought, shaking his head. The implications of this are not good at all. He'd have to go tell Guildmaster Redfield about it at once. Sam walked out of the laboratory and headed back the way he came. He'd jumped down that well in search of answers. He'd found his answer to where the mana-corrupted monsters had come from. He hadn't expected, however, to discover more uneasy and haunting questions. The sky was a pinky orange as the sun was just starting its morning rise. Sam headed back to the inn. He didn't see anyone on his way. Perhaps the townsfolk were still sleeping or still fearful of leaving their homes for the day. When Sam got back to the inn, he settled his affairs and got his horse from the stables. "Before I head back to Resfall," said Sam to the innkeeper, "I just wanted to let you know that the creatures will no longer be haunting your town." "There was no haunting or any of the superstitious activity you guys came to believe. You don't have to believe me, but wait and see tonight. I made sure that none will emerge." The innkeeper crossed her arms and scowled. "I'll believe it when I see it." Sam shrugged and then headed on his way. 5 minutes later, he was at the edge of the town and contemplating the best route back to Resfall when he heard shouting from the way he had come. "Wait!" Sam turned around. He couldn't believe. A crowd of people were coming towards him, led by a woman. It was the woman from the night before. "I told everyone how you saved me last night," said the woman. She approached Sam and held out a candle. "This candle will help you cultivate your mana more," said the woman. "My husband and I are candle makers, and that is one of our specialties." Sam was overwhelmed by the gift. Such a candle was very expensive, used mainly by travelers of noble birth. It was a truly generous gift. "This is too much," said Sam. The woman shook her head. "You saved my life. That candle is nothing compared to that." Sam blushed and nodded in thanks to the woman. Then the entire town erupted in a huge cheer. "Thank you for saving our town!" Sam looked at the crowd of townsfolk. He recognized so many of the faces that had once been full of fear and superstition, who were now full of cheerful, warm, and happy faces. Even the innkeeper, who'd scowled at him only a few minutes before, was grinning and clapping her hands in praise of Sam. Sam wiped a tear from his eyes and thanked the townsfolk, before mounting his horse and riding back to his home in Resfall. A few days later, Guildmaster Redfield was barking at the masseuse that was rubbing his shoulders as he sat behind his desk in his office. "You're only making my back feel worse," he grumbled. "Well, if you laid down like I asked, I have a whole guild to run." I don't have time to lie down and have you rub your palms into my back. It sounds like a colossal waste of time, if you ask me." His assistants had gotten so fed up with his grumpy demeanor they had gone off and hired this masseuse without his permission, hoping it would make him less cranky. Sadly, the masseuse had only made the old man grumpier. "Begone!" shouted Redfield. "I've had enough of this charade." The masseuse did not protest and quickly hurried out the door of the guildmaster's office. Redfield then leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Finally, I can relax without that annoying woman hovering over me." He looked out the window of his office at the midday sun. It had been over a week since he had sent Sam on that unofficial mission. Did I give the young man too hard a task? Redfield wondered. If it were an official mission, it probably would have been a 1-star journeyman-level mission. So, it was quite a stretch to send the kid on his own. But there was something in the kid's eyes. He was strong, thoughtful, powerful. If the kid came across a danger that was too much for him, he was smart enough to retreat and look for assistance. It was something about the boy. He was wiser beyond his years. Another traveler his age would be more aggressive, more narrow-minded in his pursuits. The guildmaster referred to such behavior as the stupidity of youth. Yet, for whatever reason, the young man didn't possess the ailment that plagued so many others his age. Still, Redfield thought, I hope I didn't put too much pressure on the young man. He stood up and looked out the window, grinning at what he saw. The young black-haired boy sat on his horse, trotting along towards the guild. Why did I even feel a moment's concern? Redfield thought. This kid really is something else. 68. After Sam had returned from Creekdale, he filled in the guildmaster on the details of his mission and how it went. He walked Redfield through the experiments and the scientists' use of artificial dungeon orbs. The guildmaster only had more questions after what Sam had told him. Sam wasn't sure how much about artificial dungeon orbs he should go into. The discovery of artificial dungeon orbs would have a big impact on Westria, one that brought opportunities, technological innovation, but also hundreds of thousands of deaths. It was not something to take lightly. So, they created dungeon gates out of thin air? Asked the guildmaster. Sam had a slight understanding of how the process worked, but figured he didn't need to get into it with the guildmaster now. The important thing was simply to explain the dire implications behind it. I'm not sure, said Sam in answer to the guildmaster's question. All I know is that it has the power to easily corrupt animals and create a widespread mana leak. The list of devious and dangerous ways an artificial dungeon orb could be used is very long. The implications of all this is incredibly dire. Who do you think might be behind it? The scientist said there were others working on similar experiments and that he'd shared his findings with others. I don't know who, though. Do you think it might link to the spectral church? Sam crossed his arms. Possibly. He couldn't say for certain, but Sam knew that there must have been a backup plan if the assassination of Princess Alice Grace hadn't gone smoothly. Something involving artificial dungeon orbs might very well be a part of that backup plan. The post-mission meeting soon came to a close and Sam got up to leave. Have you already forgotten your reward? The winter ball isn't for another month or so, said Sam. I can't have a 2-star novice-tier traveler being the front man for the newly created Young Travelers of the Future Brigade attending the Royal Winter Ball, said the guildmaster. Redfield then pulled out his drawer and walked over to Sam and placed a 3rd star on his traveler's badge. 3 stars just has a better ring to it, smiled Redfield. Doesn't it? Before Sam went to bed that night, he lit the special mana cultivation candle. He figured he'd share it with Clara and Toby and the other orphans, so that they could all improve their magic affinity together while they slept at night. The next day, Sam was ready to get to work on a new mission and keep training, only to find more than half the guild lounging around the common room. Brock and Clara were playing some kind of slap game with their hands, while Curtis and Toby were playing chess. Even Guildmaster Redfield was sitting in the common room reading a book with his not atypical curmudgeonly face, scowling down at the pages of the book as if they were directly insulting him. At that very moment, General Olivia Reeves walked into the common room and looked as aghast as Sam was. "What's going on?" they both asked. "We're taking a day off," shrugged Curtis, moving one of his chess pieces. "But what about the dungeon gates and the missions?" "There's plenty of people working today," said the guildmaster. "People similar to you two." "What the heck does that mean?" balked Sam and Olivia. "Workaholics," they all answered in response. Olivia and Sam turned to one another in shock. "Can you believe this?" said Olivia. "No," said Sam. "Should we maybe do a mission to get... I'll show all of these lousy travelers that I can be the best non-workaholic person there is." Sam rubbed the back of his head and laughed nervously. "That wasn't what I was expecting you to say." "Come on, everyone," shouted Olivia. "We're going to Hilly Valleys." Hilly Valleys was a small village a couple of hours outside of Resfall, known for its large hills. It was a popular winter vacation spot for the nobles of Volsungar. Despite trying to prove her supposed non-workaholism, Olivia managed to hire a large horse-drawn carriage and organize a big group to take a trip, all within the hour of her declaration to prove she was the least addicted to work within the group. When they arrived at Hilly Valleys, they rented toboggans and went sledding down the largest hill in the valley. "I don't know about this, you guys," said Toby as they dragged their sleds to the edge of the hill. "What is this hill called again?" Olivia turned and looked at the boy with a sinister expression. "Killer Hill." "Why would any of us voluntarily visit somewhere called Killer Hill?" "'Cause it's fun, you goof," shouted Clara, pushing Toby onto a toboggan and heading down the steep, snowy hill. "Ah!" screamed Toby, tears rushing out of his eyes. "Whee!" Clara exclaimed with glee. Olivia turned to the rest of them and said, "Race?" And without a moment's hesitation, they all shouted in agreement and pushed forward with their toboggans, rushing to the bottom of the hill. At the bottom, they ended up working together to make a snow fort, only for the guildmaster to betray them all and start a snowball fight. This then turned into a more organized game of snowball capture the flag. With the guildmaster as referee, the two teams faced off against one another. Team 1 was Clara, Olivia, and Toby. Team 2 was Sam, Curtis, and Brock. Sam's team ended up losing because Curtis and Brock couldn't agree on a strategy. By the end of the day, the group was laughing and giggling at all the fun they had. Before returning home, they had a hearty meal at a pub nearby, in the warmth and comfort of a fireplace. They got back into their large carriage and returned to the guild late in the evening. As everyone fell asleep and rested on the carriage ride home, Sam watched as Resfall and the Royal Keep came back into view. The day off had been good. He felt refreshed. Starting tomorrow, he could start preparing for the Royal Winter Ball. 69. A week later, the last month of winter finally arrived. Février. Rather than a gentle warming into spring, Février was winter's last bite on Resfall. The streets were mostly empty, but for patches of thick ice as frost crystallized its grip on every doorknob, windowsill, roof, and statue. There was no escaping the cold of Février. Even the hope of spring just around the corner didn't do much to warm people's hearts. There was one thing, though, that brought a level of excitement that the cold weather could never diminish. That was the Royal Winter Ball and the holiday that came with it. The holiday known as Love Spell Day. Edgar Redfield was standing in his office, looking out the window, and shuddered just thinking about the approaching holiday. Just beyond his door, he could hear the rushing of footsteps, the sounds of whispers, and the giggles of delight. "My gosh," he grumbled to himself. "The whole week of gushing love letters and gossip has begun then, has it?" He couldn't wait for the week to be over. For Redfield, the guild had much bigger issues to attend to than who was in love with whom. A few days before the ball, Sam and Toby went shopping for suits. As Sam led the way along the cold, wintry streets of the Noble District, both boys looked on with awe. Neither Sam nor Toby had ever walked down these streets as a traveler or as a person attending a noble event. They'd only scurried through here at night in the hopes to help Clara and the others find food, or to pickpocket a noble's coin pouch. Even Sam in his previous lifetime had not spent much time in the Noble District. A mercenary could make a decent living, but they were a bit too rough for a posh place like this. Plus, the noble district wasn't really the same after the assassination of Princess Alice Grace. The rulers that took over changed Resfall into a much less friendly and welcoming place. As Sam thought back to what the noble district became in his previous timeline, he shuddered. It was an even less affable place than it was now. They walked by heated lamps that Toby immediately commented on. Wait, so nobles don't even suffer the cold as badly as us common folk? Nope, said Sam. Also, we're almost at the tailor's. Maybe keep that kind of talk hush-hush while we're there. Rich folk generally don't like being made to feel bad about the poor. Speaking about the poor, said Toby, can we really afford suits from a place in the noble district? Guildmaster Redfield made it a condition of our attendance at the ball that we must go here for our suits, said Sam. But also, Toby, maybe you haven't realized? We're definitely not poor anymore. Those mana stones don't sell for cheap. Toby blinked. Me? Not poor? I know, it's hard to believe, said Sam. Now come on, let's go try on some suits. The boutique tailor in the noble district that Guildmaster Redfield had sent them to was a small building housing a very plush set of rooms with beautiful decor and furniture. The two boys were brought coffee and delicious cookies as the tailor measured them and offered different types of fabric they might wish to wear. It's for the Royal Winter Ball, said Sam to the tailor. So black tie is what we need. Perfect, said the tailor, heading into another room to gather more materials. Standing side by side, Toby gulped and pressed his fingers nervously together. His mouth moved like he was talking to himself, but no comprehensible sounds came out. What is it, Tobes? Well, Sam, I wanted to get your opinion on something, said Toby. But you have to promise to keep it an absolute secret. You can't tell anyone. If you did, it would be the greatest betrayal of trust Westria has ever known. Okay, a bit of an exaggeration, grinned Sam. But shoot, what's on your mind? Toby's lips trembled, and he struggled to speak. He looked like he was going to throw up. He finally shouted out the words, "Do you think I should ask Clara to the dance?" Sam laughed. He had thought the nature of Toby's question might be something like this. "Don't laugh," cried Toby, and then looked over his shoulder. "Rats! I didn't swear the tailors to secrecy. Do you think they'll go tell Clara what I told you?" Sam shook his head. "They have no idea who she is, and I doubt they care. I'm sure they hear loads of more interesting noble gossip than what you just said. Plus, they have a reputation to uphold. If anything that was said within these walls leaked out, that would damage their business." Toby sighed with relief. "Phew. As for your original question," said Sam, "the royal ball is not the kind of ball where you bring a date." Toby's eyes fell to his feet, dejected. "But," said Sam. Toby's eyes widened with hope once more. "You should definitely ask Clara to dance at the ball for sure." "Okay, next question. How exactly do I do that?" "At the ball," said Sam, "you say, 'Hey, Clara, want to dance?'" Toby threw his hands up in the air. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." "Hey," grinned Sam, "you won't know unless you try." Meanwhile, a few streets over, General Olivia Reeves and Clara were shopping for dresses to wear for the Royal Winter Ball. Olivia Reeves went through the racks of dresses. "No, no, no, definitely not, no." Clara just looked around the clothing shop in amazement. She marveled at the fact that this was her life now, fighting monsters in dungeons, then shopping for dresses so that she could attend a royal ball. Only a few months ago, Clara didn't even know what feeling full after a meal felt like. "Yes," said Olivia, pulling out a gorgeous dark green dress. She turned to Clara and shoved it toward her. "This will be perfect for you. Go try it on." As Clara went behind the large curtain drapes of the dressing room, she heard Olivia sigh. "What is it, General?" asked Clara as she got undressed and stepped into the gown the superior traveler had recommended for her. "I'm just thinking about how much I love Février," she sighed. Clara's ears perked up at this. The general didn't really let down her guard often. She was always barking orders and making commands. She had a way of being stern even when drinking with her colleagues. Clara admired her for that, even saw herself in Olivia a lot of the time. "Are you a big fan of Love Spell Day?" Clara asked, waiting behind the curtains to hear how the general replied. "If you tell anyone I said this," said Olivia, "then I'll kill you. Don't doubt me for a second. But yes, I do love Love Spell Day. I've never really properly celebrated it before," Clara admitted. It was one of those holidays that seemed frivolous back in the orphanage. Due to the annual royal ball, the holiday didn't even result in big noble feasts for them to steal from, which were the most important aspect of a holiday for Clara back then. A holiday was merely an exploitable moment for more food. Except that was never the case for Love Spell Day. You couldn't satiate your stomach on love. "You're in for a treat then," said Olivia on the other side of the curtains. Clara thought back to Hearthmas and how Brock and Curtis flirted with her so vehemently despite her own seemingly obliviousness. "Do you have many suitors?" asked Clara. There was a pause, and Clara worried she'd pushed their conversation too far. "Yes and no," Olivia finally answered. "This comes back to why I love Love Spell Day. It also serves as a good reminder. We're living in both a golden and dangerous age with the advent of the dungeon gates. We're travelers first, right? That is our responsibility and our duty." That responsibility can be hard, and it weighs on every traveler, man or lady, differently. It's nice on Love Spell Day that, at least for an evening, us rugged travelers can enjoy just being ladies that are admired. It's a nice change for a night. Clara nodded at Olivia's words. She understood what the general was saying. There were a great many privileges to being a traveler, but the classic life of marriage, children, a dog, a family, was not one of them. Such a life was typically a door that closed when one became a traveler. It didn't bother Clara too much, though. She was too young to be considering such things anyway. Plus, she couldn't have even dreamed of such a life before she became a traveler. Why would she get upset about a lost opportunity she had never hoped for in the past? Clara sighed and took a step out into the main chambers of the clothing shop. Olivia's dark eyes widened at the sight of her. "What is it?" asked Clara. The general grinned. "People are going to struggle to take their eyes off of you. Who knows? You might even upset the princess." 70. Finally, the night of the ball came, and all the travelers who were attending gathered in the front hall of the guild, all dressed up in their formal attire. Despite perfect tailoring, Toby couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in the suit he was wearing. It cost more than the total amount of coins he had pickpocketed as an orphan over the course of his entire life. "Where's Clara?" Toby asked Sam. "Look," said his black-haired friend. Toby looked to the stairs, and his eyes widened and his stomach flipped as he saw Clara walk down the stairs. Her auburn hair was held up with bangs framing her face. She was wearing a beautiful dark green dress that matched her eyes. She had on gold earrings and a simple pendant hanging around her neck. Sam put his hand on Toby and whispered in his ear. "Whoa, you might be competing with a few other nobles for that dance tonight, Tobes." "Hey, you guys," said Clara, approaching them. "You look great." "So do you," said Sam cheerfully. Toby's eyes just kept fluttering, and he couldn't get words out. "Yeah, you look, what's the word?" Clara blinked at him. Her cheeks blushed. "Is it that hard to say something nice, Tobes?" "No, I didn't mean to." Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of General Olivia Reeves coming down the stairs. She was wearing an elegant dark silver gown, and her normally tied-up bun was loosened, letting her long black hair fall down. Near the orphan trio stood Brock and Curtis, smiling, yet muttering to each other. "I'll kill you before I let you have the woman of my dreams," hissed Brock. "Don't worry, I'll poison you first, you numbskull," Curtis replied. All chatter slowed down when Guildmaster Redfield in a black tuxedo stepped in from the cold. "Our carriages are here," said the Guildmaster. "Remember, we're not going to the ball tonight to have fun. This is a mission, a highly consequential one. The standing of the guild and the balance of power in Resfall can all change on a night like tonight. It could cost us our jobs, maybe even our lives. And on that cheerful note, the group left the guild and entered the large carriage that would take them to the royal winter ball. Meanwhile, across the city of Resfall, high up in the royal keep, sat Princess Alice Grace in front of her dressing table, getting ready for the royal winter ball that would soon begin in the great hall, just a few floors below her. She was sitting in front of her mirror, putting on her earrings, just fiddling with the last bits of that night's outfit. She'd already put on earrings and taken them off and switched them for another pair. She was struggling to put this new pair in, accidentally poking the wrong part of her ear. "Ow," she said aloud, followed by another. "Ow." Alice had to get everything just right. She had to live up to the standards of a royal woman, first set by her great-grandmother, who was considered one of the greatest queens Volsungar had ever seen. "Focus, princess," said a voice behind her. "We can't have you greeting everyone with blood running down your ears, can we?" Alice looked over her shoulder at an older woman wearing a demure black dress that covered her shoulders and had a white button at the top. The woman had a short bob of gray-silver hair. This was Alice's personal handmaiden, Mildred Cross, hand-selected by her father, the former king, when she was just a baby. She frowned at the older woman. She wasn't ready for the ball yet. She was nervous. Also, while she liked Mildred quite a bit, she did feel slightly jealous of other noble girls who had a handmaiden closer to their age. Mildred wasn't much for gossip. Really, she wasn't much for talking either. Mildred mostly liked to stand quietly and say nothing. "Are you not nervous in any way, Mildred?" asked Alice. "No. Why would I be nervous for an event that involves a group of people standing around, acting in accordance with their social status, and then occasionally dancing in a predetermined pattern? As far as I can see, there are absolutely no changing variables for the evening ahead." Alice made a face. Now she felt like a total goof for feeling nervous. Of course, she was the princess, and there would be a lot more eyes on her than there would be on Mildred. So what did the handmaiden know? "I'm guessing you don't believe in destiny then, Mildred?" The older handmaiden paused. "Destiny is merely an organizing principle to explain what cannot be explained," said Mildred. "The way you see things, I feel like tonight will be quite boring for you, no?" "Perhaps," said Mildred. "I misspoke a moment ago. There is one changing variable tonight." Alice's eyes widened at that statement. "Really? What is it?" "I rather not say." "You have to," said Alice. "As princess, I demand it." The older woman looked Alice directly in the eye. Alice had seen this look from Mildred before, a look that suggested there was more beneath the woman's stony exterior than met the eye. "The one changing variable tonight," said the handmaiden, "is you, princess." "Me?" gasped Alice. "But why?" "There is no more time," said Mildred, eyeing the setting sun outside. "It's time you made your entrance. Remember, princess, hold your dress up, don't trip." Sam looked out the window of the carriage as it arrived at the front entrance to the royal keep. Glowing magical mana bulbs were floating in the air, and a beautiful red carpet had been laid out across the steps. Guards stood at attention at the bottom of the steps, while royal staff was offering assistance to any of the guests where they could. "I can't believe we're this close to the keep," said Clara. Sam turned to her and grinned. "We're about to get even closer." The group from the Travelers Guild exited their carriage and made their way up the steps and entered the royal banquet hall. The beautiful room was lit up with candles and glowing chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Light pink mana bulbs floated across the high ceiling like little mischievous pixies celebrating Love Spell Day by using their magic to make people fall in love. While the others looked around in awe, Sam was taking in the room. The large circular tables adorned across it, the royal dining table at the front for everyone to see, the dancing area nearby. In Sam's first timeline, there had been a terrible attack at this ball. One person in particular had been grievously harmed, and that was Princess Alice Grace's personal handmaiden, Mildred Cross.
The wounds eventually led to her death a few weeks later. Many scholars in Sam's previous timeline came to believe that maybe Princess Alice's assassination may have been thwarted had the Handmaiden survived. Beyond knowledge of the attack and the particular person who was injured, that was all Sam had to go off of. While knowledge of the attack was widespread, the details were kept out of the public record as to not harm the morale of the kingdom. As the group of travelers picked up hors d'oeuvres from passing waiters and helped themselves to glasses of punch, Sam assessed the room, trying to piece together where the most dangerous points of attack could come from. As Sam was mentally preparing himself and taking everything in, his thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a tall, pale-skinned man with a long brown ponytail. Sam shuddered. It was the royal court advisor, Clarence Erdstrom, the main culprit behind Princess Alice Grace's assassination.
71. Sam's eyes narrowed as he felt anger bubble up inside him as he stared at the royal court advisor. It was never proved, but the court advisor was the person who most clearly gained from the teenage princess's death. He became the acting head of the Volsunger kingdom, turning the society into an authoritarian military state obsessed with using the dungeon gate system to gain more and more power to take over all of Westria. Resfall, under Clarence Erdstrom's rule, featured daily executions of traitors and weaklings. Their bodies hung up in public spaces to remind and instill fear in all of the citizens. Every person in the kingdom walked around in terror of being accused of traitorous behavior, and so, in turn, accused others in fear of being accused first. There was no doubt Resfall and the kingdom at large had a lot of problems and issues, but no one who lived to see the changes in Sam's previous timeline would ever want to return to that world with Clarence Erdstrom in power. The court advisor moved towards the group of fancily dressed nobles and began to mingle. Sam felt every fiber of his being compelling him to get closer to the man. If he killed Clarence here and now, he could potentially stop so much horror and pain that would be inflicted on the kingdom. Of course, Sam hesitated. Clarence wasn't the only person who gained power from the death of Princess Alice Grace, and killing him here and now would send any other accomplices back into the shadows. I still don't know who Clarence is working with, Sam thought frustratedly. The most obvious guess was the Spectral Church, but the institution didn't fare well under Clarence's villainous leadership in Sam's first timeline. That didn't prove, though, they weren't involved in a secret deal and then had a falling out after the assassination of the princess. But Sam didn't want to make any major decisions on mere guesswork. He wanted to find actual proof of their secret and treasonous alliance. Even though the rational part of his brain told him to hold back, Sam couldn't help but move towards Clarence. Perhaps it was his anger moving him forward. When he got close enough to Clarence, he suddenly felt a power source of energy push him back. Sam used his mana sense and his eyes widened in shock. Clarence Erdstrom was no slouch. He was emanating a powerful level of energy that would keep anyone from getting close enough to harm him. Sam wasn't sure if it was a specific spell, rare item ability, or just very advanced mana manipulation. But whatever it was, Sam knew that even if he wanted to destroy Clarence Erdstrom here and now, he was not capable of doing so. Sam took a deep breath and let his anger subside. He recognized the situation as a reminder of why he needed to keep training and growing stronger. Even though he was gaining power and strength and impressing those around him, he still had not yet caught up to his current most important enemies. Sam backed off and returned to his group of colleagues, who were bombarding one servant, eagerly taking little sausages with toothpicks. "Stop harassing the poor lady," barked Edgar. "You're making the Travelers Guild look like a bunch of heathens." All of the travelers except the guildmaster gulped down their food with the awkward look of children who had just been scolded. "What were you doing heading over that way?" asked Toby. "By the way," Toby pulled him to the side and whispered, "there's some really fancy, noble-looking dudes at this thing. Do you really think they're all going to zero in on Clara?" Before Sam could even answer, a huge procession of royal staff entered the hall, and an older, well-dressed gentleman announced, "The princess will join us now." The entire room fell into hushed silence, excitedly waiting for the arrival of the princess. After a moment of bated breath, Princess Alice Grace stepped into the hall. Sam's heart immediately started racing. This young woman didn't know him. She'd never heard of him, but in the background he was doing everything he could to stop her future murder. But Sam's heart was racing for another reason. He had never met the princess in his previous lifetime, but he had heard stories of her beauty. He was realizing how wrong those stories were. They did not do Princess Alice's beauty justice. She had wavy blonde hair and big, gorgeous blue eyes. She had a cute nose and a smile that could inspire hours upon hours of daydreaming. She wore a peach-colored dress with thin straps. She looked like something out of a painting or a storybook. She was the embodiment of elegance. Her bright blue eyes locked onto Sam's, and he felt an intense fluttering feeling in his chest. "She's not looking at me?" Sam thought in disbelief. She couldn't be, could she? Before Sam could even process the thoughts rushing through his head, the princess suddenly tripped on her dress and went flying towards the floor. 72, Mildred Cross placed her hand on her forehead. "I told the princess one thing, and she couldn't even do that." The princess cried as she fell towards the floor, about to land on her face in front of the most influential people in the entire kingdom. "Ah!" Without calling any attention to her speed of movement, Mildred was in front of the princess faster than the crowd of nobles could even gasp. The handmaiden caught the princess before she hit the floor, and had her back on her feet before an even more embarrassing scenario could ensue. Under her breath, Mildred said, "What happened, princess? I told you not to trip." "Easier said than done," whispered Alice. "There are far too many frills on the bottom of this dress. It's practically an obstacle course in and of itself." "Is that really it?" smirked Mildred. "I noticed your eye flicker into the crowd for a moment. There was this boy." "A handsome boy?" said Mildred knowingly. "Another noble, perhaps." The princess crossed her arms and huffed. "He's certainly not handsome. If he hadn't been gawking at me like he had, maybe I wouldn't have tripped and embarrassed myself. I don't even know why you're inquiring. You're not one normally for gossip." Mildred's face went serious. She may have exposed more of her emotional self to the princess than she had intended, but it was important to know who Alice was looking at. "Who is it?" The princess eyes a young man across the hall. It was an older teenage boy with shaggy black hair and striking red eyes. "A traveler, huh? You need to be careful with them." "I don't need to be careful about anything," huffed Alice, "because that boy means absolutely nothing to me beyond irritated annoyance at his impolite, gawking behavior." "All right. Well, everyone is looking at us now," said the handmaiden. "Better to continue on with the ceremonies so we can move on from your disastrous entrance." "Disastrous?" "Now you've made me more nervous," hissed Alice. "Just keep going," said Mildred. "It's time you welcomed and thanked everyone for coming." After a brief moment of fear with the princess tripping, the royal winter ball continued without incident. They all sat down for a wonderful dinner, which was then followed by a string quartet playing lively songs to commence the dancing portion of the evening. Toby stood by himself and chugged another glass of punch. Clara had left to use the bathroom, and Sam seemed preoccupied with something else. What are you doing?" said Brock, approaching Toby. "I need liquid courage," said Toby. "But there's no alcohol in there," said the dwarf. "Though if that's what you're after." Brock opened up his blazer to surreptitiously show the top of a silver flask. "I find that in these types of situations it's always better to drink hype juice rather than haterade." "No," said Toby. "Alcohol will add too many variables to how something which should be so simple could go so very, very wrong." "What's the matter, lad?" "I need to ask someone to dance." "Ah, I see," said the Brock, looking across the dance hall to Olivia and Curtis slow dancing. "Are you sad that Curtis is dancing with Olivia?" asked Toby. "Nah," said Brock. "He may be winning the battle right now, but the war is far from over." "Really?" "Well, I danced with her last year and he didn't," said Brock. So in my book, we're tied for that glorious woman's affection." The dwarf sighed. "But enough about me. You better make your move before someone else does. Just be happy there aren't any more conniving know-it-all elves at this ball." Toby sighed. "You're right. Just remember, lad, when it comes to courage, you just need to strike." At that moment, Toby saw Clara return from the washroom and cast her eye across the dance floor. "She definitely wants to dance," Toby thought, his heart fluttering. He started to move across the great hall towards his childhood friend. It felt like time slowed as he got closer and closer to her. "This is it," he thought. "This is the moment I ask her to dance and I tell her how I feel." It was just seconds away. A life of love and happiness existed on the other side of this moment. "What is it, Tobes? Have you finally thought of something nice to say? Or are you still blubbering weirdly?" said Clara, blinking at him with her beautiful green eyes. "I take that back, actually. I know how you feel. I feel a bit nervous here amidst all these nobles and glamour." Toby didn't say anything. "Are you all right, Tobes?" Toby's lips trembled. "Yeah, well, how about I don't know, dance." At that exact moment, the large windows of the banquet hall shattered as 3 attackers intruded on the royal winter ball, swinging in from the cold, wintry night. 73. Edgar Redfield immediately stood up, alert and ready for battle, as the glass shattered and the 3 intruders landed in the center of the banquet hall. The nobles scattered to the edges of the room, screaming in terror. "Protect the princess at all costs," shouted the guildmaster. The 3 attackers wore light armor with cloaked hoods to conceal their identities. All 3 of them materialized large scimitars and rushed into the crowd, adding to the chaos they had already created with their glass-shattering entrance. "This is bad," Redfield thought, rushing into the fight. But nevertheless, he smirked to himself. An opportunity for the guild. Sam materialized his berserker sword and rushed to one of the attackers. "Finally," Sam thought to himself as he ran to engage in the battle. "I've been waiting for this." The cloaked attacker swung his scimitars right at Sam's head. Sam spun on his feet and knocked an elbow blow right into the attacker's face. The attacker went stumbling back. Sam narrowed his eyes and went for a precision slice as he slashed his powerful berserker sword. The novice-tier traveler's attack cut through the intruder and had him falling to his knees in pain. Sam knocked him out with the touch of his sword. He figured it was better to keep these killers alive to extort more information from them. Sam went on to take the other 2 that were fighting with the other travelers. "Leave them alive," he shouted. "We need to know who is behind this." Mildred Cross scanned the battlefield. The travelers had pushed forward and were making quick work of the attackers. A circle of the travelers had formed around the princess. "Something doesn't feel right," thought the handmaiden as she looked around the area. The travelers in attendance were faring too easily on such a momentous attack. Mildred quickly considered everything she knew about the attackers so far. They made a bold entrance, she thought. Too bold. It must be a distraction. Her heart raced as she tried to figure out what the attackers were trying to draw their attention away from. That's when she saw the faintest movement on a chandelier high above. Mildred's eyes narrowed, and that's when she saw the 4th hooded attacker. The attacker leapt from the chandelier and came hurtling down with his knife drawn right towards Princess Alice. Oh no! Mildred could tell she wouldn't be able to get the princess out of the way in time. There was only one thing she could do in time to stop it. Her mind instantly saw Alice's old father, the now dead king. This is why you hired me, she thought. The reason I'm here. Mildred moved with intense speed and leapt in such a way that her whole body protected the area above the princess, defending her from the incoming attack. Mildred braced herself for the intensity of the attacker's blow. The assassin's knife was seconds away from puncturing her flesh and leaving a devastating and deadly wound. If she didn't die tonight, it would only be a matter of time that such an injury eventually killed her. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. She would rather die protecting someone she cared for then seeing that same person be harmed. But then, at the very moment that the dagger should have plunged into Mildred's stomach, a huge crimson-red blast shot across the banquet hall and into the stomach of the descending assassin. The bright ball of magic knocked the assassin across the room, smashing him into a nearby wall, where the body slid to the ground with a gaping hole from the blast's power. Mildred then collapsed onto the ground, her shoulder absorbing the bulk of her pain. She quickly got her bearings and looked around to see who had unleashed that powerful magic blast. Mildred had never seen anything like it before. It wasn't quite fire magic or any other type of elemental magic she'd seen in the past. She looked and saw the young man with shaggy black hair and crimson-red eyes, the one that had caught Alice's eye earlier. Who is this boy? She thought to herself. How can such a young and low-tier traveler wield such fearsome power? 74, Sam panted, catching his breath from the battle. He was surprised by how much adrenaline was coursing through him, despite the fact that he knew the attack was coming beforehand. He scanned the room, and everyone's faces were filled with a mixture of fear, surprise, and shock. The most terrified of the group were the nobles who had hidden underneath the tables. "Is the attack over?" asked a rich older woman. "How could this happen?" said another. "Volsungur is the strongest kingdom of them all, is it not?" Now that any sense of immediate danger was gone, the nobles felt free to vocalize their outrage. Royal guards turned over the fallen bodies of the attackers, removing their armor to find out more about them. "They have opaly crests beneath their armor," said one of the guards. Opaly was the human kingdom to the south of Volsungur, across the southern seas. Clarence strode forward, his face full of anger. Black smoke swirled around his hands as he grabbed the unconscious body of the attacker and triggered his shadow spike attack, finishing him off. "What are you doing?" shouted Sam. "These attackers should be questioned." "Pah!" shouted the court advisor. "Why am I not surprised to see such cowardice coming from the Travelers Guild? An attack on our country should be punished as soon as it occurs." Sam scowled at the man. It was total nonsense what the court advisor was saying. Sam knew it. Even the court advisor knew it. The man was a cunning political operative. He'd never choose wrath over information. Unless he knew what information the attackers already held. Before Sam could do anything about it, Clarence had destroyed all the remaining attackers, putting them to death. "We don't know for sure whether this is Opaly or someone orchestrating an attack to look like Opaly," said Sam. The room erupted into debate. The nobles were shouting over top of one another, same with the royal guards. Even the other travelers present were fighting over the other voices to have their opinion heard. Clarence smirked at Sam before spinning away on his feet and leaving the room. Within a few minutes, things calmed down. Princess Alice Grace assured everyone that she was indeed okay, thanked them all for coming, and called for the royal winter ball to an early close. A few hours later, Edgar Redfield sat in his office, musing over the night that had just passed. He looked down to the drawers of his desk, deciding which of his vices he wanted to pursue that evening. He went for the middle drawer and pulled out a bottle of the finest dwarven whiskey money could buy. He then pulled out a glass, then paused and pulled out a second glass. "I know you're there, Mildred," said Edgar. "You might as well come in." The window outside suddenly opened, and slipping in from the shadowy winter night almost like a silent ghost was none other than the royal handmaiden, Mildred Cross. "We're a bit old to be sneaking into each other's rooms, aren't we, Mildred?" "You wish I was sneaking in, you dirty old man," said Mildred. "I never made my presence a secret. I let you detect my mana straight away." "I did wonder why you did that," said Redfield, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. He then looked up to her. "You like a drink?" "Sorry, Edgar, but I know better than to let you plow me with drinks," she said. "What other ways could one plow?" Mildred's cheeks blushed before her face went completely stern. "I'm not staying long, Edgar. I want you to tell me about that new recruit of yours, the one with the black hair and red eyes." Edgar chuckled. "He's an impressive young man, isn't he?" "I don't know if impressive is the word I'd use," said Mildred. "He looks like a demon. That sword he wields, what is that? Are you sure he's one of the good guys?" Edgar slammed his glass down. He recalled the night he first met the young man in question. He led a group of children through the dead of night, being chased by some of the most powerful forces in all of Resfall. He recalled the determination that had been on the boy's face, his moral sense of right and wrong, the heroism only a true warrior, one who has faced many hard decisions, was clear as day across the young man's face. It was especially clear to Edgar on the night he first met Sam, and was reinforced with every subsequent dealings he had with the young man. "I don't doubt that young man's loyalty to the guild or the overall good of the kingdom for a second," said the guildmaster. "And neither should you." Mildred nodded. "Well, impressive certainly describes the boy's ability to win over a cranky old grump like you, that's for sure." She then walked over to the window from which she came. "Any more questions, Mildred?" But the handmaiden had already disappeared into the night before she even heard the end of Edgar's question. Edgar finished off his glass of whiskey and thought over the interaction he'd just had with Mildred Cross. He couldn't help but get the feeling that, despite what he had said to her, she didn't believe a single word out of his mouth. 75. The following day, Sam woke up bright and early. Everyone was sleeping in after the eventful night of the Royal Winter Ball. Many of them believed they had earned themselves a break. Sam did not feel the same way at all. If anything, after the events of the Royal Winter Ball, he felt more inspired than ever to continue raising his stats, finding better equipment and leveling up his abilities. He had a quick breakfast on his own in the dining hall. He then downed a mug of coffee as he shoveled scrambled eggs, bacon, and potato wedges into his mouth. He probably would have eaten slower if there was anyone there to witness him, but seeing as he was on his own, he figured he could eat ravenously without upsetting anyone's sense of impropriety. Even thinking in that way caused Sam a brief moment of pause. "I think even the little bit of time hanging out with those nobles last night is rubbing off on me," he thought, and not in a good way. Following his breakfast, he went by the mission board to see what was available for novice-tier travelers with 3 stars and under. A new mission had come in from a newly spotted blue dungeon gate that had appeared outside the city. He put his name down for the mission with one of the clerks and then headed off to start his day. The streets of Resfall were quiet that morning as Sam walked towards the city's eastern gate. The few people he did see were all yawning with bags under their eyes. It looked as if the whole city had taken the night off to celebrate Lovespell and the Royal Winter Ball. Even if many of them weren't invited, they had chosen to celebrate the occasion at home or with others. Sam smiled at a few passers-by and continued towards the gate. The sky was clear, and for brief moments, Sam would catch a whiff of spring in the air, only for seconds later to feel the wind pick up and remember it was still very much winter and would continue to be so for at least another few weeks. He was about 5 minutes from the gate when he got the peculiar sense of someone tracking him. He triggered his mana sense and didn't pick up anything. That didn't put Sam at ease. He could tell he was being followed. He could also tell that whoever was following him was also a decent practitioner of mana manipulation. Sam moved around the corner, trying to shake the tail of whoever was following him. Except, when he went around the corner, he had no idea what happened, but somebody was there waiting for him and knocked him out cold. Sam's vision was blurry and his head hurt. He felt groggy, like he was waking up from a bad dream. Only when he was a little more awake did he realize that he wasn't waking up from a bad dream, but rather a bad day. He had been abducted, kidnapped. He tried to move and instantly discovered his arms were tied behind a chair in a thick, powerful knot. Crap, he thought. From the looks of things, he was underground somewhere, most likely in a forgotten passage in one of the many sewers of Resfall. In the distance was the echo of dripping water and scurrying mice. This is bad, Sam thought. He racked his brain to figure out who would try to kidnap him, and why now. The prime suspect would have been the Spectral Church. Sam had completely upended their experiment with the White Gate and left dozens of their traveler priests for dead in their secret underground headquarters. Except none of his current surroundings had the air of the Spectral Church. It made no sense for the Spectral Church to take him to the sewers when they had their own hidden passages beneath their cathedrals. So if it wasn't the Spectral Church, who was it? Could it be whoever was behind the attack last night at the Royal Winter Ball? Clarence Erdstrom and his associates? It must be. Sam was mentally kicking himself. Had he displayed too much power at the Royal Ball last night? Had he painted a target on his back? Two shadowy figures emerged just ahead of him, concealed in the darkness. "Who are you?" shouted Sam. "Let me go!" In a muffled, strangely artificial-sounding voice, someone spoke. "What do you know about the attack last night at the Royal Winter Ball?" Sam's eyebrows furrowed. What an odd question, he thought. Even still, the question made him pause. Did he reveal what he believed happened, or did he stick to the current story going around the royal keep? "There were 4 intruders who tried to assassinate the princess," answered Sam. "Many in the keep believe it to have been orchestrated by the southern human kingdom of Opali." "What do you think? Do you think it was Opali?" Sam paused. This whole abduction and interrogation was getting stranger and stranger. Why would the people behind the attack want to know what Sam thought, unless they were trying to figure out how much he knew already? Fair enough. Those hoping to overthrow the social order of the kingdom wanted to be thorough. That made sense. The 2 shadowy figures in front of him started arguing. "You're not asking the right questions," said the other one, reaching for whatever device the first one was using to distort their voices. "Why were you gawking at me unless you were trying to kill me, you red-eyed weirdo?" Sam now understood who was interrogating him, but in many ways he was only now more confused. "Princess Alice?" Sam asked, hesitantly to the 2 shadowy figures in front of him. "No," said the figure. "That's not me. What makes you say that?" "You just referred to yourself as the target of the assassination," said Sam. "You have given our identities away," sighed the other figure. "We might as well reveal ourselves." Stepping out from the shadows were Sam's 2 kidnappers, the last people he'd ever have guessed that would abduct and interrogate him in a sewer. Princess Alice Grace and her handmaiden, Mildred Cross. The 2 kidnappers stared at Sam with serious expressions. Sam couldn't believe it. Why the heck would the princess want to kidnap me? He couldn't help but feel a bit underappreciated since these were the exact 2 people he had rescued the night before. They returned the favor by kidnapping him and interrogating him? "I'm sorry," said Sam. "Why have you kidnapped me?" "You don't get to ask questions," said the princess. "I just feel you 2 are being a bit ungrateful considering last night I saved the both of you," he said. "Saved me? You caused me to nearly trip and embarrass myself in front of the whole kingdom with your annoying, scrutinizing staring." Sam could not believe the words he was hearing coming out of the princess's mouth. Is she really more concerned about having almost tripped at the ball over the attempted assassination? He stared at the princess in disbelief. For a brief second he couldn't help but notice how pretty the princess was, even how cute she looked in her irritation, but then he shook his head. "I don't care how beautiful the princess is," he grumbled, "especially when she's this annoying." "Princess," said Mildred, "as we spoke beforehand, we haven't gathered here today to discuss the tripping incident." The handmaiden then turned to face Sam directly. "Of everyone there last night, you seemed the most prepared for an attack. Don't think I didn't notice you. You were calm from the beginning to the end of the whole incident. You never looked surprised. You see why that might be suspicious?" Sam was growing irritated. In all of his calculations and considering the different variables, he never thought saving Mildred Cross would then lead to her interrogating him in a grimy underground sewer. "A traveler is trained to prepare for all situations," said Sam. "Normally, a novice-tier traveler doesn't display such characteristics as immaculately as you did last night," said Mildred. Sam sighed. "Can you elaborate on why you're suspicious of me?" Mildred crossed her arms. "Last night, 3 people came in through the windows to attack the princess. Those 3 people were merely a distraction to allow the 4th killer to jump down from a hidden spot in the ceiling. How do we know the 4th attacker was not a distraction from something else? Perhaps a strange traveler, whose record is nowhere on the books of the Travelers Guild prior to his official traveler status, and who wanted to create a means of entering the good graces of the princess and the nobles at large." For the first time since the interrogation began, Sam grinned.
He had known the stories of Mildred Cross from his previous lifetime, that she was a thorough and cunning fighter, that beneath her somewhat plain exterior was a truly strategic and tactical fighter. "I see," said Sam. "You can believe me or not, but that was not my plan. I see why you might consider me suspicious, given that you don't know me, I wield a pretty monstrous-looking sword, blah, blah, blah. But you seem to be ignoring the most fundamental question about the attack last night. How did the fourth assassin get on the wall?" Mildred crossed her arms. "You're not actually listening to this rubbish," said the princess. "This boy is clearly a scoundrel." "Shh," said Mildred. "I take your point, young man. The fourth attacker could have been a traveler with some kind of ability to move through walls, no?" "You're right," said Sam. "But we'll never know because someone killed them all last night before we could interrogate them." The older woman smirked. "You think Clarence is behind this?" "If not him," said Sam. "Certainly someone on the inside." "Clarence was a trusted advisor to my father," said Alice. "He wouldn't betray us. I find that very hard to believe." "Correct me if I'm wrong," said Sam. "But Clarence rose to power in your father's circle due to incredible political and diplomatic advice. He's a keen strategist with an eye for gaining power. He's the kind of man who feeds off power and control. His appetite for it is insatiable." "That is the most outrageous—" "I trust him," said Mildred, cutting the princess off. The princess looked to her handmaiden in shock. "Mildred, you can't be serious." Mildred walked up behind Sam and untied the knots. "If you follow the passage that way and turn left, then right, you'll find an exit to the city's surface," Mildred explained. Princess Alice blushed. "Okay, well, if Mildred says you're okay, then I believe her. So you've gotten off being put in a dungeon for now. Just know we have our eye on you. I plan on being a great queen of the kingdom when I have my official coronation in a few months' time. I can't have people wrecking my kingdom from the inside out." Sam nodded. He didn't want to argue with them anymore. They had reached an understanding, and in many ways, they had helped him further his goals more than he had initially suspected. He had turned their suspicion and attention in the direction of Clarence Erdstrom, which was exactly where it should be. The future assassination attempt on the princess' life was crumbling in multiple directions, exactly as Sam had intended. "Until next time," said Mildred. "I hope not," said Sam. "Likewise," huffed the princess. The kidnappers and Sam headed off in the opposite directions. Sam followed the handmaiden's instructions on getting back to the city's surface. As he went through the dark passage, he couldn't help but think that the historians in his previous timeline had really omitted a lot about the princess, like how she was annoying, spoiled, and obsessed with not embarrassing herself, while maybe possibly being the clumsiest person he had ever met. "She is strikingly pretty, though," he sighed to himself. He shook his head. "Just another example of how one's eyes can play tricks on you," he thought. Despite finding the beautiful princess incredibly irritating, he knew that it was best for the world at large for him to save her. Still, after interacting with her today, he couldn't help but second-guess himself. 77. In the evening following Love Spell's day and the Royal Winter Ball, there was a flatness in the air. All the excitement that had been bubbling throughout the guild had suddenly evaporated, leaving a dull feeling amongst the travelers. "I feel a bit disappointed," said Clara as they sat down for dinner in the dining hall. "After all that, no one even asked me to dance." Toby said, before looking down to his feet in nervousness and defeat. The moment was no longer right. Across the dining hall sat Curtis and Brock, bickering as usual. Curtis was lording over Brock the fact that he had danced with General Reeves and the other did not. "See, we know where her feelings lie now," said Curtis. "Face the facts, you imbecile." "What facts? She danced with me at the previous winter ball, so as far as I see it, we're tied." "That was a pity dance," said Curtis. "Look how much shorter you are than her. She wants someone a little bit taller. Height means nothing if you're a twig that can be snapped in half."
Their bickering quieted down just as Olivia sat down to join them.
What are you two arguing about?
Both travelers blushed and looked away. Just what our, favorite vegetable is, explained Curtis. That's right, I like potatoes, said Brock. But Curtis here likes broccoli. Olivia looked at the two of them with a tired confusion on her face. She shook her head and focused on her meal.
What an odd conversation, she said as she took a bite into her food. Though I guess I do prefer potatoes over broccoli.
The two men suddenly shared a look at that statement, Curtis scowling while a knowing glint of glee sparkled in Brock's eyes.
Sam had eaten dinner earlier than everyone else and was now resting in the dormitory away from the dining hall. He had lost a day of training due to the incident with Princess Alice Grace and Mildred Cross. He would have to make up for lost time tomorrow.
The thing that he was ruminating on, however, was the sheer power Clarence Erdstrom had displayed on the night of the Royal Winter Ball. The man was a strong traveler. Whether that meant he had unlocked his class and skills through the White Gate or through the class stones as so many nobles had done, he wasn't sure. Either way, he had cultivated his new power and had clearly become a force to be reckoned with. If Sam was going to stop him from succeeding at his plans to take over the royal throne, he'd have to keep training. The spring festival was getting closer and closer. It was only a few months away in the month of Mai, at the tail end of spring, when the days grew significantly warmer, but the nights were still brisk and cool. "I won't let you down, goddess," Sam said to himself as he rolled over and tried to get some sleep. "I won't let you down." Edgar Redfield stared out the window of his office and sighed. Ever since Mildred had visited his office, he couldn't stop thinking about her. "It's been a long time since we chatted so frankly, hasn't it, Mildred?" He lifted a glass and took a sip of whiskey. He thought he could see the tiniest first buds of leaves growing on the branches of a tree. Thank the goddess, Love Spells Day is done for another year. 78. Soon the month of Marshki arrived, and the spring season was ushered into the city of Resfall. Birds chirped with glee as they sat on leafy branches, while bees buzzed and drew pollen from the newly blossomed flowers. The days began to grow warmer, and a friendly optimism swept through the air. In a shadowy, long-forgotten bar, Sam exchanged some coins with a strange man with an eye patch and a mustache. It was a simple exchange. Sam was giving the man money to gather more intel on Clarence Erdstrom. Under different circumstances, Sam would have done the spying and detective work himself, but he wanted to maximize his training, and he figured someone could do the more labor-intensive part of the spying for him while he went off to get stronger. With his clandestine arrangement forged, Sam returned to the Travelers Guild before the majority of travelers had even awoken and managed to finish their breakfast and get started for the day. Having eaten before he had set off to hire the private spy to gather information on Clarence Erdstrom, Sam skipped greeting anybody in the dining hall and went straight to the Guild's mission board. He looked through the different 3-star novice-tier missions available, and nothing caught his eye. Even taking a quick glance at the 1-star apprentice tier 1-star missions, there wasn't anything that felt like it would lead to an optimal use of his training time. There was a dungeon gate he was planning on entering the following month, but he wanted to find something worthwhile before then. He was about to start scouring the 2-star apprentice tier missions, Guild rules be damned, when a sudden commotion interrupted his contemplation. A scout burst through the front entrance of the Guild. His face was red and he was panting. He'd clearly rushed in from his scouting mission. "A new blue gate has appeared," said the scout between large panting breaths. The Guild clerks and assistants all got to work, adding the new details of the gate to the ledger. At that same moment, Clara and Toby came strolling towards the mission board area. "Hey, there you are," said Clara. "We have a day off from our training with Brock and Curtis. Did you maybe want to go on a few missions with us?" Sam didn't want to disappoint his friends, but at the same time he was deeply concerned they'd slow him down. "Yeah," said Toby. "It would be cool to show off some of our new skills to you." They both looked at Sam with excitement. He could tell that they were still amazed and grateful from their fighting together in the White Gate, and they wanted to show him what they'd done with the classes they had unlocked. Sam considered it. There were no super-optimal dungeon gates to clear at the moment, and he might need extra hands in his preparations for whatever was going to happen at the upcoming spring festival. It would be worthwhile to know what abilities and skills Clara and Toby had unlocked, even some good combo strategies for the three of them. "Yeah, let's do it," said Sam. "I just heard that there's a new blue dungeon gate that we can go tackle." A few hours later, Sam and his friends arrived outside the blue dungeon gate that had only just recently been discovered by the Traveler Scout earlier that day. Both Clara and Toby stood on either side of Sam as they faced the looming glow of the blue dungeon gate. Sam grinned. In this new life, he was always happier when spending time with the friends he'd lost so early on in his career as a traveler in his first timeline. He was also impressed with their development. They had changed and grown since their time in the White Gate. Sam recalled their first blue dungeon gate together, how he had to lead them there, how they were so hesitant to enter. Now they stood on either side of him, not as fearful orphans scared of what happened next, but as fellow travelers, equals, compatriots. "Ready?" said Sam. Toby gulped back whatever paranoid possibility he wanted to vocalize and nodded his head with a steely determination. "Heck yeah," answered Clara. The three friends then walked forward in lockstep and entered the blue dungeon gate together. 79. Sam looked around the dungeon world, taking in his new surroundings. Even after entering countless dungeon gates across not just one but two timelines, Sam still couldn't get over the wondrousness and magic of the dungeon gate system. One second he was in one world, one reality, and instantaneously he was in another. Sam wasn't sure he'd ever get over the novelty, the magic, and the sheer otherworldliness of the dungeon gate system. They had left the early days of Marshki with its flower buds and its first hints of warmth for something much bolder. They had entered a world of bright blue skies, a sweltering sun, sand dunes, and canyons. "Ah, nice," thought Sam, "a desert canyon realm." "Wow," said Clara. "All my life in the orphanage I never thought I'd get to see the desert lands of Westria." "Is this technically even considered Westria anymore?" said Toby. "If so, could we expect one of the nomadic orc tribes to attack us and feast on our flesh? Because that would be beyond terrible. I'm too young to be an orc's supper." "Relax, Tobes," said Sam. "This isn't Westria. Little is known about how the dungeon gate system works or where it takes us when we step through them. But I can say pretty confidently it doesn't teleport us to another part of Westria. No, this is another reality separate from ours. Why and how they've become connected via the gates is a mystery to not only myself, but to many others." "In short, Tobes," said Clara, "you won't be an orc's supper. Not in here, at least. That said, you might get eaten by whatever is approaching us right now. Incoming, guys!" The sand nearby vibrated as some kind of subterranean monster headed towards the three young travelers. Sam got ready to take out the creature, materializing his berserker sword. A great cloud of sand shot forward as the monster burst from underground, revealing itself. It was a giant black scorpion with powerful pincers and an extremely durable chitinous outer layer. Sam triggered Pain Ring and rushed towards it, except before he could attack the monster, Clara was ahead of him, thrusting her spear forward, creating a powerful force of bright energy. The scorpion toppled over onto its back, exposing its weaker side, its legs scurrying as it tried to get back upright. Sam's eyes widened at this. Incredible, he thought. Brock had taught Clara well. She was utilizing the first unlocked ability of the warrior class. The ability was known simply as Attack Burst. It was an astonishingly powerful attack that turned a warrior's weapon attack into a heightened energy-filled blast. A sword or axe-wielding traveler would create an energy slash with the Attack Burst ability, but because Clara had chosen a spear as her weapon of choice, it took on the appearance more of a forward energy beam than slash. The ability was simple, powerful, and easy to use. It was why, among the common classes, Warrior was the most popular. It was the ability's own strengths that were also its own weakness. It was a straightforward, blunt, and powerful ability, but it very much had a ceiling to its strength, which was its main downfall. A novice-tier attack burst was always going to be beaten by an apprentice-tier version of the same attack. One could not make the same argument for an ability like Sam's Pain Ring, for instance. While, on the face of it, a less informed person would have been excused to believe the Warrior's novice-tier ability was better than Sam's Blood Knight ability, and, if wielded in less capable hands, they would be right. But what Sam lost in raw power and ease of use with his Pain Ring ability, he more than gained in terms of the ability's unlimited potential for growth in power during battle. Nevertheless, Sam was blown away by Clara's use of her spear and seamless use of the attack burst ability to knock the attacking scorpion monster on its back. He was impressed and excited. Clara had set him up to finish the monster off, and he rushed forward. Except when he got in range to plunge his sword into the monster's weak point, a huge water blast knocked the scorpion forward and off the ledge of the canyon towards its demise. Both Sam and Clara turned around towards Toby, stunned. The pudgy boy was in a fighting stance, holding his magic wizard staff in one hand and his magic conjuring manipulating hand in the other. "It's not just Clara who has learned some new moves," he grinned. Clearly, thought Sam, full of pride for his old friend. Just like what Brock had done with Clara, so too had Curtis clearly taught Toby well. The boy had learned how to draw mana with his wizard staff, and then how to manipulate it with his spell-weaving hand. Plus, he'd committed to an element as well. Water was a very interesting element to wield. It was less flashy than fire or earth elemental wielding, but it had some incredible potential that only got better over time. Plus, Toby's ability to create a powerful swirling water ball of power was fearsome on its own. "Holy smokes, Tobes," said Clara. "That was amazing." Toby blushed. "You did knock it far away from us, though," said Clara. "We've definitely lost out on the mana stone on that one." Toby laughed nervously. "Sorry about that. My bad." "No need to apologize," said Sam. "You guys have come a long way, and I have a feeling with your new moves we'll be able to grind through a lot more monsters." With that, the three friends set off on their desert monster hunt. The trio spent the next couple of hours scouring the desert terrain, destroying every minor monster they could find. They fought more scorpions, bugs, snakes, and a tricky monster known as an oasis fox. By the end of it, they had gathered a countless number of monster stones and managed to raise their stats. Sam looked over his profile with glee. Sam, class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, novice tier, ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Class, Deathlord, legendary, rank, novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 2. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Strength, 22.8. Agility, 21.7. Endurance, 20.2. Magic Affinity, 23.8. Skill quests. Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness, 0/3000. Blood Flame, level 3. Seek the enlightenment of the Blood Flame, 2/10. All of Sam's stats were over 20 now, and he couldn't be happier. With his strength over 20, he was now stronger than a normal peak-performing human athlete. He was entering the new realms of power known only to travelers. He had only just surpassed peak human power, but that gap would only grow larger and larger over time now. When he started this new journey in this second timeline, he probably wouldn't have been able to beat any of the fighters he had bet on to earn cash when he first traveled back in time. Now, he'd be able to take them all on at once. With his agility stat over 20, such foes wouldn't be able to perceive his attacks in time, and if they did manage to land a hit on him, with his endurance just breaking 20 now, he'd barely even feel it. He was most pleased with his magic affinity stat. Now, at 23.8, he was getting closer and closer to apprentice-tier magic affinity. His mana and its core would change color from blue to green, and his body would then be able to handle more advanced forms of mana manipulation. He could not wait. He was pleased with his progression and glad he had decided to train with his friends. Once they were finished resting, draining mana stones, and going over their stats, the trio agreed there was only one thing left to do in the dungeon world: take on the boss. 80. The difficulty with the Desert Canyon dungeon world was that it was such a vast territory to cover that it made it harder to locate the boss area. In a cavern realm, there was a fairly linear map one had to travel to find it, whereas with a Desert Canyon realm, things weren't so simple. There wasn't a direct beginning and end point to a realm like the one they currently occupied. After a few more hours of searching, they realized the boss area was actually in the center of the map at the bottom of the large canyon. "Doesn't it feel a bit like we're walking into a trap?" asked Toby fearfully. "You'd say that if there was a trap or not," sighed Clara, looking up towards the canyon cliffs that now shadowed over them. "You're just being paranoid. One day, my so-called paranoia will be proven to be actually a reasonable level of caution," said Toby. "Look," said Sam, cutting his two friends off. A wave of drifting sand swirled nearby, and flickering near the bottom of it was a purple line of energy. "We've found it," said Sam. "The boss room." The trio made a quick plan, materialized their weapons, and then stepped into the boss area. As soon as they entered, a large rattling sound echoed around them. "I don't like the sound of that," said Toby, shivering. "Shh," said Clara. "You're not supposed to like it, you goof. Otherwise it wouldn't be a boss room." The rattling sound came from a large bone site that looked like the fossilized remains of a dragon. The bones were clattering against each other, gathering energy somehow. Suddenly, a swirl of sand and magic infused with the bones, and a giant sand dragon came alive right in front of the trio. The newly resurrected sand dragon had fearsome, glowing red eyes and let out a powerful, wailing scream right in front of the trio. The shrill blast of noise was so powerful it created a gust of wind and sent all of their hair flowing backwards, as if they were facing straight onto a torrential storm. "We could just leave, couldn't we?" suggested Toby, wiping sand dragon saliva residue off his face. "Like there's nothing stopping us from turning around and running. I'd feel much more comfortable coming back here with Guildmaster Redfield and some of the others. In fact, why don't they just come back here without us? I like that plan. I vote for that plan. Let's all raise our hands in favor of Operation Get the Heck Out of Here." The only answer Toby received to his own raised hand was the fearless charge forward by Clara and Sam. For, "Stick to the plan, Tobes," shouted Clara. "My vote goes Operation Shut the Heck Up and help us beat this boss." Sam rushed forward, triggering Pain Ring. A red circle shot out from him, taking over a large radius of the boss area. "Attack the monster on the side," said Sam, commanding Clara. "I need to take the hits to power up." Clara nodded with determination and peeled off from their forward charge. Sam rushed up to the sand dragon and leaped forward, swinging his berserker sword. The sand drake craned its neck and blocked the attack. A little bit of damage went through, but not much. Thankfully, the berserker sword's special ability triggered, and the sand drake locked onto Sam with an intense, hateful, and violent frenzy. The creature now had tunnel vision and wanted to kill only Sam, forgetting about his two other companions. It was perfect timing for the sword's ability to trigger, as right after Sam had slashed at the sand drake, Clara had unleashed a powerful blow with her new attack burst ability. A bright flash of powerful light and energy smashed into the sand drake's side, dealing a significant amount of damage, which in any other circumstances would have the sand drake turn its sole attention on her. But thanks to Sam's special sword ability, the sand drake stayed focused on him. The other added benefit to Clara's attack was that it managed to puncture through the sand drake's reincarnated flesh, spilling blood on the ground. "Perfect," thought Sam, He turned around and started retreating. Toby, who swung a massive water ball at the Sandrake, looked shocked to see Sam retreating. "Why are you running towards me?" "Watch," Sam grinned. As the sand dragon came rushing after Sam, the young black-haired traveler triggered his level 2 blood flame ability. He drew upon the spilled blood and created a large ball of blood flame in his free hand. He then whipped the powerful magic projectile in the direction of the sand dragon that was mindlessly chasing after him across the boss area. "We've got it locked in now," said Sam. "Let's whittle it away." They continued in lockstep like this for a good 10 minutes, Clara stabbing the dragon in the side as Sam and Toby threw magic projectiles at it, all while the sand dragon chased after Sam. "Why isn't it dying?" grumbled Clara as she stabbed the sand dragon in frustration. Sam was confused as well. Even if their attacks weren't a perfect matchup for how powerful the boss creature was, they had dealt enough of them that they should have had an effect. But the sand dragon looked as strong as it had from the start of the battle, despite dripping blood all over the place. "Okay, change of tactic," shouted Sam, rushing forward. He ran headlong into the vicious dragon. The dragon shot its head out, wanting to rip Sam to pieces. Sam leapt forward, swerving his shoulder in the direction of the monster's teeth. He tried to reinforce that portion of his body with mana from his mana core as he braced himself to take the deadly attack. The sand dragon's teeth pierced into him, and Sam winced with pain. But the hurt didn't last too long. The pain ring transformed the horrible suffering entering his body into a newfound sense of power. Sam pushed himself free from the sand dragon, rolling back onto the desert ground. He got up on his feet and felt the new power swirling through him. "This is good," he thought, but not enough. He spent the next minute slashing at the sand dragon with his newfound power, and it was definitely making a dent in the monster. But even then, Sam knew they were missing something. Sheer power wouldn't be enough to destroy this boss. They need to figure out its weak point. That was why a minute after allowing the dragon to take a horrific bite out of him, Sam was rushing forward to let it take another. He jumped towards the monster with his other, less mangled shoulder as the sand dragon slashed its sharp, bony claws against him. A sharp ridge of blood and flesh ripped through Sam, and he screamed out in pain. "Sam!" shouted his companions. Sam's heart raced and his vision swirled as his body was filled with unbelievable suffering. The horrific feeling didn't last long as his necklace of healing began to patch his bleeding body back together. As he swayed back onto his feet, Sam's vision was changing. The advanced evolution of his pain ring ability was finally taking effect. The sand dragon's mouth was glowing, specifically at the end of either side. Sam recalled how in his very first attack the sand dragon had protected his face. "I figured out its weak point," shouted Sam. He retreated for 30 seconds, returning back to their earlier formation as he explained the strategy of how they were going to finally finish this blasted boss monster. They quickly formed a new position. Toby drew as much energy, mana, and power as he could to create a massive floating water ball and hurled it towards the sand dragon. The boss monster ducked its head, only for Clara to come right at him with her attack-burst spear thrust. The sand dragon swerved from it, only for its eyes to widen with absolute shock as Sam swung in for a massive blow right in its weak spot. Using all of his accumulated power from his pain ring ability, Sam slashed the berserker sword through the back of the sand dragon's lips. The battle awareness from the pain ring hadn't lied to him about the boss monster's weak point. Sam's berserker sword cleanly cut through the back of the monster's lips, cutting the creature in half. Sam landed the finishing blow. 81. Sam caught his breath and wiped sweat off his brow as he stood over the fallen remains of the sand dragon. The boss monster soon disintegrated down into a large mana stone and treasure chest. They all gasped at the sight of the mana stone. It was a different color from many that they had seen before. It was a green mana stone, an apprentice tier mana stone. "That must really help with raising your magic affinity," Clara said. "I want it. Can I have it?" This was always the problem with taking on dungeons in a group. How the heck did you split the loot? Sam grinned and said, "Let's see what's in the treasure chest before we say who gets what." In the end, the treasure chest held great new items for both Toby and Clara. Clara got a new apprentice-tier mithril spear with a magical engraving, and Toby got a journeyman-tier elven wooden wizard staff. "Ooh, the spear comes with a special ability," said Clara. "Tell me more," said Sam. "I'm going to keep it as a surprise for now," she grinned. "All right, I guess that means I get the mana stone," Sam chuckled, picking up the green stone and vanishing it into his inventory. With the loot sorted, they headed back to the dungeon gate entrance, satisfied with a good day's work. A few nights later, Clarence Erdstrom strode through the streets of Resfall. He rarely left the keep nowadays in fear of attracting suspicion, but he needed to have a word with his fellow associates. He kept a hood up and furtively looked around the city streets with suspicion. Someone had followed him a few nights earlier, but he was now prepared for any nighttime stalkers this time. If anyone chose to follow him, they were going to suffer for it. Clarence moved quickly through the streets, sticking to the shadows, moving through alleys and forgotten sections of the city. His body was filled with frustration. He'd been planning the attack on the Royal Winter Ball for months. While he hadn't expected to finish off the princess, he was hoping to get that damn handmaiden out of the way. Now his entire plan was disordered. He needed to rethink everything. The problem, however, was that he couldn't quite figure out why his initial plan at the ball had failed. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it felt almost as if people were prepared for the attack to happen. But how would that have even been possible? Was there a mole among his associates? Clarence shook his head. He didn't think so, but he couldn't come up with a better explanation for why his plans weren't working out properly. "It will be good to speak with my allies tonight," Clarence thought as he picked up his pace, striding through the night. Unbeknownst to Clarence, however, a new shadowy figure stalked him. For anyone observing, they would have caught the subtlest glint of red from the shadow following in Clarence's footsteps. Sam made sure to keep himself a good distance away from Clarence. He made sure to conceal his mana and not draw suspicion to himself, which mainly meant staying out of sight and keeping his movements gentle and quiet. He tiptoed quickly across the slated rooftops of Resfall beneath the night sky, following Clarence. It was mostly a cloudy night, which made it darker and helped Sam with his nocturnal stalking. There was the occasional patch of moonlight that would poke through an opening in the drifting clouds, so Sam made sure to be slow and cautious at such crucial moments. Sam had known to follow Clarence that night after meeting up with the spy he had hired and learned more about the court advisor's comings and goings over the last few days. According to the spy, Clarence Erdstrom rarely left the royal keep and only ever did so under the cover of night. "What are you up to, Clarence?" Sam wondered as he tracked the court advisor through the city streets. "Who are you working with?" If Sam hoped to stop the assassination of Princess Alice Grace at the upcoming Spring Festival in a few months' time, he had to figure out who Clarence was working with. There was no way they would try to assassinate the princess without a plan B. That meant that even if Sam stopped the initial assassination, there was a backup plan he had to worry about and prepare for. The princess's life was at stake. The fate of everyone who lived in Resfall was at stake. The demise of Westria and all of its people was pretty much guaranteed if Sam didn't stop whatever monstrous plans were being formed for the upcoming Spring Festival. Sam slowed down his movement as Clarence suddenly stopped. Sam crouched and hid behind a chimney and poked his head out to see what the court advisor did next. The man entered a building. Sam waited for a second and then, just beyond the top-floor window, he saw Clarence re-emerge. Another man emerged from the shadows of the room. The man had clearly been waiting for Clarence. Sam crept a bit closer to get a better look at who the strange man was. The clouds drifted and a patch of moonlight shone through the dark night onto the room Sam was spying on. His eyes widened as he saw who Clarence had met with. "So, it's as I expected," Sam thought. "But now I have proof." Meeting with Clarence Erdstrom was none other than the head of the Spectral Church, Archbishop Balin. 82. Sam watched the two powerful figures continue with their clandestine meeting. The royal court advisor and the highest member of the Spectral Church. Sam crept a little bit closer. If only I could hear what's being discussed in there, thought Sam. To be fair, Sam could piece together the larger points. They were clearly working together towards assassinating Princess Alice Grace. But Sam wanted to know more of the particulars. I bet it connects back to the experiments I found in Creekdale, Sam thought. Sam realized he needed to know more. He started looking around for ways to jump from the roof and get closer to the Archbishop and the court advisor so he could eavesdrop more effectively. He looked across the shadowy night, trying to figure out a way to proceed. He needed to get closer. The lives of so many depended on him figuring out the greater details of the powerful men's plans. Sam took in the narrow street that separated the roof from the one where the meeting was taking place. On the one hand, it wasn't too big a gap, and Sam should easily be able to make it across. But there were two problems. The first problem, and Sam lurched even thinking about it, if he screwed up the jump, it was a long fall to the cobblestones. Even with his higher stats, he'd be worried about taking a serious injury, especially if he didn't land correctly. The second problem was, even if he landed, he'd create a lot of noise, which Sam definitely didn't want to do. One of his greatest advantages in this timeline was that no one knew about his extensive knowledge of the future. He needed to protect that advantage at all costs. Sam saw the solution to his predicament and didn't hesitate as soon as it became clear to him. He sent mana to his feet, creating a level of calm balance in them that allowed him to make his movements as quiet as the night. He then hurried a few rooftops over where he could make the jump and not disturb the secret meeting he wanted to spy on. He took a deep breath, ran down the slated roof, and jumped off it at the last moment, catching his breath as he landed on his feet. In any other circumstances, he would have wanted to take a breather and soak in the relief for making the big jump, but he didn't have time to waste. He crept back to the room where the meeting was being held and slid down to the edge of the room just near the window. He placed his ear against the roof, and he could just barely make out the conversation. "So the plan will be ready just in time for the spring festival," said a voice, which Sam easily recognized as Clarence Erdstrom. "And what if things don't go as you suspect them to, much like what happened the other night?" said a different voice, clearly the Archbishop. "That's where you come in," said Clarence. "I presume the artificial dungeon experiments are going well?" "They are," said the Archbishop. "Well, we'll have an army of corrupted magic beasts and actual monsters to help us take the throne by brute force, in the event killing that silly princess is made difficult. Let's hope for the sake of so many in this city that it doesn't come to that," said the Archbishop. "The streets will flow with blood if we do that," Clarence replied. "The blood of the innocent is nothing but the ink of history, my good friend. We're almost there. Just another month or so. Until then, I bid you good night." The two men said goodbye, and the meeting came to a close. Sam stayed concealed in the shadows, making sure to hide his mana. He felt an anger swell in him. He wished he could have smashed through the glass and finished off the two evil plotters there and then. But he could feel the powerful pulse of Clarence's mana even through the roof. "I'm not ready yet," Sam sighed, "but I will be soon." The two men went off into the night, and a few minutes later, Sam stood up to head back to the Travelers Guild. The final training and preparation had to start now if they were going to save the princess from the assassination and the entire city at large. Sam took a step in the direction of the guild, when suddenly flashing through the night was a silver dagger aimed right at his head. 83. A few minutes earlier, an assassination squad of traveler priests took position across a series of rooftops in a forgotten quarter of the city. The second in command of the squad was Gregor Regus, an apprentice-tier traveler priest with the assassin class. Even without the class he unlocked from the White Gate a few years ago, Gregor had always been a killer. It was simply what he loved to do. He unsheathed his silver dagger as he eyed up the shadows of their target a few rooftops away. The target, whoever he was, hadn't noticed them in the night. They had taken great pains to conceal their mana and keep a greater distance from the target than they normally would when tracking someone. Normally, keeping such a distance would have been extremely difficult, but because they knew the court advisor's route beforehand, they could take a more hands-off approach to tracking their prey. Gregor's silver dagger glinted beneath the starlight. It was time to incapacitate the target and discover who exactly had been tracking the court advisor. "It will be my pleasure," Gregor thought as he pulled his hand back and then threw his silver dagger out into the night towards the person hiding in the shadows of the rooftop nearby. Sam ducked at the last second, managing to dodge the incoming dagger attack. The silver dagger punctured the roof behind him, cracking one of the roof tiles into dust, which Sam couldn't help but think was what would have happened to his skull and brain had the dagger landed where it was supposed to. Sam scrambled from his rooftop position and took shelter behind a large brick chimney. He triggered his mana sense to see where the attack was coming from. He didn't pick up anything, telling him he was dealing with a professional and, most likely, proficient assassin. Sam quickly pieced together what must have happened. Clarence must have spotted one of the trackers that Sam had hired a few nights earlier. The court advisor had then responded by having himself followed by hidden guards to keep an eye out for any unwanted stalkers in the night. Sam had managed to keep himself quite concealed over the course of the evening, so he came to the conclusion his best course of action was to get out of there as swiftly as possible. Sometimes there were moments when it was best to fight, and other moments when you needed to know it was time to run. Sam jumped off the roof and descended into the shadows of the street. As he fell through the air, he sent mana into his feet, which helped cushion his landing as his boots met the cobblestones of the dark alleyway. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he was pushing forward into the darkness. He needed to escape. He couldn't let these hunters know who he was. If they found out his identity, it would put his ability to save the princess, the city, and even the entire world at jeopardy. His heart began to pound as he rushed forward. He kept his ears alert, as he knew the assassin was good at concealing his mana leak. Sam turned a corner, only to find 3 traveler priests rushing towards him. "Aw, crap," Sam thought, realizing that there was more than one killer coming after him. The 3 traveler priests rushing towards him all got a good look at his face. "Looks like I might have to change my original plan." Gregor, along with his other assassin colleagues, moved quickly to surround the target. The target was clearly under such duress he had lost control of his mana leak, and now they could all see where he was going. "The fool is about to head into a dead end," Gregor grinned. It was important to Gregor that he finished off the target. He needed to redeem himself after his initial dagger attack had failed him. As the other traveler priests ran straight towards the target, Gregor figured he'd creep up to the side. He spotted the target. His eyes widened with shock when he saw a black-haired boy with red eyes. He was nothing but a mere teenager. "Doesn't matter," Gregor thought. "I can't wait to kill him." Gregor pulled out another 2 daggers and silently fell into the alleyway right behind the boy. "The idiotic child doesn't even notice me," snickered Gregor to himself. Finally, Gregor went for the kill, but out of nowhere the boy materialized a horrifying, powerful sword with ridged edges that looked like the teeth of some terrifying magic beast. The blade materialized and went right through Gregor's chest. "You think I didn't notice you?" said the boy as Gregor collapsed onto the ground. 7 other traveler priests were now standing in the front of the alleyway to take the boy on. The boy left Gregor to his demise and turned to face the others. "I tried to avoid fighting, but you wouldn't let me go," the boy explained. The black-haired boy cracked his neck. "Now you will pay the price." 84. Sam gripped his berserker sword tightly and materialized his fiery flame sword in his other hand. As the 3 traveler priest warriors rushed at him, Sam immediately triggered Pain Ring. A ring of red energy shot forth from Sam's chest, surrounding the alleyway. The traveler priests used their warrior attack bursts to deliver a devastating blow. Sam swerved to take the hits in the least vulnerable areas of his body. He winced with both agony and satisfaction as he felt the pain morph into added power and strength throughout himself. "Kill him!" shouted one of the traveler priests. "He's clearly only novice tier if such basic hits are going through." Due to the chaos of the battle, the attackers didn't see Sam smirk. Another accidental perk of the Pain Ring ability, Sam thought. It lulls your enemy into thinking you're weaker than you are. With Sam's newly gained strength, he took on the 3 incoming attackers, while the 4 wizards in the back flung elemental projectiles of fire and lightning. Sam swung his flame sword upward, clashing with the battle axe of one of the traveler priests. He thrust his berserker sword forward, puncturing through one of the traveler priest's armor and feeling the crunch of his sword rip through flesh and bone. The axe-wielding traveler priest cried out in agony, his body going limp. Gripping onto the handle of the berserker sword that was still wedged inside the dying man, Sam immediately pivoted the nearly dead attacker's body and used it as a shield to block a particularly large incoming fireball. The now dead traveler priest was covered in flames. Sam swung his sword, flinging the flying body in the direction of the magic users. When the fiery body smashed into the ground, Sam triggered his blood flame ability, adding 2 types of flame to attack the wizards. That will keep them distracted for the time being, Sam thought. The 2 close-ranged warriors came at him, one wielding a sword and another a spear. The swordsman went for a bold slash towards Sam's neck, trying to separate his head from it. Sam ducked, only to come face to face with the spearman's deadly thrust. He jumped backwards, retreating slightly. The 2 warriors worked so well together, he was going to have to separate them if he wanted to finish them off. Glancing just beyond the warriors, he saw the wizards were still dealing with the blood flame, but it would dampen in another minute or so. He'd have to finish these warriors before then. The 2 warriors rushed at Sam once more. Sam dematerialized his fiery flame sword in one hand and then triggered the level 2 evolution of blood flame, drawing spilled blood from the ground into the palm of his hand, turning it into a powerful crimson ball of magic. "He may only be novice tier," said the attacking swordsman, "but he has some strange class I've never seen before. Be careful." "He's nothing but a weak little kid," sneered the spearman. "Let's kill him." The spearman rushed forward and Sam whipped his blood flame projectile in his direction. Rather than shooting the blood flame ball right at the spearman, Sam targeted the ground where he was going. This forced the spearman to leap backwards, throwing off the coordination with the swordsman. As soon as their formation was off, Sam rushed forward and slashed his berserker sword towards the swordsman's head. The swordsman blocked. Sam materialized his flame sword once more in his free hand and thrust it forward. The evil swordsman smirked and grabbed hold of the fiery blade with his gauntlet hand. Sam's eyes widened. "I won't fall for the same trick as my stupid colleague," said the swordsman. They were now deadlocked. Worse, the blood flame had cleared up and the spearman was rushing full speed ahead. "Crap," thought Sam. "What am I going to do?" In a millisecond, he caught sight of the swordsman grimacing from the pain of clutching the flame sword. Sam's eyes followed along and saw blood dripping through the metal gauntlets protecting the warrior. As soon as the drops of blood hit the cobblestones of the alley, only mere seconds before the spearman was about to thrust the pointed blade right through Sam's skull, Sam triggered blood flame once more. The swordsman and spearman erupted in flames as Sam leapt backwards and watched his enemies' bodies flail as they burned alive. Sam didn't have time to catch his breath as the 4 magical projectiles were suddenly hurled across the alley once more. "Looks like the wizards are back on my case," Sam thought as he swerved to dodge the attacks. He thought he had managed to avoid being hit when a lightning blast knocked him in the side and pushed him against a wall. Sam's body shook spasmodically from the lightning attack coursing through him. He saw the wizard preparing to make a cautious movement towards him while he was still down on the ground. Sam quickly got back on his feet. His vision changed slightly, and he noticed that all the wizard's hands were glowing with a faint red color. The level 2 passive ability from his pain ring was now coming into fruition. Sam had taken enough damage to now perceive his attacker's weakest points. It made sense that the wizard's weakest point would be their hands. They needed it to cast spells. Without them, they were done for. Unlike a warrior or more direct fighting classes, wizards didn't have naturally high defensive capabilities, as they didn't normally have to train their endurance stat as much. 2 of the wizards had leapt up to the rooftops on either side of the alley. They had created a formation where he could only attack one of them at a time. Sam dematerialized his weapons, freeing up his hands. "The boy is crazy," shouted one wizard. "He disarms in the heat of battle?" Sam ignored the wizard and rushed towards the magic users still facing him on the street level. Sam rushed forward as lightning bolts and fireballs descended from the wizards above into the alleyway below, exploding right behind him. As Sam sprinted forward, he drew large blood flame balls into either one of his hands, flinging them up at the wizards. He did the same thing once more with the wizards right in front of him, except this time he whipped the magic projectile with a little more particularity. He threw the blood flame balls right at the wizard's fingers. The wizard's eyes widened with fear, leaping back and losing their composure over the battlefield. Sam then materialized his berserker sword when he got up close to the two ground-level wizards and swung it with both his hands. The blade ripped through their cloaks with ease, leaving behind two mangled corpses, separated in half. It didn't matter what tier the wizards were. The combination of Sam's increased strength from the pain ring and the wizard's own lack of endurance stat meant that Sam could cut through them with ease. The two wizards above shivered in fear and turned to run, which was the biggest mistake they had made that night. Sam materialized his throwing daggers and threw them at the wizards. Both daggers hit their mark, right in the back of the wizards' skulls. When you retreat, Sam thought to himself, you expose yourself even more to the enemy. The bodies of the dead wizards above slumped forward and fell off their respective rooftops, collapsing onto the ground below. The fight was over, and only carnage remained. 85. Sam looked over the remains of the battle. Dead traveler priests were strewn all across the alleyway. Do I just leave someone else to come upon this destruction? Sam wondered. If Sam hid the bodies, that might cause more alarm within the ranks of the traveler priests and those plotting the assassination of Princess Alice Grace. On the other hand, though, there might be more of them coming as backup. Sam decided it was better to take advantage of the opportunity to escape now with his identity still concealed. He stepped over the dead bodies and into the shadows of the night. Just under 30 minutes later, he was back at the Travelers Guild. He immediately headed up the stairs towards the Guildmaster's office. He had to tell the Guildmaster that a fight had broken out between an official Travelers Guild member and the Spectral Church's soldiers. That was too big of a political crisis to ignore. As Sam approached the Guildmaster's door, he saw light glowing beneath it, so he knew the man was awake. He knocked on the door. Who's knocking at this hour?" "It's Sam." "Just a minute," croaked the man. There was a shuffling behind the door until eventually he said, "Come in." The old man's cheeks were flush and he was sitting behind his desk. "I'm surprised to see you're up this late," said the Guildmaster. "I'd say the same to you," Sam replied. "What were you up to just now?" "Nothing. Just reading some documents." "You know what? It doesn't matter. What do you want?" The redness in the Guildmaster's cheeks faded away as he took in the seriousness of Sam's gaze. Sam then told the man about the fight that had just occurred. "Will this lead to a public clash between the Travelers Guild and a spectral church?" asked Sam. Redfield shook his head. "The spectral church won't want this coming out. They wouldn't want a defeat to be known so publicly throughout the city. Still, if there are bad actors in Resfall working on something, they'll know they now have a strong opponent coming after them." Sam nodded at the Guildmaster's words. Redfield stared at Sam for a long time and then finally said, "You still haven't explained why you were out so late this evening. I haven't pressed you on whatever secrets you so clearly wish to keep to yourself, but if the city is in danger, I think it's time you let me know whatever it is you're holding back." Sam knew this moment was coming. From the second he had stepped into the office that night, he knew this was where the conversation was ultimately going to lead. He knew he had to choose his words wisely here. "I will share with you information I believe to be true," said Sam. "But if I do, you have to promise me you won't act on it without my consent." Redfield crossed his arms. "Seeing as I'm the Guildmaster, that seems a bit, take it or leave it," said Sam. "You're right to think people are in danger, but we're all currently walking on a knife's edge, and the wrong move will cause more deaths than you realize. We need to be precise and calculated in our actions. Only if you can promise me that can I share what I believe might happen." Redfield looked at Sam for a long time. "Ever since you arrived on that cold, fateful night in Wintersmith, I knew there was something strange about you. I'll accept your terms. Now please, share with me what you can." Sam gulped and then began to tell the guildmaster about the upcoming assassination attempt of Princess Alice Grace. He shared everything he knew, including all the bad actors he believed to be involved. He shared everything except for the fact that the goddess had sent him back in time from 5 years in the future. When Sam was finished, Redfield was very quiet. The old man had his arms crossed, and he was deep in thought.
"Why don't we act now?"
"Because if we do, some of the bad actors involved will escape, and then they can plot a new plan that we have no idea of whatsoever," said Sam. "Right now, we can take advantage of the fact that we know what they're going to do and can draw them out. Once we do that, we can finish these enemies off for good." Redfield let out a long sigh. "All right," he said. "Then we're going to have to start preparing as soon as possible." Redfield pulled out a drawer from behind his desk and took out a glass of whiskey and poured himself one. "Would you like a glass?" asked Redfield. "You seem older beyond your years." Sam paused. Could Redfield somehow know that he was from the future? That he was really a 21-year-old in a 16-year-old body? "Ah, better not," laughed Redfield. "You don't mind if I drink, though?" "Not at all," said Sam, breathing a sigh of relief. From that point on, Sam and the guildmaster began preparing for the spring festival, where someone was going to attempt to assassinate the princess. There was still 1 more month until the spring festival. That would be enough time to train more travelers and put contingency plans in place. It was also enough time for Sam to do the final piece of training he wanted before the assassination attempt. There was a special piece of rare equipment he wanted to acquire before the upcoming spring festival. Even if he had wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to acquire the rare equipment until now. Sam grinned as he thought about it. The arrival of another irregular gate was fast approaching.
86. A few days later, Sam woke up to the sounds of high-pitched shrieks. At first, Sam thought he was having a nightmare involving a banshee. Then he realized the screams were coming from nearby and that he wasn't dreaming. It wasn't a banshee screaming, it was Toby. "I'm going to die! I'm going to die! I'm going to die!" Sam immediately jumped out of bed. Has the spectral church launched an attack on the guild hall, or has there been a sudden dungeon break? "Toby, what's happening?" Sam asked, full of concern. Puffy-eyed and red in the face, Toby began to explain the situation. "There's a new type of pollen in the air that suffocates you from the inside out. I took a big foolish whiff of that exact contagious flower yesterday in one of the city's gardens." Sam's heart immediately began to calm down. He looked out the window and saw buds of leaves returning to the trees and a bright, clear blue sky day. It was the 1st of April. "Have you forgotten what day it is?" Toby blinked. "What do you mean?" Sam grinned and shook his head in disbelief that Toby had been duped so well. To be fair, he was a bit of an easy target. The 1st of April was also known as April Tricks Day. Centuries ago, there was a court jester who always pulled elaborate pranks on the nobility on the 1st of April. As time went on, the tradition took hold, and it became a celebratory day of trickery and pranks throughout Volsungar and Westria at large. Suddenly, Clara, who had been deadly silent nearby, burst out laughing. Wiping a mirthful tear from her eye, Clara said, "Ah, Toby, you're cute when you're stressed." Toby blushed. "Cute? Did I say cute? I meant ridiculous," chuckled Clara, who was also blushing at that point. "Another April Tricks Day joke for you." Both Toby and Clara went silent and looked down to their feet. Sam wasn't sure why they were both so awkwardly silent, but what he did know was that today was going to be an incredibly important day of training, one that he was eager to get started with. "Well, Tobes," said Sam, "I appreciated your shrieks. They were a good alarm clock. Shall we get breakfast?" The Travelers' Guild dining hall that morning was full of mayhem.
Many of the younger travelers were laughing and screaming as pranks and tricks erupted constantly across the dining hall, from fart cushions to small firecrackers. Sam ignored it all and went straight to the food station, first pouring himself a mug of coffee, and then loading his plate up with scrambled eggs and sausages. As he took his tray to sit down, Sam couldn't help but notice Curtis pour a splash of prune juice into Brock's coffee when the dwarf wasn't looking. Uh-oh, Sam thought. A lot of pranks can be laughed at, but to mess with a man's coffee first thing in the morning. This will be bad. Sam began munching on his breakfast in trepidation of Brock's reaction. The dwarf admired all the tricks going on around him and then picked up his mug to take a sip. He spat it out instantly, sputtering it all over his breakfast, wrecking his food in the process. Curtis snickered with glee. Brock wasted no time, standing up and walking over to his elf-wizard colleague. The dwarf materialized a piece of rope and began tying it around the elf's chair. "What the heck do you think you're doing?" squirmed Curtis. "This isn't even a trick, you numbskull. This is purely brute force bullying." "That'll show you to put your prune juice in my coffee." Everyone laughed as the dwarf and elf bickered with each other. Sam continued to eat, not wanting to get caught up in any more pranks. He had a big day ahead of him. Once Sam was finished eating, he wished everyone a good day and headed off to the mission board. He saw a group of travelers as eager as him, looking at the available missions on offer. They were a group of 3-star novice-tier travelers just like him. They glanced over at Sam, nonchalantly. They knew him as a rising star in the guild, but that was it. Sam, on the other hand, knew that in his previous timeline, all 4 of the travelers would be dead by the end of the day. He looked over at a large warrior in the group. He had a massive, broad sword strapped to his back. The man had a soft, kind face. It was hard to believe he would be the one to kill his entire party later that day. "Hey, what's the big idea?" said a feisty wizard girl nearby. "Stop staring at us, you weirdo." Sam shook his head and apologized. He looked at the mission that the 4 travelers were eyeing up. "Hey, this is ours," said the wizard girl once more. Sam nodded and then headed out of the room. "What a strange guy," said the wizard girl. "He didn't even pick a mission." Sam didn't have to. He was going to beat the group to the mission they were about to embark on. In the previous timeline, Aspral Trix Day in the year of 1767 of the Royal Westrian calendar became the start of a terrible moment in the history of the Volsungur country. The tragedy became less well known over the years of Sam's original lifetime, as it was completely overshadowed by the assassination of Princess Alice Grace a few weeks later. But it was a tragedy nevertheless, and it only added to the chaos in the build-up to the brutal killing of the princess. Sam shook his head as he walked out the door of the guild hall. He wanted to live in a world where both tragic incidents didn't occur. He strode forward with determination. He was going to save that group of travelers' lives and many more by what he was about to do. Sam marched forward, heading off to complete the final piece of training before the upcoming spring festival. 87. Half a day's travel outside of Resfall was the small hamlet of Lembrookshire. It was mostly farmland. As Sam arrived and took in the scenery, he couldn't help but wince at the memory of this idyllic place covered in flames. The tragedy of Lembrookshire left hundreds dead and more wounded, all because of an irregular gate. From where Sam stood up on a hill, he could already make out the glowing blue contours of a nearby dungeon gate. He bristled at the sight of it. Anyone looking at it would have thought it was nothing more than your average low-level dungeon gate. Only Sam knew it was anything but. Sam took a step down the hill towards the dangerous dungeon portal. As he headed towards the recently formed dungeon gate, he saw farm folk hurrying away from it. "I must look insane to them," Sam mused. "I'm the only one heading in the direction of the gate rather than away from it." An old farmer with a large family was hurrying up the same trail as Sam. When they crossed paths, the farmer said, "Thank goodness one of you travelers is here to help. Don't you have others?" "I'm not sure one will be enough to take that thing on." Sam nodded. "Thank you for the warning, sir." The farmer held out his hand and said, "No, we're the ones who should be thanking you." "Don't thank me just yet," said Sam. "You guys should head to the nearest town and seek shelter there. That would be your best bet. If you see any travelers on your way, let them know that I've entered the gate already." With that, Sam strode off in a hurry towards the gate. The farmer and his family just stood there stunned as they watched him go. "But wait, young man, are you really going to go in on your own?" Sam was too focused on stopping the upcoming tragedy to reply. 30 minutes later, Sam was standing in front of the blue dungeon gate. The portal to a dangerous other world loomed over him, beckoning him forward. Sam closed his eyes, taking in a brief moment of respite and calm, before setting off on the large task in front of him. "Let's do this," he thought, and marched right into the blue dungeon gate. The environment changed instantly. He went from the cool spring air of the Volsinger countryside into a pulsing, hot environment of a volcanic landscape. A strange sound echoed behind him. Sam turned around to see the blue dungeon gate he had just entered was changing color. It shifted from blue to green. And right after it did that, the gate shrunk until it disappeared entirely. This was not normal. A dungeon gate did not change color once inside. A standard dungeon gate did not close, trapping whoever entered it inside. It was a special type of irregular dungeon gate known as a trap gate. Not only did the difficulty of the gate increase by an entire tier, but one's ability to exit the gate had been taken away. In Sam's first timeline, the group of travelers he'd recently seen at the guild right before leaving on this mission had entered the gate, and only 1 out of the 4 came back alive. It was the warrior he had seen earlier. The man had exited the trap gate and revealed himself to be a rogue traveler, and went on to massacre everyone in the surrounding area, destroying all the lives, homes, and farmland that he could. No one ever got to the bottom of why the young man had gone insane, or whether he'd been holding back a murderous craving for a long time. One thing was for certain, though. The young man had left the trap gate with a new, powerful set of soul-bound silver armor. It was one of the reasons why Sam had come here today. He wanted that armor. Sam turned away from where the dungeon gate had been and took in his new surroundings. He was in a volcanic and mountainous terrain. The ground was black rock with rivulets of lava running through them. The trap gate did not let him have a moment's respite, however. As before Sam could fully get his bearings, bursting out from the black ground were 3 goblins with glowing orange skin, magma goblins. The newly arrived monsters rushed towards Sam, who materialized his berserker sword along with his mithril blade. Sam figured his fiery flame sword might be of less effective use against monsters who lived in a regularly volcanic environment. The magma goblins were all wielding shiny blades, and they descended on him en masse. Sam triggered his pain ring ability. A red circle shot forth from his body, marking the battlefield. Each of the magma goblins managed to get a hit on Sam, and he winced with pain as their daggers stabbed into his flesh. The pain subsided as his Blood Knight ability converted that suffering into increased power coursing through his body. As he prepared to retaliate, he felt the wounds close shut as his necklace of healing worked to patch up the damage. Sam thrust his mithril blade towards the attacking monsters, and they all leapt out of the way. Sam grinned. He had them on the back foot. He was now dictating the terms of the battlefield. The key to many combat victories was having control over the environment. He quickly dematerialized his mithril blade into his inventory and materialized his set of throwing daggers. He whipped them at the magma goblins, forcing them all to jump closer together right in front of him. As they did that, Sam had already leapt in the air, pretty much as soon as he had thrown the daggers, and was now descending towards them with an epic swing of his berserker sword, his enemy's eyes widening fearfully as death came raining down upon them. 88. Sam's berserker sword crunched through the magma goblin's ashy flesh. He had expected all 3 of them to collapse on the ground and disintegrate into monster stones, but when he landed on his feet and ripped his berserker sword from their mutilated flesh, they were very much still alive. They were wobbling and disoriented, near death for sure, but alive enough to retaliate. The three of them came swinging at Sam with their daggers. Sam kicked one with his foot, sending it tumbling backwards. He then made quick work of the other two. They were both half-blinded by blood dripping down their face that it didn't take long to overwhelm them and leave a critical attack of his sword right through their necks. With only the final magma goblin to focus on, Sam was able to overpower it with ease and destroy it within seconds. Sam stood over the carnage, breathing heavily. His fast-beating heart slowly began to ease in intensity as the seconds passed and no new attackers emerged. Sam picked up the newly acquired mana stones and contemplated the fight. He could sense the difference in power from the green dungeon gate compared to the blue dungeon gate already. The magma goblins must have been lesser monsters in this environment, as Sam had made fairly quick work of them. That said, he hadn't crushed them with as much ease as he had initially anticipated, and their dagger attacks had felt more painful than anything he'd faced in a blue dungeon gate in quite a while. Sam didn't mind, however. If he wanted to increase his stats and powers, he'd have to fight increasingly more powerful monsters. He welcomed the increasing difficulty of the irregular trap gate. He wiped sweat off his brow and turned back to where the dungeon gate entrance had been. The only way to survive and beat back an irregular dungeon gate like the trap gate was to beat the boss who lingered inside. That would be the only way for the dungeon gate to reappear and offer him an exit back into his world. But before he went looking for the boss, Sam wanted to do some training. He stepped forth into the volcanic landscape, ready to fight some more monsters. Over the next couple of hours, Sam fought hordes of magma goblins, fire elementals, ash pixies, and sentient boulders, which were bizarre boulders with arms and legs that would attack Sam by rolling down hills from above in an attempt to smash him to death. Sam had encountered variations of this type of monster in his previous timeline and knew their blind spots and weaknesses, and exploited them mercilessly. After hours of fighting and hunting down monsters, Sam eventually took a moment to catch his breath, eat some food he'd brought with him in his inventory, and work on draining all the mana stones he'd acquired so far from his time inside the irregular dungeon. When he was finished draining his newly acquired monster stones, he reviewed his new stat gains from his training. Sam, class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Novice Tier. Ability, Pain Ring, Novice Tier, Level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Class, Deathlord, Legendary. Rank, Novice Tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 2. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Strength, 23.7. Agility, 22.9. Endurance, 21.1. Magic Affinity, 24.9. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 120/3000. Blood Flame, Level 3. Seek the enlightenment of the Blood Flame. 2/10. Sam grinned at the increases to his stats. They weren't dramatic. Most of his stats had gone up by about 1 full point, but that was good for only an hour's work. As he got closer to ranking up and going from Novice Tier to Apprentice Tier, raising his stats would only become a greater and greater challenge, so every step forward was a welcome one. He was ever so slightly disappointed with his development on leveling up Pain Ring to Level 3, but that had been a somewhat conscious choice. The skill quest demanded he destroy monsters with battle awareness, which only happened after he'd hit a certain threshold of pain during an individual battle. He had made the choice when training to focus more on the quantity of creatures slain rather than the quality of how he slayed them. In short, he was killing the monsters faster than they were able to deal damage to him that would have triggered his battle awareness. Still, Sam wondered if he could maybe find a better balance so that the quest was moving forward at a bit of a faster rate than where it was at now. After reviewing everything once more, Sam triggered his mana sense to see if he could detect any more monsters in the vicinity. He sighed. It was as he suspected. He'd cleared the dungeon of the lesser monsters. There was only one more thing left to do then. The main reason, outside of stopping a horrific tragedy, why he'd come to this gate to train for. Irregular gates were much more likelier to have powerful, unique bosses that would drop valuable treasure. Sam was desperate to acquire that prize for himself, meaning it was time to fight the Irregular Gates boss monster. 89. The search for the dungeon boss was easier than Sam had initially anticipated. The problem with an open-area dungeon world was that there was no linear path towards the boss, which made searching for them more difficult. In the case of the current dungeon Sam was in, he made the judgment call that the large volcanic mountain that loomed at the center of the dungeon was most likely where the boss resided. It took Sam an hour to get to the foot of the mountain, and then a few more hours climbing up the ashy rock, getting closer and closer to the volcanic center of the dungeon. His body was drenched in sweat as he carried himself further and further up the large rocky mountain until eventually he reached the precipice. He stood over a cliff and looked down into the fiery, lava-filled depths of the volcano. His eyes winced and he took a step back. The heat was on a whole other level. It had been like placing his head right over a pot of boiling water. The entire skin on his face prickled and hardened from the sheer intensity of the heat. Sam used his mana sense to see if he was right about where the boss was. A huge throb of mana emanated forth from right inside the volcano. Sam was at a loss. He could see where the boss was situated, but he didn't see how he could get to wherever it was located if it was surrounded by hot, flowing lava that would melt through his skin and bones at a mere touch. What kind of creature can possibly live in such a hot environment? Sam wondered with fear. At that moment, a bright red tentacle shot forth from the pool of lava and into the sky. The tentacle loomed over Sam. The young traveler's eyes widened at the sight of the strange tentacle. What the? Sam jumped back down the steep ridge of the volcanic mountain as the strange red tentacle came hurtling down towards him. Sam didn't want to waste any time and got straight to work fighting the boss. He wasn't going to wait for the boss's full entrance. Sam triggered Pain Ring, marking the battlefield with the red circle of his Blood Knight ability. At the same time, he materialized his berserker sword and rushed forward, swinging the giant, nightmarish blade at the tentacle. The attack landed, creating a burst of blood from the tentacle, as the berserker sword's ridges stabbed through the tentacle and pinned it to the ground. The tentacle pulled away, ripping itself free, even at the expense of destroying its flesh, and then immediately recoiled back into the pool of magma. Sam readied himself for the boss monster's next move. He braced himself for a retaliation, but was also worrying that he may have accidentally scared the boss monster into too defensive a position. After a few seconds' silence, the boss monster finally retaliated. Suddenly, over 10 tentacles shot out from the pool of lava and into the sky. They all then fell towards the different ridges. There's too many to attack, Sam thought, looking at all the tentacles. The tentacles then dug into the ground, propelling the main body of the boss monster out from the pool of lava and onto the mountain ridge in full view of Sam. His eyes widened at the grotesque, terrifying sight of the boss monster. The boss monster was none other than a giant magma octopus. It had a countless number of tentacles beyond just the ones that had helped prop it up. It had 2 large, bright blue eyes that stood in strong contrast to its bright red skin. Sam rushed forward to attack the nearest tentacle. He swung forward, but with even greater speed, the boss monster swung a tentacle at him, slashing at his body as if its own tentacle were a sword to slash enemies with. Sam jumped to dodge the attack, only to be smacked in the back by another tentacle coming in from the opposite direction. Sam went flying, his body crashing into the ridge of the black stone mountain. His back and body ached with pain, and the worst part was the frustration that all of the suffering was out of the marked part of the battlefield of his Pain Ring ability. Sam got up as quickly as he could and rushed towards the Pain Ring. While the bulk of damage wouldn't contribute to extra strength, some of the lingering pain could still be converted if he could make it back to the Pain Ring before his necklace of healing worked to undo the damage. As Sam sprinted back to the pain ring, the magma octopus started shooting massive fireballs from its mouth at him. "Two can play at that game, jerk?" shouted Sam as he landed back in the pain ring and triggered the second level of his novice tier Death Lord ability. The blood from the magma octopus's first tentacle was still festering on the ground, and Sam drew from it to create a ball of blood flame in the palm of his hand. He then whipped it right at the magma octopus. The boss monster was quick and swiped it away with one of its tentacles. "Crap," thought Sam. He decided he had to change up his strategy. He was currently basing his battle position from where he set his pain ring at the start of the battle, but it was no longer an optimal position. He had to start over. Right as another meteoric fireball came towards him, he dove out of the way and started rushing around the circumference of the black stone volcanic summit. A trail of explosive flame blasts followed behind him as he sprinted forward. He felt the heat of the blasts on his back, along with the burst of disintegrated black stone falling onto him. The black dust that sprinkled on his back with each flame blast was a constant reminder of what would happen to him if he took a direct hit from one of those blasts himself. It was a reminder that made him only run faster. Finally, he got on the opposite end of the volcanic summit, facing the back of the octopus and a swarm of its tentacles. Perfect, Sam thought. He rushed forward and triggered Pain Ring. He lost all of his power gains from the previous ring, but his positioning was far superior than it had been before. He triggered the ability as close as he possibly could to the boss monster, before it pushed him back with its tentacles. The pain hurt, but Sam felt it convert into power throughout his body. He then rushed forward and materialized his mithril blade alongside his berserker sword. It's time to litter this battlefield with blood. He started slashing like a barbarian as the tentacles came at him. One tentacle wrapped itself around his stomach, trying to suffocate him. Sam squirmed and fought to get free. The lack of oxygen was causing his body to shut down, but the pain was converting into strength as well. Sam felt his vision going blacker and blacker. Just a few more seconds now, he squirmed. The tentacle clutching Sam lifted him up in the air. Oh no. Sam realized what the magma octopus was about to do. It was going to drop him right into the pit of lava. Too bad my strategy is coming to fruition before yours, dumb monster, Sam thought. Right as he was about to fall unconscious from the bind the octopus had him in, Sam triggered the level 1 version of Blood Flame. This erupted a powerful and deadly flame in the area right near the back of the magma octopus and its countless tentacles. It was a fire that even the magma octopus's body could not endure. In fact, the blood flame was incredibly powerful against the magma octopus. The tentacle wrapped around Sam let go of him. It squirmed and recoiled as the entire monster was in deep agony, leaving Sam to his own devices high above in the air. Sam squirmed as he began falling. He gripped his berserker sword as he fell towards the top of the magma octopus, newfound power surging through him from his most recent near-death experience by suffocation. His berserker sword landed right into the top of the magma's octopus's head and effortlessly drilled forward through its skull and brain. 90, Sam was surrounded by dark, hot flesh and raging tendrils of his conjured blood flame until the boss monster disintegrated around him, leaving him on the ridge of the volcanic mountain in front of a large green monster stone and a large treasure chest. Holy smokes, Sam thought as he caught his breath. He still felt the sinking feeling in his stomach, though, from when he thought he was about to be dropped directly into the deadly pit of lava. That was close, he thought as he panted and felt his chest heave. But that was the nature of his Blood Knight class. High risk, followed by high rewards. Sam picked up the green mana stone and dematerialized it into his inventory, and then walked up to the big treasure chest. He grinned. This was an important part of why he had entered the trap gate. He could have easily stopped the tragedy of Lembrukshire by letting the group of travelers in and slaying the rogue traveler when he came back and began his massacre of terror. But he needed to come in here to gather the powerful gear that lay inside. Gear that hopefully existed within this treasure chest. Sam walked up to it and the chest opened, revealing a glowing item scroll. Sam was both elated and frustrated. An item scroll undoubtedly meant an agonizingly difficult choice. It was also a unique type of item scroll known as an illuminated item scroll, which was different from the item scrolls he'd so far encountered. An illuminated item scroll was not a scroll that specifically catered to the traveler who found it, but rather offered the same items to whoever found the scroll. To make up for this, the items were normally even more powerful and rarer than in a regular item scroll. He unfurled the scroll and took in the words of what items he could choose from. Silver Dragon Armor Set, Adept Tier, Mythic. Composed from the remains of the ancient and powerful Silver Dragon, this heavy armor absorbs damage and pain and allows for redistribution into different parts of the body. Also can hold damage that can be unleashed later. Armor cannot be removed if damage is being held. The inside of the armor is lined with tiny teeth of the Silver Dragon that constantly draw blood upon the user. This set of ancient armor has killed many of those who have chosen to wear it. Or, the True Sword of Strength, Master Tier, Mythic. An ancient and powerful blade adds +20 to base strength power. Sam's eyes widened as he looked over both items. They were both incredible. He was simultaneously full of excitement as well as agony, knowing that he could only have one of them. The Silver Dragon armor set was perfect for his Blood Knight class. Being able to absorb pain and redistribute it later meant he could walk into a fight and, upon using Pain Ring, immediately raise his power levels. Beyond that, the silver teeth would mean that as soon as he triggered Pain Ring, his power level would be on the rise. It was perfect. But the True Sword of Strength was also appealing. It would raise the power level of its user by a full tier with 0 extra conditions. That could have incredible advantages fighting opponents who would underestimate him or were a tier higher than him. Plus, the sword's power could be more meaningful long-term. While in his current timeline, no one had surpassed Master Tier, but Sam knew there were tiers higher than that. Wherever the ceiling of strength was, this sword promised an extra tier of power on top of that. It was truly incredible. Sam stood there, stumped. He read over the item's description once more and deliberated. When he came to his choice, he sighed. I really wish I could have both, Sam thought. He made his decision. The item scroll burst into smoke, and in front of him was the beautiful set of Silver Dragon armor. Sam's eyes widened at the sight of it. It was the most beautiful and incredible armor set he had ever seen in his entire life. It was also terrifying as he saw the insides of the tiny bits of dragon teeth. The armor almost looked alive, a monster in and of itself. Sam couldn't wait to equip it to his body. While he was disappointed to not have the True Sword of Strength, he made the decision that the Silver Dragon armor was in fact the more optimal choice. While the armor didn't have the simple raw power of the sword, it had the potential and scalability to add more than +20 base power when necessary, and for that, Sam deemed it the better of the two options. He was slightly concerned about the Silver Dragon teeth and didn't want to be another dead body left behind by the powerful set of armor. He figured, though, his necklace of healing would offset it, and if it wasn't enough, he had enough coins in his inventory to buy a few more rings of healing to balance things out in his favor. Sam then began to equip the new mythic armor set he'd just acquired. He winced with pain as the Silver Dragon armor chestplate covered his body and little dragon teeth sunk into his flesh. It stung, but his ring of numbing helped ease the pain, followed by his necklace of healing, but the pain never fully went away. It was a constant, so long as he kept the armor equipped it would be. But Sam was more than happy to carry the burden of extra pain if it made him stronger and more capable of helping his friends and saving the innocent. After putting the full Silver Dragon armor set on, he had to sit down and meditate with the rhythm of the dragon teeth sinking in and out of his body. He had to get used to the near-constant pain the armor was causing him. His eyes twitched as he focused in on each stinging dragon's tooth sinking into his flesh again and again. If he didn't have the ring of numbing and the necklace of healing, this armor would have surely killed him within a minute. With the near-constant stinging sensation, he was beginning to regret his choice of not choosing the True Sword of Strength. But after 5 minutes of sitting with the pain, Sam began to grow more used to the rhythm of the Silver Dragon teeth's bites, and slowly the pain, while there became less overwhelmingly noticeable. "I can live with this," Sam grinned. "The rewards will be worth it." He was also extra pleased that it seemed the powerful armor could be worn over top of his bracers of expansion, so he didn't lose out on that item's ability either. Sam then began to ponder other things. Could it have been the pain of this armor that had led the young rogue warrior traveler to go on the murder spree back in his previous timeline? Or perhaps if the pain overwhelmed and killed whoever wore it, did the armor then possess the wearer? Something isn't adding up, Sam thought. It was at that moment that Sam noticed far in the distance where he had come from, no gate had re-emerged. "But I beat the boss," Sam thought. "What the heck is going on?" A loud, horrible screech then echoed from the sky above. Sam looked up and his eyes widened. It looked as if the irregular trap gate had more than one trick up its sleeve. 91. Sam couldn't believe it. The trap dungeon was throwing an entirely second boss at him. Now that's a trick I wasn't expecting, Sam thought. The new boss descended from the skies above. It had the look of an angel, if angels were composed of hot ember and ash. Its eyes burned with hot, glowing fire. Sam gulped and prepared himself for another battle. It will be good to test the increased power from the silver dragon armor, he thought. The magma angel threw out 2 fireballs toward Sam, which he immediately jumped backwards to avoid. When the fireballs exploded into the ground, they transformed into mini lava golems. A boss that can spawn minions, Sam thought. That's much trickier than the previous magma octopus boss. Sam triggered Pain Ring. For the first time since acquiring the Pain Ring skill, he felt its benefits straight away. The gnawing teeth from the silver dragon set quickly began to convert into raw power into his body immediately, and it didn't abate in the slightest. His power just kept increasing, second by second, as his body constantly took in more damage and pain. The magma golems rushed towards him. Sam slashed his berserker sword at an incoming golem and straight away felt the sword slash through the creature like it was nothing but butter. The second golem was destroyed with an equal amount of ease. These were apprentice tier level monsters, a full tier above him, and yet he was making quick work of them as his strength levels kept rising from the pain converted into raw power via the silver dragon armor set. Sam quickly drew upon the disintegrated flesh of the magma golems, creating a ball of blood flame in his palm before whipping it up at the magma angel lording over him. The angel dodged the attack with ease, simply flying out of the way. "Come fight me down here, you coward!" Sam yelled at the boss monster. The boss ignored Sam's taunt and whipped a few more fireballs towards him. Sam took this opportunity to test his new armor in other ways. He ran forward and leapt in front of the incoming fireball to take the hit head-on. As soon as the flame ball hit his chest, he could feel his silver dragon armor absorb the pain. He didn't feel any of it, or rather, he sensed the pain almost like how he sensed his own mana flowing through him. The silver dragon armor created a separation between the pain and himself. The damage became an abstraction. He understood that the damage he'd taken in the chest could be distributed elsewhere. He could put all the damage in his right leg if he wanted, or his left arm, or, as he explored across his entire body, dissipating the impact of a powerful attack. This is incredible, Sam thought, as he took in the sheer magnitude of his new equipment's power. More than that, he didn't have to release pain in the armor straight away. He could hold on to it at the cost of not being able to remove the armor until he did so. There was also the danger and risk that the pain could be accumulated and could reach a point that it could kill him outright if he let enough of it gather inside the silver dragon armor. He decided to keep the pain at bay and trigger it as soon as the magma angel swooped in, using the fresh burst of pain to power a deadly attack. "Just come at me," Sam said, gritting his teeth at the deadly boss monster. "I dare you." But then the magma did something Sam wasn't expecting. In fact, Sam wasn't even sure if it was the magma angel doing it. A huge reverberation went through Sam's body, and he suddenly collapsed onto his knees. Something strange and peculiar was happening. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't. He tried to look up, but he couldn't. He had somehow lost control of his body. "Your body will become mine, you fool," said a voice inside Sam's mind. "Who's that?" Sam replied between gritted teeth as he struggled to move his body from the disadvantageous position it had fallen into. "I am the angel of this realm, and you will be the surrogate by which I exit this dungeon," hissed the voice in his mind. As the overwhelming psychic pain overtook Sam's body, a whole bunch of things clicked together. The warrior who massacred Lembrickshire hadn't been a rogue traveler after all. He had been possessed by a boss monster from the dungeon, the very boss monster Sam was currently fighting. Sam felt his vision go blurry as the magma angel used its telepathic assault to destroy him from inside out. "I cannot wait to cause destruction using your body, you arrogant fool," laughed the magma angel inside Sam's mind. Everything around him began to go black. "Is this really it?" "No," he thought. "I refuse." Then something snapped in Sam's mind, and he pushed back against the magma angel's psychic assault. The pain ring did not just convert physical pain into strength, but mental pain as well. He pushed back with all of his might and felt the magma angel's presence disappear from his body and mind. More than that, Sam pushed the magma angel with such telepathic force it knocked him unconscious, floating above the volcano. The boss monster began to fall. In seconds, the creature would splash into the molten lava at the center. But that didn't satisfy Sam in the slightest. For a fire-based creature, the molten lava was not a guarantee of the creature's death. Sam wasn't sure what to do. If he leapt to attack the falling magma angel, he'd be outside of his pain ring and losing his incredible newfound strength. He then had an idea. He ran towards the edge of the volcano and sent a huge amount of his mana into his feet, pushing himself off the ledge and hurtling high into the air. Then, as he came into close proximity to the falling magma angel, he triggered a new pain ring once more and then unleashed the extra damage from the fireball that had hit him earlier. "Ah!" Sam screamed as he took in the pain and swung his berserker sword with all of his might as he moved through the air. He felt his power surge as his blade cut right through the neck of the magma angel and lobbed off its head. 92. A huge force of travelers had gathered outside the fiery glow of the green apprentice-tier gate in Lembrickshire. Edgar Redfield stood overlooking it, preparing for whatever horrific danger might come out. As soon as reports came in that a dungeon gate had suddenly changed tier after a traveler had gone inside, the guildmaster knew something was wrong. Plus, none of them could enter the gate since it had changed color. Redfield figured the gate's exit had probably completely disappeared on the other side. Even though the gate formerly looked like a standard blue dungeon gate and now had the appearance of a standard green dungeon gate, it was clearly far from standard. This was, without a doubt, a new type of irregular dungeon gate. Redfield had never witnessed or heard of a dungeon gate behaving in such a manner. Worse, this strange dungeon gate had gobbled up one of their best new recruits, the black-haired and red-eyed orphan, Sam. The boy had incredible potential, but Redfield struggled to see how a novice-tier traveler would be able to survive and take on a dungeon gate a whole tier level above him. The situation had a devastating dungeon break written all over it. That was why Redfield had gathered a huge squad of travelers to guard the green dungeon gate. If the gate was going to break open and release hordes of deadly monsters to kill them, they'd be ready to nip the disaster in the bud as soon as possible. Still, Edgar Redfield hoped that the young boy inside could survive. He struggled to see how it would be possible, but he hoped nevertheless. An assistant came up to the guildmaster. "Guildmaster Redfield, sir," said the assistant. "Our scanners are picking up a strong force of mana coming from inside the gate." Redfield's eyes narrowed at the glowing green fire of the apprentice-tier dungeon gate. "Get ready, everyone," said the guildmaster. "The monsters are coming. Let's make quick work of them." Everyone raised their weapons in preparation for a massive-scale attack on the first horde of monsters. "The mana source will exit in 3, 2, 1. Everyone gasped with shock.
Emerging from the green apprentice-tier dungeon gate wasn't a horde of monsters, but a single person. A black-haired boy with crimson-red eyes. Redfield let out a sigh of relief. The kid actually made it out, grinned Redfield to himself. I shouldn't have been surprised. Later that night, when Sam returned to the Resfall Travelers Guild, everyone was in awe of his newly acquired armor. It's so shiny, said Clara. Does it really have teeth biting into you? Shivered Toby. That sounds awful. No, it's totally unbelievably brave, selfless, and warriorific, said Brock. I very much approve. I hate to agree with the brute, said Curtis, looking at the silver armor closely. But you'll have to let me study this armor later. It is truly one of a kind. There was one group of travelers who were not impressed with Sam's new equipment, and that was the group who were originally meant to enter the irregular gate that day. They had their arms crossed and stared with hostility at Sam from across the dining hall. Ah, they're just jealous, said Olivia. They think that armor should be theirs. Same with the glory that's being heaped onto you, young man. I'll make sure they get a good mission with some extra rewards to soothe any saltiness they have towards you. Thanks, said Sam, looking over at the group of travelers staring at him venomously. He'd take the group's antagonistic looks any day over what he knew happened in his previous timeline. He had saved their lives and countless others. If he had to suffer the brunt of some ill feeling among colleagues, he was more than happy to take it. After dinner, Sam and Guildmaster Redfield had a private meeting in his office. The preparations for the upcoming spring festival were well underway.
Sam could feel it over the coming days. An intense seriousness was permeating the guild hall. Everyone was training extra hard. Military drills were being practiced. Many travelers had no idea what was about to happen, but they were smart enough to know something big was on the horizon. The calendar turned to the month of Mai, and on one particular morning, the citizens of Resfall were up bright and early along with the clear blue sky and the warm glow of the sun. The day of the spring festival had finally arrived. Many citizens and volunteers had stayed up the night before, setting up colorful bunting across all the streets of the city that led directly to the central city square where the main festival grounds were held. The laughter of children echoed through the streets, while the adults couldn't help but wear big smiles on their faces. It was hard not to be happy on such a beautiful day and on such a celebratory occasion like the spring festival. Even the more destitute citizens of Resfall felt more cheerful on a day like today. The general consensus was that you couldn't get a day better than the one they had currently woken up to. Only a select few throughout the city knew to think otherwise. The royal carriage stopped at a quiet street near the central square. Mildred, the princess's handmaiden, looked out to the shadows of the building nearby, making sure there was nothing dangerous nearby. She then gave a subtle nod to the 3 guards stationed with her and the princess to step out of the carriage. Mildred was next, and she held her hand out to help the princess exit the vehicle without any hiccups. After being the princess's handmaiden for many years, Mildred knew to keep an eye out for potential mishaps. The princess had a very curious way of taking the most benign of circumstances and creating accidental chaos around her. That was why, as they walked through the quiet, cordoned-off streets towards the royal tent, where they would sit and overlook the day's festivities, Mildred made sure to subtly kick any nearby rocks or pebbles that stood in the princess's path. It took very little to cause the princess to trip over herself. "You don't have to do that, you know," huffed Alice. "I can perfectly see those rocks from my, A small street mouse had managed to appear right in the front of the princess's footpath, causing her to wobble. Mildred had already pulled out her hairpin to rid the street of the rodent, but Alice regained her balance and grabbed hold of her handmaiden. "Let the cute mouse go, Mildred," said Alice. "He's probably just as excited as we all are." "As you desire," said Mildred, "though I wouldn't use the word excited to describe my feelings for today." "What would be more appropriate then, Mildred?" "I don't know. Something like, 'I am prepared to tolerate today,'" the handmaiden grumbled. "You're no fun," said Alice, as they continued forward. Mildred kept her eyes peeled at all the buildings nearby. She didn't care if the princess thought she was fun or not. Her duty was to protect her at all costs. This duty meant that she was regularly on edge, constantly preparing herself for the worst-case scenario. But recent events had made her even more alert. Despite the beautiful day Mildred and everyone else had woken up to, she still felt a sense of worry and concern. A few nights earlier, she had received a message from Guildmaster Redfield, telling her to be on guard. Something big was about to happen. Mildred mentally prepared herself for whatever Redfield's warning might entail. "I'm sure we'll find out what that is soon enough," she sighed, and continued escorting the princess to her assigned location. Guildmaster Redfield stepped into Resfall's central city square with a stern and focused expression on his face. He had 2 journeyman tier travelers at his side, and had stationed many more travelers all across the central square. Every actively working traveler in the guild was on duty today. Redfield had made sure of it. Between the colorful bunting, jugglers, market stalls, lute-playing bards, and fairground rides of the spring festival, you would find a traveler with his or her signature blue cloak, metal badge, and adorned stars standing guard nearby. Across the grounds, he watched Mildred and Princess Alice Grace take their seats on a raised platform. They were soon joined by a few other nobles, including the court advisor Clarence Erdstrom, and then the Archbishop Balin of the Spectral Church. Both high-ranking members of the Volsunger royal court were smiling with glee. Redfield bristled at the sight. Seeing his enemy's happiness did not bring the old guildmaster any joy. He reminded himself that his guild was prepared for a multitude of scenarios. "We're ready," he kept telling himself as he stared at Clarence and Balin. "Do your worst," he thought, "because we're ready to hit back as soon as you even try." Sam stepped into the central square from one corner and took in the celebratory joy on display across the spring festival. He saw the princess sit down at her raised platform, overlooking the fun being had by the citizens of Resfall. "It's all happening just like last time," Sam thought quietly to himself. The clear blue sky, the sunshine, the cheer. Sam couldn't help but marvel at how it all had been so similar in his previous timeline. But he took solace in the fact that the day was already different than it had been in his first life. For one, his friends Clara and Toby were here in the crowd, ready for whatever happened next. Sam took it all in. He knew where he had to go from here. He knew what he had to do next. He knew that so much of the future history of Westria would be determined in the next few hours. The princess would either be killed, and the course would be set much like Sam's first timeline towards a future that would result in the end of the world in a few years' time. Or a new direction could be set where maybe, just maybe, the citizens of Westria stood a fighting chance against the Demon King and the Black Gates. The events of today would set the course for the world of tomorrow. The assassin, Pitt Pearson, entered Resfall through the eastern gate, keeping the hood of his black cloak raised. Entering the city was easier than expected. The hustle and bustle of the spring festival brought a level of chaos and excitement throughout the city, so it was easy for Pitt to evade the security checks as the guards were simply too overworked. He passed by excited and smiling citizens all eager to join the celebrations of the spring festival. Pitt noticed the citizens ignored him or avoided looking in his direction. He would have thought he'd stick out like a sore thumb amidst the multicolored bunting decorations and bright sunny day with his dour black cloak. But everyone wanted to celebrate, so they avoided looking at him. They didn't want to catch whatever gloomy feeling emanated from him. Not on a special day like today. "Oh, it will be special, all right," Pitt smirked to himself. He looked up at the mid-morning sun and realized he had to quicken his pace. He pulled out a piece of paper with the coordinates of where he was meant to go. He hurried forward through the streets. He eventually arrived at an abandoned terraced house. Pitt pushed the creaky door open and stepped into the dusty debris of the uninhabited home. He walked up the staircase to the top floor, where he found a room with a hole in the wall, which allowed him to enter the building next door. The entire row of buildings was in serious disrepair. He soon found a small room with a window that overlooked the central square of the city.
placing him exactly in the line of sight of Princess Alice Grace. The assassin had arrived at his coordinates. Sam moved through the streets with quick determination. As he strode forward, he couldn't help but remember this same day in his previous timeline. The day when so much changed. He gulped just thinking about it. In his previous timeline, the princess had stood up to give her customary traditional toast to officially begin the celebration. Just as Alice had opened her mouth, but before she had said anything, a magic bullet went through her throat, marking the beginning of the terror that would take over Resfall. Sam remembered the screams that had echoed forth, the bloody hole that formed through the princess's neck as her pale, dead body flopped forward. I can't let it happen again, he thought as he moved forward through the streets. Mildred's eyes darted across the festival from the raised platform she sat on. The princess smiled out to the citizens below, while also fidgeting in her seat. Is there anything wrong? Asked Alice, leaning over. You seem more tense than usual, which is saying something because you can normally be, how do I put it, quite tense. I'm fine, muttered Mildred, her eyes darting all over. She was looking for clues, some kind of sign of something wrong. But she couldn't see any threats across the festival grounds. The odd man or woman who'd had too much mead before noon were being handled by guards or low-tier travelers. A few drunk and disorderly people were to be expected. Redfield wouldn't have warned her if that was all he had meant. I'm ready, Edgar, to do my duty, she thought to herself. But I can't do it until I know what is happening or about to happen. Princess Alice let out a sigh of relief. She was nervous. This was her first spring festival toast she would be giving since her father, the king, had passed away. You can do this, said Mildred to the young teenage girl. I know you can. The princess built up her confidence and stood up. As soon as she stood up, the crowd quickly went silent across the central square. All the festival attendees were giving their attention and respect to the young princess, for she was about to give the traditional royal toast. Pet quietly opened the window of the abandoned room. No one noticed or cared. The crowd's entire attention and focus was now on the princess. Let the real show begin, he grinned to himself. He knelt in position and triggered his class ability. Suddenly, a magical sniper rifle composed of shining blue mana formed in his hands. It was an extremely rare ability that very few people possessed. It was a special class he had unlocked in the White Gate long ago. He had earned it from killing people and monsters from far away with a bow and arrow. The rare class was known as Sniper. He positioned his sniper rifle on the windowsill. He closed one eye and aimed at the young princess's throat. He watched as she raised her glass. She was about to open her mouth and give a speech. The assassin's finger moved towards the trigger of his magic sniper rifle. In less than a second, the princess would be dead. The assassin, Pitt Pearson, was milliseconds away from pulling the trigger of his magic sniper rifle when he heard a noise behind him. The sound jolted him from his intense concentration. He turned around. Nothing was there. He sighed with relief as he took in the empty room around him. Why would anyone else be here? Fears of being double-crossed began to enter his mind. He'd already been paid handsomely for the first half of this job, and he was looking forward to even more when the mission was complete. He took his position once more. The princess had started her speech. It doesn't matter, he thought. My bullet will be the perfect interruption to whatever nonsense she's spouting. But before he could pull the trigger, there was another noise. This time the noise was louder and closer to him. He could make out the sounds of footsteps. He turned around to see a young black-haired boy with red eyes emerge from the shadows of the dilapidated room. The young man rushed towards Pitt with a massive, terrifying sword raised. Then Pitt saw nothing at all but utter blackness. Mildred smiled for the first time that day as she watched the princess give her speech to the large crowd of onlookers. She was proud of the young princess. The young teenager was facing her fears, taking responsibility of her royal duties. It gave Mildred confidence that Alice would grow into a fine queen of the Volsumgar nation.
Let the festivities begin, said Alice. The crowd responded with a deafening cheer that echoed and reverberated across the entire city. The princess sat back down, and Mildred felt a flutter of relief. She couldn't exactly say why she felt a sense of relief, but she did. Her concern for the rest of the day's events hadn't evaporated, but she felt better somehow, as if danger had been avoided. The handmaiden couldn't help but notice the court advisor, Clarence, looked visibly annoyed. Edgar Redfield eyed the celebrating crowd.
He was waiting for a moment of chaos, but it had yet to happen. Had Sam succeeded at his goal? The guildmaster shook his head. It didn't matter. They still had to stay alert. As the strange young orphan had explained to him, the first part of the mission was thwarting their enemy's original plan. The second part of their mission would be to defend and stop their enemy's backup plan. If the boy had succeeded, though, Redfield assumed the backup plan would have commenced almost immediately. What are Clarence and the Archbishop waiting for? Edgar wondered. It made the guildmaster fearful that Sam had maybe not been as successful in his plan as the old man had hoped. Sam caught his breath, standing over the dead body of the assassin. The novice-tier traveler couldn't believe such a squirmy little man had been so consequential in his previous timeline. Sam was relieved the killer was dead now, though. The last 30 minutes had been intensely pressurized. Days before the festival, he had scouted out where the assassin was going to be based on his memories from the first lifetime he had lived through. He had been able to track the bullet to this narrow, abandoned, inconspicuous, and forgotten building. They could have had someone stationed in the building, but Sam had wanted their enemies to follow through with their plan at least until the last second. He didn't want to tip them off how prepared they were, any more than he had to. Sam looked out the window to the spring festival in full swing. People were dancing. The cheer that had been so quickly evaporated in his previous timeline was allowed to continue for a bit longer. The day's events had now taken a massive divergence from Sam's original life. They had succeeded at their initial mission. Stage 1 of the plan was complete. 96. Clarence Erdstrom tried to contain the fury reverberating throughout his body. He attempted a grin as he looked over to the princess, congratulating her for making such a fabulous speech. I thought I would be done pretending, he thought to himself, irritably. Why is this little wench of a princess still alive? Across the table on the raised platform, the Archbishop lifted his glass and nodded towards the court advisor, his co-conspirator. Beneath the Archbishop's false grin, anger and frustration raged. He was wondering the exact same thing as Clarence. The court advisor turned and looked out across the central square, beyond the market tents, the bunting, and the dancing citizens to a narrow, forgotten building and the dark, shadowy window. What happened beyond the darkness of that window, Clarence thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. It all seemed impossible to him. They had covered their tracks. They had been cautious in their preparations. Did the information of their plan leak out somehow? Clarence took a sip of his drink. He tried to cool his anger. It wasn't as if they didn't have a backup plan. Alice leaned back in her seat and gave a theatrical sigh of relief. It's a lot of pressure being the royal host to a party, she said. The whole fun of the day hinges on your ability to get everyone excited. It's silly, I know, but my gosh, is it stressful. Mildred gave her the side eye. We all have our duty, Your Highness. The girl blinked. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't complain. My duty is not as hard as others. Mildred shrugged. Be careful with your words, Princess. Perhaps your duty is not as laborious as others, but it isn't easy being a symbol of power, hope, and nobility. You carry a greater burden than you realize. Alice blushed at her handmaiden's words. She straightened herself on her chair, getting up from the slumped position she had momentarily found herself in. She smiled out at all the happy citizens celebrating all around her. In that moment, Alice couldn't help but think about her great-grandmother. Maybe, Alice thought to herself, I could lead this nation after all. Redfield kept his arms crossed as he watched the spring festival unfold. His stomach was twisting in knots. He made sure to not stare, but as his eyes moved across the festival, they always returned to two people. Clarence Erdstrom, Archbishop Balin. We foiled their initial plan, Edgar thought. What are they waiting for now? He wished he could just arrest them that instant. But he had discussed it over with Sam, and they had agreed they couldn't. The court advisor, and especially the Archbishop, had their loyal supporters. Such actions would be perceived as a brazen power grab by the Travelers Guild, and so they had to wait for the two of them to show their true colors. The citizens of Resfall wanted a balance of power between the different institutions of the city. If Edgar attacked before anything were to actually happen, it would make them appear like the very insurrectionists they were trying to stop. Redfield hated that they had to do that. He hated it more than his chronic back pain, which was saying something. Redfield scanned the crowd. He couldn't see any evil agents. There were hardly any Traveler priests present. He couldn't fathom what their enemy's backup plan could be. Nevertheless, they had prepared for the worst. He just hated waiting for the worst thing imaginable to actually occur. Clarence took one last sip of his champagne and placed his glass down emphatically. He looked out to the shadowy window where the assassin had been planning to strike from. I can hold out hope no longer, the court advisor thought to himself. He had hoped that maybe the assassin had been held up the gates or been interrupted by some strange occurrence, but he should have acted by now. There was no reason the princess was still alive a few seats over from him right now, other than the assassination attempt had been thwarted. It looked as if they were going to have to initiate their backup plan. Clarence turned towards the Archbishop and nodded his head. The court advisor kept his hands hidden beneath the table and snapped his fingers when no one was looking. An explosion of shadow magic burst across the city square. I didn't want it to be like this, Clarence thought, but I see no other way. Let the hostile takeover begin. 97. With the snap of Clarence's fingers, wisps of black shadow exploded across the central square. The citizens all gasped at the sight of the burst of black smoke, not immediately recognizing the danger, but believing it to be part of the festivities. But when the wisps of black smoke transformed into strange, crawling monsters with glowing red eyes and drooling hunger for living flesh, they realized this was far from pre-planned festivities. Ah! The whole festival erupted with screams. Clarence grinned at their terror. Nothing will stop me from taking over the throne of Resfall for myself. He quickly quelled his grin and screamed with terror. He was planning ahead for when he had taken over. He'd make it look like he had nothing to do with this attack. He had nothing to do with the shadow crawler monsters rushing towards the princess a few seats over from him. Nothing at all. Alice watched terror unfold in astonished disbelief. Monsters had suddenly appeared in every direction. They were sickly and repulsive and composed of black shadows. They were worse than any monster she had ever witnessed in a nightmare. They were truly horrific. A traveler sliced one in half, spluttering black blood across the white tents of the festival in a truly grotesque fashion. Worse, some of the shadow crawlers were rushing up towards her on the raised platform. Oh no, she thought. What am I going to do? As the shadow monsters climbed, one galloped across the festival and leaped, flinging itself right towards Alice. It opened its massive jaws wide as it got closer and closer to the princess, revealing its large, nightmarish molars that would surely chomp through her flesh with absolute ease. But before it could land its attack, her handmaiden Mildred had stood in front of her, appearing with such speed it felt like she'd teleported right in front of her. The handmaiden pulled out a hairpin from the back of her head, revealing it to be actually a very slim knife. With speed and grace, Mildred swiped it upwards, slicing the drooling shadow monster in half. The creature collapsed into a puddle of black ichor. "Stand back, princess," said the handmaiden sternly. Mildred made quick work of the 3 shadow crawlers that had tried to climb up the raised platform, obliterating them with quick, precise strikes. Alice blinked with shock. She always knew her handmaiden had some tricks up her sleeve. She didn't realize how powerful the old woman actually was. "Don't worry, princess," said Mildred, preparing to fight an onslaught of shadow monsters. "My duty is to protect you, and I will fight until I die to make sure I live up to that duty." "Travelers, protect the innocent!" shouted Redfield. The festival grounds had turned into a chaotic battlefield of vicious shadow monsters and terrified civilians. He rushed up to one horrible shadow monsters and, imbuing his master-tier level mana into his fists, obliterated the lesser monster in a single punch. He looked around and saw the travelers of his guild all take on the monsters with a similar zeal. The other travelers were organized, some slaying the shadow monsters, while others herded the innocent civilians out of danger, clearing up the square of bystanders who could get hurt accidentally in the carnage. He felt a flutter of pride as he saw all the travelers, many of whom he had mentored, work so harmoniously together to protect the citizens of Resfall. His eyes narrowed at the sight of Clarence. The court advisor had been hiding the true level of his abilities for a long time. He must have been secretly training his powers out of sight for many years now. He must have been adept tier at least, if not higher, with the ability to summon so many monsters with ease. Even if no one was directly pointing at the court advisor as the instigator of these shadow monsters' sudden appearance, people would believe Redfield now if he told them Clarence was the culprit. It was time to finally remove him as a threat. Redfield rushed forward, imbuing mana into his feet to propel him with great speed. He then jumped in the air, and with the gift of flight he'd gained from having master-tier magic affinity, he flew towards the court advisor with his fist raised. Special mana imbued around his fist, different from the punch he'd dealt on the lesser shadow creature seconds before. This was an attack he only displayed in moments of great portent. He was using one of the abilities of his mythic class that he rarely displayed. He threw out his fist of spirit energy gathering around his clenched hand. The bright, somewhat transparent energy turned into a powerful fist of destruction as it met the flesh of Clarence Erdstrom's face. The court advisor's head exploded. But it wasn't an explosion of flesh and blood. The court advisor burst into a cloud of black smoke. What? A doppelganger? Redfield looked around. Before he could even attack the archbishop, he too burst into a cloud of smoke. Redfield gritted his teeth in rage. All across the central square, travelers unleashed their class skills and fought the horde of shadow monsters that Clarence Erdstrom had so viciously summoned to attack them with. Magical projectiles flew in every direction, exploding with destructive violence. Black blood from the shadow creatures coated the ground and mixed with the red blood from wounded travelers. "Push forward, travelers, and take back the square," bellowed Redfield for everyone to hear. The battle for Resfall had begun. 98. Sam leapt out from where the assassin had previously perched his magic sniper rifle and landed 4 stories below in the town square. He made sure to imbue his feet with mana to protect him from taking damage from the long fall. He ran up to a trio of shadow crawlers and triggered Pain Ring. A red ring of magic burst forth from his chest and created the limits of his battlefield. The silver dragon armor dug into his flesh, causing him pain and raising his strength second by second. He materialized his berserker sword as he swung his hand upward, the grip of the blade materializing and slicing through the unsuspecting shadow crawler within seconds. The creature dripped black shadow blood, and Sam wasted no time triggering his Deathlord ability, Blood Flame. The blood of the shadow creature ignited into a burst of bright red flame, burning the 2 remaining shadow creatures alive. They hissed and squealed as their bodies roasted, and then they suddenly burst into nothingness. Sam assessed the town square and quickly rushed to his next target. Their enemies had revealed their backup plan, and it was as Sam had expected. A more direct, hostile takeover. Sam and Guildmaster Redfield had prepared themselves for such a scenario, but preparation was a lot different from execution. They now had to fight their way through their enemies' minions. First, they had to reclaim the central square, and from there, take out the rest of the insurgency. Sam pushed ahead, gripping the hilt of his berserker sword tightly. His heart raced as he slashed through another shadow crawler. He was trying to simultaneously assess the battlefield while also making sure his allies were okay. Through the throngs of chaos, he made out Clara and Toby together, fighting alongside Olivia. Meanwhile, Curtis and Brock were on the opposite end of square, taking on a horde of shadow crawlers all on their own. They were all in this together. They were pushing back the shadow crawlers and showing them who was boss. Thankfully, many of the citizens and bystanders had been shepherded into nearby buildings and temporary shelter, so the travelers could fight the invading monster unimpeded. Things are in our favor, Sam thought, gripping his berserker sword. At that exact moment, however, all the shadow crawlers let out a scream of rage and began to fight with greater fury. The shadow crawlers pushed back against the group of travelers in the square. Their attacks were suddenly fiercer and bolder. One particularly nasty shadow crawler dodged the sword swings of a group of young novice-tier travelers. It jumped forward, opening its horrific jaws, preparing to rip off one of the young travelers' heads and swallow it down. Then, it readied itself to feast on another. "Stay away from them!" yelled Sam, rushing forward. He slashed his berserker sword into the back of the monster. He felt the ridges of his blade shallowly dig into the creature's strange, monstrous flesh. Harmful, but not enough to kill it. Sam would need more power to kill it. This particular shadow crawler must have been at high apprentice tier levels of power. Thankfully, his sword's special ability triggered. The large, grotesque being from the shadow realm turned around with a frenzied anger and hunger for Sam's death. "Exactly what I wanted," Sam grinned as the large shadow crawler galloped towards him like a feral beast. Sam leaped backwards, retreating from the incoming beast. The shadow crawler was drooling, leaving a trail of nightmarish saliva on the ground as it chased after Sam. It was clearly angered by Sam's retreat. If the monster could speak, it would have called Sam a coward. But Sam wasn't a coward. He was just leading the beast back into his pain ring, where his power had already increased. As the monster jumped forward to attack him, level 2 of Sam's pain ring ability triggered, and Sam could suddenly make out the creature's weak point. It wasn't the head, or the heart. It was the creature's back, the spine just below the neck area. He just had to get behind the creature to deal the fatal blow. This wasn't too difficult thanks to his berserker sword's special ability. Because the powerful shadow crawler was attacking in a frenzied, hostile state, it was very easy to predict the monster's movements. Like, for instance, the creature was currently flinging forward rapidly in an attempt to tackle Sam and chomp on his skull and brains. Sam quickly spun on the balls of his feet and easily sidestepped the creature's attack. As the monster crash-landed on the ground below, he stabbed it right in the back of his neck, where his pain ring had indicated was the weak point. The shadow crawler collapsed on the ground, dead. Sam then turned around and shouted to his colleagues, "The shadow crawler's weak point is in its upper back just below the neck." Toby and Clara nodded their heads nearby. They knew to take Sam's word for such things. Suddenly, a blast of water flung across the former festival grounds right into the back of another shadow crawler, sending it to the ground in a weakened state. Clara then followed up Toby's first hit with her attack burst ability, sending her spear right into the weak point, killing the shadow crawler. Anyone who may have ignored Sam's advice was now fully convinced. If 3 novice-tier travelers were able to take out the shadow crawler threat with such grace, so could they. Soon enough, the travelers had reclaimed the festival grounds from Clarence's summoned minions. Sam ran to a nearby building, sending mana into his feet. He jumped onto a window ledge and quickly scaled the building. He wanted to get a better view of the city. Maybe get a sign of where the plotting archbishop and the court advisor had disappeared to. His heart sank as he looked out to the city beyond the central square where they had been fighting. The whole city was overrun with monsters. Not just shadow creatures either. They were monsters from beyond the dungeon gates. Sam shook his head. It all comes back to what he'd discovered in that lab near Creekdale. The insurgents had clearly amassed an army of monsters from their experiments with artificial dungeons, along with powerful animals corrupted from mana leak. Alongside the deadly creatures, there was also a huge force of traveler priests. The treasonous actors were now going to use that army to take over the city. Sam's heart raced as he took in the full implications of the insurrectionists' backup plan. And then he grinned, knowing he'd outmaneuvered his enemies once more. 3 weeks prior to the spring festival, Sam and Guildmaster Redfield began having regular meetings in preparation for the upcoming festival and the chaos Sam had claimed would be unleashed there. I know for a fact the princess's life is in danger, Sam explained. But beyond that, it is my belief that the whole city is in danger. Our enemy's ultimate goal has less to do with killing the princess and more to do with seizing control of Resfall. I see where you're going, said Redfield. There are even more brutal ways of gaining control over the city beyond murdering the princess. Exactly, said Sam. We must prepare for a citywide fight against an army of mercenaries, monsters, and traveler priests. Don't worry, said Guildmaster Redfield. We'll be prepared. Sam looked out to the city of Resfall. Smoke, fire, and screams emanated from below the rooftops across the capital of Volsungur. Remnants of the clear blue sky and shining sun were still there, but Sam could already tell the air and sky would soon be covered in smoke and ash. The sounds of battle echoed across the city. The traveler priests and monsters on their side were pushing through. Sam clenched his fists. Any minute now, he thought to himself. The traveler priest known as Father Teo rushed through the streets with glee. He could hear the screams of terrified children, the cries of babies, and the tears of families in terror. The day had finally arrived, he thought to himself. The day when the spectral church took control of this blasted city. A new age is dawning, Teo thought. The time of the annoying travelers was coming to an end. The rise of the traveler priests was upon them. Teo saw a lone traveler in the streets, wounded and retreating. His blue cloak tattered and stained with blood. Easy prey, the traveler priest thought to himself. He conjured another fireball in his hands and readied himself to whip it at the weakened and defenseless traveler. Right as he was about to kill the traveler, Teo felt a sharp pain. He looked down to see a silver blade sticking through his stomach. What? A sharp, ripping pain coursed through his body as the blade of the sword was pulled out. What's going on? Father Teo couldn't understand. They had worked on this plan for months. All the fighters should have been focused around the festival grounds, not here in the middle of a random neighborhood. As Teo collapsed on the ground and his vision blurred, he witnessed multiple blue cloaks step out from the houses around them. Impossible, Father Teo thought. They knew we were coming. The last thing Father Teo heard before dying was a massive horn echoing across the entire city. The Travelers Guild reinforcements had arrived. Father Fernando crouched in the shadows at the bottom of a long tunnel beneath a sewer grate. From the darkness he hid in, he looked upwards to the shards of sunlight poking down towards him. He had been told to wait here until he heard the fighting begin. Finally, Fernando could hear with satisfaction the sounds of magical explosions and the screams of terrified citizens from up above. He'd received the final signal. The flare had gone up. It was time to act. It was time to take this city and make it theirs. He turned from his crouched position and went over to a cage full of dread bats. Large vampiric bats who could rip through the flesh of most non-travelers with utter ease. Once released from the cage, they would leave a mess of chaos and carnage behind them. I can't wait, Fernando grinned. Right as the traveler priest was about to open up the cage with his right hand, a glint of silver appeared from the shadows out of nowhere, swinging downward, sending Fernando's right arm onto the ground, where it then rolled into the nearby sewer water. Won't be opening anything with that arm anytime soon, said a voice from the darkness. Fernando's eyes bulged with shock as pain writhed through his entire body, shooting up from where his arm had been. He swung his left arm to retaliate, but he soon found that arm was no longer connected to his other shoulder either. The attacks are coming at me too quickly. Blood was leaking out of either side of him now, and his vision was going blurry. He felt a kick knock him to the ground. Finally, he could see multiple blue cloaks of the travelers who had attacked him. So, you knew I'd be here, huh? Fernando said, smiling with blood as he slowly died on the floor of the sewer. Even if you were that prepared, there's too many of us for you to catch us all. Stopping me will do nothing. One traveler lifted up his sword like an executioner above Fernando's dying body and said with calm, stoic confidence, "We plan on capturing and killing all you scumbags. Too bad you won't be there to see me prove you wrong." And with that, the traveler plunged his sword into Father Fernando's back, ending the man's life in an instant. Sam grinned as he saw his plan come into fruition. All across the city of Resfall, travelers stepped out from their hidden positions. Some had been hiding underground, others in abandoned buildings. Guildmaster Redfield had quietly requested recruits for a big dungeon gate mission a few weeks prior, drawing loads of extra travelers from the different guild posts throughout the country. If the monsters and traveler priests thought they could easily overrun the city, they were about to be very disappointed. 100 Edgar stood on the raised platform, fighting off shadow crawlers with his spirit druid claws. "You warned me something big was going to happen, Edgar," said Mildred. "I didn't know you meant this big." The two esteemed fighters stood on either side of the royal princess, protecting her from powerful attacks. Edgar's heart raced as he felt his skin get hot and sweaty. He was consumed with anger. He thought venomously about the scheming and traitorous archbishop and court advisor. "I'll destroy them both with my own hands," he thought to himself. He hadn't felt this angry in a long time. He hated the treasonous villains more than his chronic back pain or Hearthmas carolers or jesters who handed out pamphlets for their comedy shows on the street. And I really hate those jesters, Edgar thought between gritted teeth. He prepared himself to jump off the raised platform and penetrate deeper into the battle. "Edgar!" shouted Mildred. "Where are you going?" The guildmaster turned to the handmaiden. "Get the princess to safety. Protect her at all costs." "Like I don't know that already?" said Mildred, slicing a minor shadow crawler with her hairpin. "I'm not some lackey of your guild. I don't take orders from you." "I mean, protecting my life does sound like a good idea, though, doesn't it?" piped the princess. Edgar smirked. "See you at the end of this." Mildred sighed and looked at him in a way that she hadn't in many years. "Be safe, Edgar." "You too." With that, they flung themselves into the battle. Sam turned in the opposite direction to look further into the city. The Grand Cathedral and the Royal Keep were much further and deeper within the capital. The leaders of the insurgency had most likely headed to those power centers of the city to regroup and commence whatever other dastardly plans they had in store. "We have to go after them immediately," Sam thought. But before Sam could even formulate a short-term plan, the roof he was standing on exploded. A giant shadow monster the size of 10 shadow crawlers combined lumbered through the streets. It had a massive fist, and its punch had destroyed the rooftop Sam had been standing on. He got his bearings as he fell through the air and managed to land on his hands and feet, properly imbued with mana to help cushion his fall. "Sam!" shouted both Toby and Clara, rushing to his side. "What is that thing?" gasped Clara. "I have no idea," said Toby, "but I don't like it. It looks like it can kill us. Did you see what it just did to that roof?" "Now is not the time to get scared, Tobes," shouted Sam as he brushed off debris from his fall and rushed to take the monster on. Sam and Clara also rushed forward to take the epic monster on too, but then a bright, angelic light appeared above them, followed by a less tranquil battle cry. "Die, you foul beast!" It was the guildmaster falling from high above with his fingers interlocked into a hammer shape. Powerful mana, unlike Sam had ever seen, rippled around his fists. That's the special mana, Sam realized with awe, of the mythic spirit druid class. Edgar screamed as his powerful blow crashed through the skull and body of the giant shadow bruiser and obliterated the monster seconds later. Everyone was blown away by the extent of the guildmaster's power. As he stood up and brushed some dirt off his arms, he said, "Don't act so impressed. I am the bloody guildmaster after all." Even in Sam's previous lifetime, Guildmaster Redfield had been known for his enormous strength and the mythic rarity of his class, but he was known for rarely displaying his class's power and abilities, relying more on his martial fighting abilities and mana manipulation. For him to be using his class abilities so openly was a sign that he was worried about the outcome of the overarching battle they were in. Edgar marched towards them and whistled for all the nearby travelers to come closer. They had cleared the festival grounds, while other squads of travelers were taking on distant monsters invading all the different parts of the city. "All right," said the guildmaster, looking particularly at Sam. "We have a few moments to make a plan. What's next?" Clarence stood on the balcony just outside the great throne room of the royal keep, grinning at the chaos and destruction happening across the city. Smoke and flames swirled out from the rooftops and grounds of the streets. Metal clashed with metal, magic exploded into magic. Screams of terror echoed into the sky. "I caused all of this?" Clarence grinned at his handiwork. "Out of all this chaos, a new leader will rise, and it will be me. The throne will be mine." He then materialized a powerful orb from his inventory. They hadn't planned on unleashing this power today. If only that little stupid princess had been assassinated like we had originally planned, Clarence thought with a scowl. It didn't matter. They had this orb. It was the ultimate backup plan, and Clarence had now deemed it necessary. He channeled his mana into the orb. The orb glowed with power, the energy so intense it blew Clarence's hair back like a stormy gust of wind. The orb's power became so overwhelming that Clarence had to throw it out into the air off the balcony, but that still didn't stop the rippling intensity of the artificial dungeon orb. The orb flew through the air until it suddenly stood motionless in the sky, and then started to expand. "Yes," grinned Clarence, "it's working." His eyes widened at the sight of their brilliant creation. Sam and everyone around him paled at what they were seeing happening in the sky. In the air, just above the royal keep, was an expanding orb of clear energy. "Please tell me that isn't what I think it is," said Toby. "If it is, then the likelihood of me surviving this battle has just dropped significantly. Mind you, it wasn't very high to begin with, but—" Clara nudged him in the ribs. Toby's paranoid ramblings were certainly not helpful for morale. Sam gulped. His greatest fears were coming true. Clarence Erdstrom had just unleashed a new type of irregular dungeon gate. It was a clear-colored dungeon gate, also known in his previous timeline as an artificial dungeon gate. Dungeon gate scientists, like the one Sam had found in Creekdale, had figured out a way of creating a portal to a dungeon world on their own, reverse engineering the process of the dungeon gate's random appearances. In Sam's previous timeline, when Clarence ruled over Resfall, he forced his enemies into different artificial gates as a form of torture and execution. Sam bristled at the memory. He then explained to his allies what they were all currently witnessing. "What's the big deal?" said Olivia. "We destroy Clarence and the Archbishop, and then we clear the dungeon. Easy peasy." "I wish it was so simple," Sam explained. "If the artificial dungeon was like a standard dungeon gate, we would have enough time to do as you explained. But the clear dungeon gate is unique, in that it only takes an hour for the dungeon break to occur." Everyone gaped at Sam's words. "The likelihood of my survival just decreased by—" Clara nudged Toby to shut it. But the paranoid young wizard traveler was not wrong in his assessment. They now only had an hour to stop Clarence, the Archbishop, and the deadly dungeon gate hovering above them in the sky. 101. Chaos swirled around them. Everyone was looking at Sam for directions, even the guildmaster. "Okay," said Sam. "We need to split in—" "You should never split the party," gasped Toby. "Everybody knows that." "In this case we have to," Sam explained. "Clarence and the Archbishop are both channeling their mana into the dungeon orb. This all works in our favor. You see, artificial dungeons have one major weakness. The mana coursing through the original orb relies on a large amount of mana from others, so if you destroy the people whose mana are powering the artificial dungeon, the dungeon gate will be destroyed." "All right, that settles it then," said Edgar. "We need to split up." "Here's what I propose," said Sam. "Edgar and I will take on Clarence, while you three take on the Archbishop." Olivia and Clara nodded with determination. Toby gave more of an exasperated, "I guess I'll go off and die if you say so," esque shrug. The three of them then hurried off in the direction of the spectral church's grand cathedral. Edgar and Sam hurried in the direction of the royal keep. When Olivia and her squad were out of sight, Edgar looked to Sam. "You kept our part of the plan secret, huh?" said the guildmaster. "I didn't want to worry them," said Sam. Sam and Edgar had discussed a variation of this scenario in their planning and preparation in the lead-up to the spring festival. From his knowledge in his previous timeline, Sam knew that Clarence had a very powerful shadow shield ability. It would take a lot of time and a high level of magic affinity to break through, a level of mana control Sam had yet to achieve, though Edgar had it in spades. While Edgar focused on breaking the shield, Sam could help sway the tide of both this battle and history itself, before reconvening with him to take down Clarence together. "Go on ahead," said Sam. "I'll meet you there." "Sounds good to me," said Edgar. "I hope I'll get to destroy him before you even arrive." Edgar then jumped in the air and hovered above Sam. This was the awesome power unlocked with Master Tier mana manipulation. Flight. Edgar waved and said, "See you in a bit," before zooming off through the air towards the royal keep. Olivia strode forward with the two young novice tier travelers behind her. She wished it was Curtis and Brock, but they were stationed elsewhere in the city. "I hope those two goofballs are okay," she thought to herself as she moved forward. They easily fell apart without her as an organizing force. Olivia sighed and accepted that she would have to make do with the two young recruits. It was just a bit nerve-wracking, was all. She could rely on her two squad members to do what was necessary, whereas with these two, she felt a greater responsibility for their well-being. When they turned the corner, they spotted a large trio of trolls heading in the direction of the Grand Cathedral. "All right, team," said Olivia. "Let's make quick work of these monsters. We don't have any time to waste." She triggered the level 1 version of her Paladin class's novice tier ability, Divine Inspiration. The ability added an exuberance and courageousness to all nearby allies, which resulted in greater damage from their attacks. She quickly glanced to both Clara and Toby, and could see the new feeling of greater power and excitement filling inside them. "Let's go!" she yelled. Olivia charged forward, drawing her sword. She slashed two of the trolls at their legs, toppling them over. The one still standing swung its club at Clara, only for it to collapse backwards as Clara unleashed a powerful warrior-class attack burst with her spear, right into the monster's stomach. Behind her, Toby threw out an extra powerful water blast right into one of the other trolls, so it knocked into the other, completely disorienting them. It was enough for Olivia to reorient herself and finish them off. The three trolls disintegrated into mana stones, and she turned to the two young travelers behind her. She was impressed. "You're giving Brock and Curtis a run for their money," she grinned. "Now come on, let's go." They hurried forward towards their destination. They had 55 minutes left before the dungeon gate in the sky unleashed another wave of monsters upon the city. Edgar flew above the rooftops of the city. He witnessed the battles of monsters, travelers, and traveler priests. He wished he could go down and help all his allies and guild members. But they each had their own part to play, and he knew what his role was. He landed on the balcony of the castle, only to find he couldn't move any further into the palace. A shadow shield was blocking him, just as Sam had predicted. "Do you really think you can hide behind this, Clarence?" Edgar stretched out his arms and began channeling his spirit druid mana into the shadow shield. "Hide all you want, Clarence," shouted Edgar as he pummeled more of his master tier mana into the shadow shield. "I'm coming for you." Across the city, Brock was doing what he loved most, fighting and destroying monsters with his big and heavy warhammer. A small regiment of goblins rushed towards him and he obliterated them with a single smash of his hammer. Nothing remained but green goblin blood staining the cobblestone streets before disintegrating into mana stones. "Piece of cake," laughed Brock as he rushed forward at a new enemy that had emerged. His instructions from Olivia at the start of the day had been simple. Protect the innocent and destroy any threats to the well-being of Resfall. Brock was certainly succeeding at the latter. In fact, he knew no better way to protect the innocent than killing anything that threatened them. A group of boulder golems emerged, and Brock quickly headed towards them. Even before getting close to them, he swung his hammer on the ground and unleashed special apprentice-tier warrior ability, specific for hammer specialists. The ability was known as Shockwave. A ripple of energy shot forward from his blast and knocked the boulder golems on either side. By the time the boulder golems had regained their bearings, Brock had already smashed half of them into nothing but pebbly dust. The journeyman-tier dwarf warrior was looking around for his next target when a horrific shriek echoed from the skies above. 4 harpies descended through the sky towards him. Their skin was fleshy and disgusting, and they had narrow, slanted white irises for eyes. They flew towards him with inhuman finger-like claws ready to scratch and dig through his skin. "Arr!" he groaned. "I hate flyers." He searched for cover. If he could get the harpies fighting on the ground, he'd be able to use his hammer against them. It would be harder to land a strike if they were swirling in the air just above him. Unfortunately, he was in the middle of a wide boulevard, and there was no immediate direct cover. Retreating would only result in his death. He then took in his surroundings and came up with a new plan. He moved a few yards away, and as the harpies came closer towards him, he lifted his warhammer with both his hands and smashed it into the ground, unleashing his shockwave ability again. The ripple of energy went forth across the ground, but the harpies paid it no heed. They were in the air. A land attack was no threat to them. Except Brock had been clever in the way he'd smashed his hammer. The shockwave he created had managed to pick up a piece of debris and shoot it forward across the formerly broken ground Brock had already created in his previous fight with the rock golems. In so doing, Brock had created a powerful projectile rock that smashed right into one of the harpies, leaving a gaping hole in its chest. Blood and guts splattered everywhere as the harpy plunged to the ground dead. "Bullseye!" cheered Brock. But he wasn't out of the woods yet, as the 3 remaining harpies were now much closer to him. He swiped his hammer in a wide arc, but the 3 harpies easily dodged the attack. Brock was beginning to panic. His warhammer was no good against these blasted harpies. It was too slow, and there were too many of them. He then decided to do something risky. He dematerialized his warhammer back into his inventory. He snatched his hand out and clutched onto an arm of one of the harpies. He pulled it forward, and it tried to rip its claws through the flesh of Brock's arm. "They didn't give dwarfs burly fists for nothing," he shouted, as he imbued mana into his right fist and smashed it through the head of the trapped harpy. The harpy disintegrated in his hands, and Brock turned to fight the remaining 2. But he had lost sight of them, and that was when he felt a pain in his left shoulder. "Ah!" he screamed in pain, collapsing on his knees. The harpies were stronger than he was expecting. They must have been on his tier level, or had at least a comparable level of strength stat. The pain was overwhelming. That was when another hot strike hit his other shoulder. Brock's eyes watered as he tried to resist the intensity of the pain, but that only made him squint and lose focus. He swiped the air with his fists, trying to grab hold of another harpy. "There's only 2 left, Brock," he commented to himself. "You're not going to let your whole dwarven race down by being destroyed by a couple of nasty harpies, are you?" He swiped the air once more, but now that he'd lost focus and the pain had slowed down his movements, the harpies were leveraging their air advantage, along with the fact that it was 2 against 1. Another painful scratch ripped into his back, and Brock found it a struggle to hold himself up. "They're too bloody fast," he thought. "I can't keep up with them." The harpies were moving so fast around him, he was continuing to lose focus. Is this really it? Just as Brock was about to pass out, a sound of crackling electricity filled the air. One of the harpies screamed out as a burst of lightning magic shot through its chest. It was bright purple and blue lightning magic in the shape of powerful interlocking chains with a massive hook at the end of it. The lightning hook first emerged through the front of one of the harpy's stomach. Its eyes bulged as it took in the newly formed hole in its stomach and then coughed out blood. Then, the lightning chain hook pulled back and flung the harpy into a nearby building, destroying it instantly upon impact. What? Brock couldn't believe his eyes. Across the street was his colleague Curtis, wielding his special lightning chain ability, spinning it in the air before throwing out the hook with such precision that it wrapped around the final harpy's neck. In milliseconds, the harpy was vibrating from the intense shock of electricity, and milliseconds later, the vibrating electric hook had cleanly removed the harpy's head from its neck. Curtis ran over and materialized a healing potion and poured it into Brock's mouth. As soon as the healing potion cleared up Brock's wounds, the dwarf got up and shoved Curtis away. "Thank you, Curtis," he spat the words, hating his own gratitude to his colleague. "You're welcome," smirked the wizard-class traveler. "Oh, don't look at me so smugly, elf." 103. The royal handmaiden Mildred held on to the princess's wrist tightly as she led the two of them through the dangerous, battle-torn streets of Resfall. Mildred's whole purpose in life, since she had accepted the role of taking care of the princess, was to protect her at all costs. The stability of the country depended on the princess staying alive. If she were to die, chaos would reign, and arrogant slimes like Clarence or Archbishop Balin would try and take hold of power, just as they were doing now. Even if they lost the city into today's fight, if the princess survived, so did hope for all of Resfall and Volsungar at large. Mildred felt that responsibility as she tugged the princess forward. "This way," whispered the handmaiden, as she saw a trio of traveler priests lock eyes onto them. They turned a corner. Mildred's heart raced. She kicked down a nearby door of an old abandoned building and shuffled the princess up the stairs. "Come on," said Mildred as they hurried up the stairwell. The handmaiden's mana sense could see the three traveler priests coming after them. The archbishop probably had special squads whose sole purpose in the fight right now was to find and kill the two of them. The three traveler priests were not going to let them go, not without a fight at the very least. Mildred and Alice were on the top floor. "What are we going to do, Mildred?" cried the princess. "Get behind that shelf over there," commanded Mildred. The princess did as she was told, and Mildred then walked over to a nearby wooden table, flipped it over, and then shoved it right in the doorway, blocking the entrance. Mildred then hid by the entrance to the room and held her breath. She continued to track the three men hunting them down with her mana sense, following their movements as they came up the stairs. She closed her eyes, counting the seconds to their arrival. They were getting closer and closer. 3, 2, 1. The killers were moving so fast that the first member of the group got shoved over the table as they all crashed into each other. Clutching her hairpin, Mildred moved her hand out with lightning quickness, stabbing one traveler priest and then the other in the center of their foreheads. She left the fallen over one for last, stabbing him through the throat. She pulled her hairpin out from the dead attacker and wiped the blood off of it with her shirt. Fools, she thought to herself. The biggest mistake anyone who'd been through the White Gate and survived could make was that they thought they were somehow invincible, that their new powers were a guarantee of victory. So many travelers over-relied on their abilities, foregoing common sense and good strategy. The princess nearby shivered and made a gasping sound. You killed them with such ease," shivered she. "That is my job, Your Grace," said Mildred, whose eyes darted to the nearby window. "Duck!" The glass windows shattered as two more traveler priests kicked the windows down and swung into the room from outside. Mildred smirked. So, the first set of attackers weren't so foolish after all, she thought. They were smart enough to call for backup and tell them where they were going. No matter, I'll make quick work of these two as well. From her mana sense, Mildred gathered that these two priests were journeyman-tier travelers with high mana capacity, which meant only one thing. They could wield magic. One priest lifted up her arm and conjured a vine whip out of the air, while the other conjured an axe composed of fire. The vine whip woman rushed Mildred, while the flame axe went for the princess. Mildred moved with lightning quickness. At Adept tier, she was faster than either of the two Traveler priests by a long shot. She tripped the flame axe wielder, and he slammed into the ground. She then focused in on the man with her hairpin. She started stabbing him at random points across his body, and his flame axe suddenly flickered out of existence.
"What have you done to my weapon?" gasped the evil Traveler priest. "Why can't I conjure it?" Mildred picked him up by the head and then kicked him out the window to his death. She turned to the vine whip priest, who suddenly looked horrified. "What did you do to my partner?" she yelled. "I'll kill you!" Mildred sidestepped the woman Traveler priestess and landed the same strikes on her back as she had on her partner's. The grass specialist wizard's vine whip disappeared, just like her partner's flame axe. "What?" "It's my ninja ability, Channel Sight," explained Mildred. "I can see your mana points and I can disrupt them so your abilities don't work. I don't mind telling you, as you're about to—" Mildred finished the Traveler priest off with another smooth attack to the forehead, with her hairpin going right through the brain of the enemy. The princess looked at her handmaiden with horror, not realizing the violence Mildred was truly capable of. Mildred cleaned up the blood from her hairpin once more, with a patch of cloth from her humble dress. Then, as if to assuage the princess of her newfound horror, the older woman turned to Alice and bowed. "I am merely fulfilling my duty, Your Grace."
104. Sam sprinted through the city streets towards the royal keep. He held both his berserker sword and fiery flame sword out in either hand as he hurried forward. His heart raced, his throat burned. While he was entirely focused on his end destination, Sam did stop to help in the battle wherever he could. If Slash saved a traveler, killed a monster, or weakened one so that an ally could finish it off, all the better. Sam was a roving one-man army of destruction, spinning his swords and erupting his blood flame ability wherever he could. He wanted to do as much damage to his enemies as possible, all while still moving forward. Eventually, Sam arrived in a small square where a Traveler priestess was cackling over a pile of dead bodies. Sam's eyes narrowed as he took in the woman. Eliza Shanklewood. "Exactly who I was hoping to find," he grinned. Olivia sliced a rock golem in half, clearing the way for her group to head forward through the battle-swept streets of Resfall. They still had another few monster-filled streets to get through until they were in sight of the Grand Cathedral, but they were making headway. "We just need to keep pushing forward," the Adept-tier Traveler thought to herself. "We can't slow down now." "How are we doing, everyone?" asked Olivia as she ran forward with the two Novice-tier Travelers at her side. They were doing a good job keeping up with her. They showed more promise than she had expected of them when she had first met them. They'd grow up to be fine travelers if they survived today. She could hear it in their breathing that they were not used to this level of frenetic uncertainty in their lives, this level of risk in battle. "Get used to it, kids," she smirked as she slashed through another set of weak goblins blocking the way. "This is the life of a traveler." She swerved around a corner only to find a shadow bruiser wreaking havoc on a nearby building. The shadow monster punched a fist through the bottom of the building, collapsing it to the ground. Olivia was running as fast as she could to dodge the falling building and pushed herself to get on the other side of the street before the building collapsed and blocked the road. Just as she reached the other side, she heard the shudder of the building and the shattering of glass as the building smashed into the ground. She turned around to make sure her two companions were all right. Unfortunately, there was only one of them behind her. The young girl Clara was looking up at her and panting. "Where's your friend?" The girl was so out of breath and so focused on not getting crushed by the building that she'd temporarily lost sight of her companion. "Toby?" she yelled. "I'm okay," hollered a voice on the other side of the fallen building. Clara turned to Olivia. "What are we going to do?" "Go on without me," shouted Toby from the other side. "I'll catch up with you. Good luck." Olivia slashed the shadow bruiser at the legs and then stabbed it in the eyes. The creature collapsed on the ground, and the Adept-tier Traveler turned to Clara. "We don't have time to wait for him," said Olivia. "If he catches up, great. If not, it's you and me against the Archbishop. Now come on."
Eliza Shanklewood had long black dreadlocks, pale skin, and wore black eyeliner and deep black lipstick. Sam bristled at the sight of her. "What's this?" she hissed. "A little novice-tier traveler all on his own?" Sam smirked. Eliza Shanklewood seemed to think that it was Sam who had accidentally come upon her, rather than the other way around. In his first timeline, the horrific woman had gone on to become Clarence's second-in-command during his reign of terror. She was his main executioner, killing thousands of innocent people. She had also been a key part of Clarence's ultimate betrayal of his alliance with the Spectral Church. She had fed him secret information that the Church had been withholding from him for pretty much the entirety of the treasonous alliance. And, maybe worst of all, was Sam's personal connection to the woman. Eliza Shanklewood had also been one of the torturers and experimenters who had made Sam's initial life after the White Gate horrible. Sam triggered Pain Ring and rushed towards her. "You foolish boy," hissed the Traveler Priestess as she unleashed her class ability. Her right arm mutated into a fleshy spear and then stretched out in Sam's direction. Sam ducked and ran alongside the deadly stretched-out arm. Eliza mutated her left arm and shot that towards Sam as well. Sam leapt over the second attack and ran in a circle with the awful woman's mutated spear arms chasing after him. "Stop running, you coward," said Eliza. Sam dodged, flipped, ran, and retreated from the woman's deadly spear hands for another minute. He was biding his time. Letting the teeth from his silver dragon armor chew into him, the agony raised his power from his Pain Ring ability by the second. "You want me to stop running?" said Sam. He was suddenly no longer retreating, but going straight for the woman. Sam jumped and swirled in the air, dodging right between the flowing hostile tendrils of the woman's spear arms, and unleashed both of his swords right across her face, slashing her entire head into quarters. The woman's quartered face collapsed onto the ground like chopped meat from the butcher shop. The woman now looked like she belonged in an experimental painting, a portrait of a fragmented head with half her crooked smile resting over her forehead and eyes. Blood leaked everywhere across the jumbled, horrific mess. "Nice to see you again, Eliza," Sam thought. Glad it was for the last time. Sam would have loved to stay and relish his vengeance, but he looked to the royal keep, knowing he had to catch up with Edgar. Even still, he was glad that within the chaos of this horrific day, he was able to destroy a nightmarishly evil woman and rid her from history once and for all. Within this single fight in the larger battle for Resfall, many future lives were now saved. Sam then started hurrying towards the keep. They only had 35 minutes left to stop the upcoming dungeon break from wreaking havoc and killing them all. 105. Curtis spun his lightning chain hook and threw it at enemy after enemy. Be it monster or traveler priest, he was happy to destroy any enemy of Resfall. He was running a tally in his head against Brock of how many monsters he'd slain, so that when they saw Olivia at the end of this, she'd recognize him as the superior suitor to Brock and confess her undying love for him and utter disgust for the dwarf, Brock. The daydream was incredibly motivating for Curtis as he swung his lightning chain hook of destruction all over the streets, slaying monsters and rescuing others with ease. Out of nowhere came a gang of 5 green, lizard-skin Naga spearmen. They hissed and rushed towards him. Curtis flung out his lightning chain hook and swiped it in the wide arc. The Naga all leaped high in the air, dodging the slash of Curtis's lightning hook. "Crap," Curtis thought. "They're gaining on me. I won't be able to deal with them all if they get too close." With his free left hand, he clawed the air and triggered his apprentice-tier wizard ability. One of the most incredible things about the wizard class was, despite its common rarity, it had a powerful amount of customization. At journeyman tier, a wizard unlocked a powerful elemental weapon conjuring ability, as displayed by Curtis's lightning chain hook. But the customization happened even before hitting the middle traveler tier. At apprentice tier, a wizard class user developed a unique elemental ability, and it was the unique elemental ability that was about to save Curtis's butt. His left hand sparkled with blue and purple electricity, and then Curtis threw out a ball of lightning at one of the incoming Naga spearmen.
except the lightning ball was no ordinary lightning ball. Before it collided with the Naga, it expanded and transformed into a cage with powerful bars made of lightning. Suddenly, the cage had captured the central Naga spearman. The lizard man's body trembled spasmodically as paralyzing lightning coursed through it from inside Curtis's lightning cage. The other Naga were still heading for him though, so no time to waste. Curtis then used the level 2 evolution of the ability, slamming the cage up and down, creating lightning bursts across the whole area. The attack managed to stun and trip the other Naga. "I got you now," Curtis grinned. He then triggered the level 3 evolution of his lightning cage ability. The cage that held the central Naga spearman suddenly shattered into a countless number of glass-like shards of lightning that went in every direction. The lightning shards rained down on the squad of Naga spearmen, slicing and cutting them to death. Within seconds, the 5 of them were nothing but mana stones on the ground. Curtis wiped the sweat off his forehead. Glad that's over with. He then turned to find Brock, but amid all the fighting, the dwarf had disappeared. "I better go find him before he gets nearly killed by harpies again," Curtis thought. Curtis figured Brock couldn't have gone far, except when he decided to turn around and search for his dwarf companion, he came face to face with a rock ogre. It was a large ogre monster, but instead of normal green or grayish skin, the monster's body was composed of stone. Curtis grimaced at the sight of the horrific creature. He wasted no time spinning his lightning hook and then shooting it out towards the monster. The rock ogre grabbed hold of the hook and shattered it. "What?" Curtis was shocked. The creature was immune to lightning magic. Now that's a big problem, Curtis thought. He still had a few options at his disposal as he conjured raw mana and threw out a blast of basic mana. The rock ogre swiped it away as if Curtis's magic was nothing more than an annoying bug. The monster stepped forward, towering over Curtis. Curtis started creeping backwards. "What do I do?" he thought. It's completely immune to all magical attacks. As the rock ogre got closer and closer, Curtis looked around for his companion, Brock. He sure could use the dwarf's physical fighting prowess right now. It was at that exact moment that he heard a voice from above. "The horror show will be over soon, Curtis," said a voice. "Just say dwarves are superior to elves." "I would never say such a thing, you foolish numbskull," hissed Curtis. "Are you really going to hold my opinion hostage as my life is on the line?" "You tell me," said Brock. "Are you willing to risk your life on it?" "This is ridiculous," said Brock. "Fine. Dwarves are better than elves. Are you happy, you immature—" "I thought so," yelled the dwarf. The dwarf then unleashed level 2 of his journeyman tier warrior ability. The simply titled, yet incredibly powerful move known as forward charge. At this level, the ability allowed a warrior to thrust himself forward with incredible speed and unleash a devastating attack with their weapon. At level 2, the forward charge could become a forward leap for even greater destruction. Unleashing this ability, Brock emerged from the roof of a building and jumped off it, swinging his warhammer and imbuing it with mana as it crashed down onto the skull of the rock ogre and obliterated it upon impact. The dwarf's hammer attack then smashed into the ground, leaving a small crater. Brock yanked his hammer out of the ground and grinned at Curtis. "Consider us even," huffed the dwarf. 106. Toby's eyes widened and he gasped at the sight of the demolished building in front of him. "I'm all alone in this monster-infested city," he shivered at the thought, as the countless ways he might be killed any moment now rushed through his head. Then, from beyond the demolished wall, he heard someone scream. It was a shriek of terror, not unlike the many times he thought he'd been infected with dirty water disease, or woke up thinking his blanket had suffocated him. Except this wasn't his shriek of terror, it was someone else's. And Toby recognized the voice. It was someone really important to him. It was Clara. Toby gulped. His friend was in trouble. He needed to help her. He had to get back to Clara and Olivia immediately. "I won't let them get hurt," he thought. "I need to help them now." His confidence and determination, however, disintegrated as he turned around to the smashed building and took in the smoke and blood-filled streets and the army of monsters roaming in front of him. Toby trembled. "The monsters probably won't even notice me," he said to himself. "Yeah, that sounds right. I'm just a little novice-tier wizard traveler. They'd want a challenge. They would never see me as easy, delicious, and succulent flesh to be preyed upon. Oh boy, who am I kidding? They'll definitely think that." Toby's eyes filled with tears as he rushed forward into the battle-torn streets. He figured he could try and run and outmaneuver the monsters, and, if so, he'd be able to catch up with Clara and Olivia and help them with whatever danger they were currently facing in no time at all. He got to the first street corner and turned, managing to not draw the attention of a group of monsters that were in a fight with a squad of other travelers. They got their mission, Toby thought. I got mine. He kept running. As he ran, he tried to tell himself positive affirmations. He had been told that they supposedly could be of great help to someone as anxious and paranoid as him. I am a strong, confident, and independent man who can both protect himself and others, he said to himself while tears fell from his eyes as he swallowed back the terror of all the monsters around him. It was at that moment that a group of goblins started to charge after him, except two strange-looking men interrupted them. They were bare-knuckle boxers who went toe-to-toe with the goblin warriors. Who the heck are those guys? They're not even travelers. Toby was amazed at their fearlessness. The two human civilians punched and destroyed the goblins until they were nothing but mana stones. Who are you guys?" said Toby, aghast. The two men looked over to Toby. "The name is Dangerous Darren," smiled one of the men. "And my name is Felix Firepunch," said the other. "You may have heard of us," said Dangerous Darren. "I guess you could say we're minor celebrities in the illegal underground fighting circuit of Resfall." "Don't be humble, Darren," said Felix. "We're definitely major celebrities." Toby didn't know what to say to these two strange men. They were beginning to creep him out just as much, if not more, than the monsters they were all meant to be fighting. "You see, late last year my wife left me for another man," said Felix, wiping a tear from his eye. I didn't ask you about—" "And the thing I learned from that experience," said Felix, ignoring Toby's protestations, "was that despite my incredible muscular appearance and devilishly handsome good looks, I still harbored a deep sense of insecurity. And that was when I realized I had to team up with my longtime rival Dangerous Darren and show the world that you can be a strong and courageous fighter even without having the magical aptitude of a traveler." "That's right. Dangerous Fire Brigade assemble," shouted Darren, letting out a whistle. A group of burly young boys and girls stepped out from a nearby alleyway with their fists raised to fight. "We're not going to let the Travelers Guild hog all the glory," said Felix. "We plan on protecting this city just as much as you." Toby didn't want to correct them and tell them they were speaking to the wimpiest and most fearful traveler in the entirety of the Resfall Travelers Guild. But more than that, Toby was profoundly moved by this group of citizens. They had no magic abilities, and yet they fought these monsters with an unbridled fearlessness. How could Toby let fear control him so much when, unlike this group, he actually had the power to truly fight back and make an impact? He couldn't abide by such restrictions any longer. Toby wiped tears from his eyes and said, "Thank you for sharing your inspirational story. You've made me realize I need to fight with as much courage as all of you. See you all at the end of this." Toby rushed off on his own, only to come face to face with a group of growling and snarling ember wolves. "Ah!" shrieked Toby. He shivered at the sight of the vicious and monstrous wolves. The wolves snarled at him and took a step towards him. "Please don't eat me!" cried Toby. The wolves all pounced towards him, and that was when Toby snapped out of his fear. He shook his head. "Screw that," he thought. "They should be afraid of me." He gripped his wizard staff and clenched his fist and conjured a massive torrent of water and then pushed it out, knocking back the two ember wolves closest to him. "I refuse to be afraid of you," shouted Toby. "Especially because I can manipulate the very element that you're weakest against."
There were still 3 more ember wolves rushing from the side towards him. Toby leaped back and clawed the air with his fingers as he manipulated the mana in and outside of himself to create powerful particles of water that came together in a swirling mass of hostile energy.
He shot the water blast out at the incoming wolves and knocked them back. The wolves were hurled backwards by the force of the magic projectile, one smashing into the wall and instantly disintegrating down into a mana stone. A few other ember wolves lay weakened on the ground. Their formerly orange glowing skin looked like the surface of a wet, damp log. Toby had completely doused the ember from the ember wolf's skin, and it looked to be suffocating the monsters, almost like what would happen if you sealed shut the gills of a fish. The ember wolves whimpered, and they all slowly disintegrated around him. Toby wanted to pick up the mana stones, but left them behind because he knew he had to help Clara, so he kept pushing forward. As he ran, his eyes filled with tears. He was worrying about Clara. He didn't want her to die. He didn't want her to even get a little bit hurt. There was so much he still hadn't said to her about how he felt, about the life he dreamed they might one day have if they weren't killed by the thousands of possible ways one could be killed before then. There was so much he wanted to say to her, and hadn't yet. She can't die, he thought as tears welled up in his eyes. She just can't. He kept sprinting forward. His heart raced. His throat burned. Come on, Clara. Hang in there. 107. Towering over both Olivia and Clara was a monster unlike either of them had ever seen before. The monster was a giant that stood upright like a human, but had the fur and face of a tiger. It had yellow eyes, whiskers, and an angry face. It also wielded a giant axe. Any ideas on how to fight this thing? Asked Clara. Olivia gripped her sword and gritted her teeth and said, Yeah, up close and personal. Come on. Clara's heart skipped a beat as Olivia charged forward. She's expecting me to run up close to that thing as well, she panicked. That thing can squash us with its foot. But she didn't let her fears get the better of her, and she followed Olivia's orders, rushing towards the axe-wielding tiger giant. As she ran forward, she felt the effects of Olivia's paladin ability, her divine inspiration. She was now using a higher level of the ability than she had used before. Not only did she feel a rush of power surge through her, but she could see a light blue coating surround her as divine mana created a protective shield around her. "Attack its legs!" shouted Olivia. The 2 travelers rushed towards the giant's left foot. Olivia slashed her sword, ripping a large gaping wound on the calf of the giant monster. Blood, fur, and flesh exploded everywhere. The crimson liquid stained the fur of the tiger's giant leg. Clara followed up with an attack burst, sending a powerful burst of energy into her spear thrust, going right through the open wound Olivia had made. "Excellent work," said Olivia as she unleashed another slash attack. The monster wailed and lifted its foot to squash the 2 of them like bugs. "Move!" Olivia commanded. They jumped out of the way and missed the powerful stomp attack of the giant. "Again!" Olivia shouted. They moved back in again towards the giant's legs, and Olivia thrust her blade into the open wound and jerked the blade inside, ripping through the flesh and bone until the giant could no longer keep balance on both feet and collapsed on his knees. "We almost have this," shouted Olivia. Olivia ran towards the giant to climb its back when the tiger blinked its cat-like eyes, and suddenly Olivia froze. "Ugh," groaned Olivia. Her head and neck squirmed, but the rest of her body was frozen in place. "That monster's blink is a paralyzing ability. Don't look it in the eye, Clara." Clara gripped her spear, unsure what to do next. She had been following Olivia's lead. She didn't know how to take this giant monster down on her own. Worse, the power of divine inspiration had disrupted the monster's paralyzing ability, meaning all the stat gains and boosts disappeared, along with the protective divine mana shield previously coating her skin. "Clara, watch out!" Clara's thoughts were interrupted by the giant's axe coming right down towards her. She rolled out of the way as the axe smashed into the city streets, sending rocks and debris flying from the impact. The tiger giant then did something Clara wasn't expecting.
Right as Clara was getting back on her feet, the tiger giant let go of its axe and swiped its paw towards her. Despite its giant size, the monster was fast and agile, and suddenly Clara found herself clutched in the grip of the tiger giant. She squirmed, trying to push herself out from the monster's grip. "Let me go, you monster loser!" she shouted, smashing her fists onto the creature's paw to no avail. Soon the tiger giant lifted Clara in the air. Her hair fell forward and her stomach lurched as the tiger giant held Clara upside down, dangling it over its wide mouth, ready to drop her in. She kept fighting and squirming. "This can't be it," she thought. "This can't be how I die. There must be a way to escape. Someone must be nearby. Sam, Guildmaster Redfield, or even Olivia's two ridiculous, love-struck colleagues." "Help!" cried Clara. The tiger giant released Clara from its grip, letting her fall into its mouth and down its throat. Except, before Clara entered the monster's mouth, a giant water ball knocked her in the air, sending her flying away from the tiger giant's jaws. Clara flew through the air, disoriented, and she soon found herself falling back towards the cobblestone street. It looked as if she'd luckily dodged the bowels of the tiger giant, only to become a pile of blood-splattered flesh on the ground. But right as she was about to splat right on the ground, she found herself caught in the arms of a man. No, it wasn't a man, more a boy. She looked up and couldn't believe it. It was her childhood friend. "Toby," she thought, looking up at the boy with wonder. "Is that really you?" Toby held Clara in his arms and stared at the tiger giant with rage. "Stay away from my friends," he yelled, as for once in his life he truly showed no fear. Mildred made sure Princess Alice stayed hidden in the corner of their hideout. The handmaiden clung silently to the wall across from Alice, ready for any attackers who tried to step into the room directly. Mildred focused on her mana sense, along with keeping an eye on the nearby windows. In an ideal world, Mildred wouldn't have picked this room as their hideout, but she was improvising with the hand they had been dealt. The handmaiden decided it was better to stay hidden than to attempt to find somewhere safer. If they stayed where they were, the higher the likelihood that they wouldn't attract any more unwanted attention. All they had to do now was wait out the battle and hope Edgar and the other travelers were able to stop this bloody coup from going any further than it already had. "Come on, Edgar," she thought. "You can do this, you irritating old coot." Her hopes of a tedious and boring wait for the battle to be over were dashed when suddenly she picked up in her mana sense a group of incoming hostile enemies. She stepped behind a bookcase and triggered her level 1 version of her ninja class's novice tier ability, Stealth Walk. Under the guise of shadows, her whole body could become invisible. Not a trace of her could be seen. So when the first new wave of traveler priests entered through the front door of their hideout, they didn't see the knives coming until they were through their throats. 3 more traveler priests swung in through the windows. "I see," Mildred thought. "They're going to come at us from both sides this time. They're wising up." The 3 traveler priests were classic warrior classes. If Mildred had to guess, she would say they were probably apprentice tier, definitely not higher than that. One was wielding a sword, another wielded an axe in both hands, and the third had a flail. She threw out another wave of knives at the new attackers. It gave away her hiding spot, forcing her to move and lose her invisibility, but she had to keep the warriors' attention on her and away from the princess. The 3 warriors rushed after her, knocking furniture out of the way or just smashing through it with their powerful weaponry. She materialized 2 more daggers from her inventory and then threw them towards her attackers, while triggering Journeyman Tier Ninja ability, Mirage Blades. The 2 daggers suddenly turned into 3 more, meaning to the warriors it looked like 8 daggers were now coming at them. And, effectively, it was true. Even though the majority of the daggers were mirages, these were illusionary projectiles that were deadlier than the real thing. The blades smashed through the warriors' armor and flesh, causing the warriors to trip and stumble. Mildred smirked. One rule about facing a ninja, lads, Mildred thought to herself: never stumble.
In a second, Mildred was behind them, shoving her hairpin in the back of their heads with the speed of a manic orchestra conductor. Mildred assumed that was all of them, until another wave appeared. Damn, word must have gotten out somehow that the princess is here, Mildred thought. Otherwise, why were so many enemies descending upon them? Mildred rolled up her sleeves and readied herself to keep fighting. She could take on low-tier goons all day. It was at that exact moment when an orb came flying in from the front hall. Mildred's eyes widened. Uh-oh. The orb exploded into a massive ray of light, blinding Mildred. Even with her eyes closed and using her mana sense, the disorienting flash grenade had done its damage on her. She'd been temporarily crippled. By the time she could see and would have been able to move properly again, 2 warriors were holding her on the ground. A man nearby snickered. "You like my little trinket, huh?" Mildred grimaced. The man clearly had the uncommon class known as Engineer. The class allowed the user to create weird items of mana. She was great at fighting standard warriors or mages, but squirmy little tinkerers with the Engineer class had always been tricky for her, especially if they caught her by surprise. 2 other warriors started to approach Princess Alice, who was cowering in the corner. The 2 warriors snickered. "Time to kill the weak little princess." Mildred squirmed, but she couldn't escape their grip. I can't fail the princess, Mildred thought. I must do something. Alice shivered in the corner as the 2 men approached her. The men laughed. "There's nothing you can do, can you? You're helpless." It was at that point that something triggered inside of Alice. She stopped shivering. Her shoulders straightened. Her face went red. Her skin began to take on a fiery hue. Even the princess's normally blonde hair suddenly went a deep crimson red. Oh boy, Mildred thought as she watched what was about to happen. The former king, Alice's father, hadn't just hired Mildred to be a handmaiden to protect Alice from potential enemies, but it was to protect the girl from herself. Alice had been given a powerful mythic class from a class stone with some very unique properties. The class had a latency period to it that made it uncontrollable and existed deep and far away from one's conscious mind. The special stone had given the girl a powerful mythic rarity class known simply as Phoenix. As fire began to swirl around Princess Alice Grace, the girl screamed, "I am not helpless!" The princess grabbed the head of the approaching warrior and roasted him alive until he collapsed into ash within a few seconds. The other warrior cowered and stepped back. The princess thrust her hand forward, shooting out a swirl of fire that sent his flaming corpse out the window. The girl screamed and created torrents of fire all around her. The gushing flames shot the remaining nearby enemies through the roof of the building and out to their deaths on the pavement nearby. 109. Sam sliced off the head of a Drake warrior and kicked its body out of the way. He kept moving forward. The royal keep was now in view. He was almost there. He was running down the street when a trio of traveler priests stepped out from an alleyway. "Where do you think you're going?" snickered the leader. "Get out of my way," said Sam. "You can still change sides. Be on the right side of history." "Foolish boy," laughed the traveler priest. "We are on the right side." They rushed towards him to fight, and Sam grimaced. He didn't have time for a drawn-out fight with traveler priests. He only had 20 minutes to stop the explosive and destructive dungeon break of the artificial gate. Toby helped Clara onto her feet. She blushed and smiled at him. "Thanks, Tobes." Don't mention it," said Toby, blushing. "But I think we need to deal with this horrible monster nearby before we do anything else." "You think?" said Olivia sarcastically. "Why aren't you helping us?" asked Toby. "Is this some kind of demented training exercise?" "No, I've been paralyzed," yelled Olivia angrily. "Don't look that thing in the eye. It has a blink ability that can paralyze you." Toby shivered. That sounded rough. The monster was clearly at least apprentice tier in its stats, meaning Clara and him both were going to struggle to slay it on their own. They definitely needed Olivia's help. The real question was, how could they undo Olivia's paralysis? "I have an idea," said Toby. "Clara, distract him for me."
Clara nodded and rushed forward to the creature's non-wounded leg and unleashed a powerful attack burst into its flesh. The tiger giant's focus returned to Clara, and it snatched its claws towards her. Clara managed to sidestep and deal another painful spear thrust into its leg. The monster wailed. At that point, Toby conjured another water ball and whipped it towards the tiger giant, knocking him right in the eyelid. The creature reached for its eye in pain, its eyes fluttering and blinking from the irritation. He turned to Olivia. "Try moving now." Olivia stepped forward and was stunned. She smirked. "Curtis has been training you well." Olivia then jumped forward and shouted, "Holy slash!" A bright white light of energy formed as Olivia slashed diagonally across the tiger giant. It all happened within seconds. Olivia landed on her feet as the tiger giant that had been cut into halves slid off balance and collapsed on the ground, dead. Both Clara and Toby looked at the adept tier traveler in stunned amazement. The power at higher tiers is truly astounding, Toby thought to himself. "No more wasting time," said Olivia. "Time to move out. We're almost there." They hurried down the street, and within a few minutes they were outside the grand cathedral of the spectral church. It was time to take on the archbishop. Sam ducked his head as an ice blast came hurtling his way. He triggered Pain Ring, marking the battlefield, encompassing the 3 traveler priests within it. His silver dragon armor continued to eat in and out of his flesh in a symbiotic relationship with his necklace of healing. The silver dragon armor tore into his flesh hungrily, and the necklace of healing restored his body, offering an endless snack to the excruciating armor. The trade-off meant that the silver dragon armor filled him with pain that was then converted into strength and raw power. "You can't defeat us, wimp," said the traveler priests. "You're nothing but a novice-tier traveler." Sam ignored the men's taunts, knowing he was about to prove them wrong. He rushed forward and materialized his berserker sword, stabbing one traveler priest right in the stomach. A burst of blood shot forth onto the ground. "But how?" gurgled the traveler priest. "My defense stat should make it too difficult for you to harm me." Sam didn't care to answer the man's question, slashing his sword upward. He didn't have time to converse with people who wanted to contribute to the ultimate demise of Westria and everyone who lived in it. With the first dead traveler priest on the ground, Sam rushed forward and then triggered Blood Flame. The other 2 traveler priests roasted alive as he ran towards the royal keep. He arrived at the entrance a short time later and walked up the steps, readying himself for the final battle ahead. He only had 15 more minutes to finish the battle and save the city from utter destruction. 110. Edgar screamed as he pummeled excessive amounts of spirit druid mana into the shadow shield. He could feel the shield's power draining and weakening. Edgar roared as he gave one final push of mana into his enemy's powerful shield ability. Suddenly, the energy shield burst into a cloud of smoke. Black wisps blew away in the breeze, and within moments, if you hadn't been there beforehand, you would never have been able to guess that a shadow shield had once occupied the space. Edgar caught his breath and wiped sweat off his forehead. It had taken the guildmaster 45 minutes to break the shield, which felt like a colossal waste of his time, considering elsewhere people were fighting for their lives. But he was the only one with the master-tier magic affinity capable of breaking such a powerful shield in as quick a time as he had done. Edgar simply shook his head and stepped forward into the throne room. He caught sight of Clarence straight away. Edgar narrowed his eyes in anger as he took in the court advisor sitting casually on the throne. "You insult the royal family of Resfall and everything our nation stands for by sitting on that throne," shouted Edgar. "How could you betray your own people like this?" Clarence laughed. "Are you really so foolish, Edgar? Do you really think you'll be able to appeal to my feelings after everything I've already done? After I've tried to murder the princess and have staged a monstrous takeover of the city?" Edgar growled. "You really are a piece of garbage. You're a parasite and scourge on the innocent people of Resfall." "There you go again," said Clarence. "You waste all of our time. Resfall, Volsungar, honor, valor. These are all mere words. Words meant to control and enslave people. Call this place whatever you want. but it will soon be I who recreates it to suit my vision." "Your vision," said Edgar, anger lacing his words.
"Who gave you the right to make such a choice for so many innocent people?
And besides, what do you think is going to happen? You think you and the Archbishop are really going to be able to work together so cozily once you no longer have a common enemy?" "Don't you worry about that," sneered Clarence. "I have plans for them." Edgar had heard enough. He had to stop this horrible man. Destroying him would eliminate the artificial dungeon from exploding forth over the city. There was no more time for talk. Edgar assumed a battle position and conjured his spirit druid claws. More than that, he triggered level 2 of his apprentice tier ability, Conjure Spirit Flame Skin. The angelic clear mana, with the faintest hint of a pink hue, began to cover Edgar's entire body. The level 1 version of this ability had been purely protective, a defensive shield against attacks. But at level 2, it allowed Edgar to channel the spirit mana into his attacks and movements, increasing his stats exponentially. Edgar rushed forward, and Clarence snapped his fingers, and 3 swirls of shadows emerged between the 2 powerful travelers, and 3 shadow minions materialized. "Stop hiding behind your minions, you coward!" shouted Edgar, as he rushed forward to take on the shadow minions as quickly as possible. The shadow minions galloped towards him, and Edgar elongated his claws, making them massive, and slashed right through them. They were obliterated straight away. Clarence scowled and snapped his fingers again, summoning 2 shadow bruisers that took up massive amounts of the throne room, their heads reaching close to the top of the ceiling. Clarence shouted, "Destroy him!" One shadow bruiser threw a punch right where Edgar was standing, but the Master Tier Traveler dodged it with ease, just as he anticipated the second shadow bruiser punching where they thought he was going to go.
The punches were powerful and created massive shaking tremors across the entire throne hall. The blasts of the attacks created large, crater-like holes in the floor. Edgar jumped and flew up to meet the shadow bruisers face to face. They threw out their large, wispy black hands, trying to snatch him within their dark, evil tendrils and grip, but Edgar moved with a speed that confounded them. He flew between their heads and began to spin in the same spot, creating a whirlwind of blades with his spirit druid claws, ripping shreds through the shadow bruisers' heads. They burst into dust and crumpled onto the floor. Edgar looked down at the sneering Clarence. "You won't be able to hide from me forever," shouted Edgar as he soared down to meet Clarence head-on, pulling back one of his clawed fists, ready to strike and stab him right through his smug, evil face. The front door of the Spectral Church's Grand Cathedral loomed over Toby and his 2 companions, Clara and Olivia. Toby gulped, just looking at the entrance to the horrible building. "I can't believe we're actually back here," he thought. "I can't believe we've returned here voluntarily." Toby bristled just thinking about the memory. He could feel the sneers and laughter of the malicious traveler priests who took them there against their will, who shoved them through the nightmarish portal of the White Gate. "Toby!" Toby snapped out of his dark memory to see Clara looking at him sternly. "Come on," she said. "We don't have any time to waste." Toby nodded and tried to shake the traumatic memory away as they took a step into the large, grandiose building. Olivia led the way into the Spectral Church's Grand Cathedral. She was slightly perplexed that there had been no guards stationed at the entrance. Were all the traveler priests out fighting and causing havoc in the rest of the city? But if their leader had come here to hide out and orchestrate things from the sidelines, wouldn't it make sense to have a few guards on deck? It was at that moment that she noticed a pale foot poking out from one of the nearby pews. It wasn't any type of foot. It was the foot of a corpse. Suddenly the corpse lifted itself up, followed by other seemingly dead people. "Don't tell me," said Toby, shaking his head with tears in his eyes. "Are those zombies?" A horde of them rushed towards them. Olivia lifted her sword and triggered her apprentice-tier paladin ability, Divine Blade. The silver sword gripped in her hand suddenly took on a bright blue hue of divine energy. Olivia slashed her sword at the first incoming zombie, chopping its head straight off.
She triggered allies' abilities as well. Divine inspiration, boosting her. "Come on, we need to fight through this horde as quickly as possible," said Olivia, stabbing the zombie right through the center of its forehead with her divine blade. Just as she slashed another incoming horde of vicious zombies, she felt the young girl Clara right beside her, gripping her spear. She thrust her spear upward towards the zombies' brains with grace and precision, obliterating them before they could get close enough to harm her. Over their shoulders, Toby threw out water blasts, knocking the zombie hordes back and keeping them at bay. But even as the three of them got into a rhythm of ultimate zombie destruction, the Archbishop had clearly left the whole church filled with undead monsters, and the horde appeared to be unabating. Worse, flying down from the ceiling were more than just undead zombies, but zombie hawks. The deadly and vicious birds had black feathers and glowing green eyes. "Incoming!" screamed Toby, as he hurled powerful blasts of water at the birds to keep them back. Clara roared as she triggered her attack burst spell, sending an explosion of powerful energy forward in the direction of the incoming zombie hawks. But there were too many of them. The zombie hawks began to descend towards them and surround them in a huge flock. This is getting annoying, Olivia thought. She triggered the level 3 evolution of her divine blade and thrust it forward to the sky. Multiple bright blue swords of divine energy surrounded the adept tier traveler and shot upward in the sky. The sharp, deadly projectiles flew upwards, cutting through the undead flesh of the birds. The divine blades ended up killing many of the nightmarish birds, stabbing them right through their small heads and brains. For those who weren't killed by the multiple divine blades, their bodies were deformed enough, with a wing being cut off, sending them hurtling to the ground where Clara finished them off with an executing plunge of her spear. "This is taking too long," thought Olivia. She spun on her feet, manipulating her divine blades to do so in a destructive whirlwind. Within seconds, the zombie horde was nothing but destroyed flesh rendered into obliterated dust. Finished with her attack, Olivia took in Clara and Toby, who were both staring at her aghast. "I've never wanted to be adept tier so badly," said Clara. "Me too," replied Toby. Olivia grinned. "Come on," said the adept tier traveler. "The Archbishop must be hiding in the rooftop pavilion." A few minutes and another few zombie hordes later, Toby and his allies had fought their way to the top of the Grand Cathedral. They stood in front of a large doorway. It was the entrance to the Archbishop's chambers. Toby was still in shock and awe that this was really happening. Only 6 months had gone by since he'd officially become a novice tier traveler, and now he was preparing to fight one of the strongest travelers in the city. "This is madness," Toby thought. "Get ready, you two," said Olivia, taking a step forward towards the doors. "Prepare yourselves for the most difficult traveler battle you've ever encountered." 112. Archbishop Balin stood at the far end of his chambers, grinning to himself. He was looking out his window to the chaos that he had helped orchestrate. "It's beautiful," he thought. He stared out to the artificial dungeon gate growing in the sky, looming over the city. It was growing with his and Clarence's combined mana. Only 10 more minutes now, and the city would truly be under their control. He then heard the doors to his chambers open behind him. What annoyance is this? He turned around and scowled at the sight of 3 measly travelers, interrupting his moment of rejoicing. "How dare you intrude upon me?" he said, conjuring nightmarishly green lightning from the palms of his hands. "Let me take care of these meddlesome flies." Olivia gripped the blade of her sword, readying for the battle against the Archbishop. Her eyes narrowed at the sight of the sinister man. She felt anger swell up inside of her as she thought of all the pain and suffering the Archbishop had caused so many of her loved ones, along with countless other innocent people. "This man is a menace," Olivia thought. "It's time we remove this parasite from our city." Nightmarish green lightning emanated from the palms of each of the Archbishop's hands, and he whipped the lightning towards them. Olivia's eyes narrowed. She could actually stop the Archbishop from summoning more undead monsters. She snapped out her left arm and hand and triggered her paladin's level 3 journeyman tier ability, Spell Cancel. An explosive burst erupted around the Archbishop's palm. The ghoulish green magic had taken on a blue hue before exploding into deadly shards of divine magic. The old man scowled in pain as he shook his hand, removing the painful divine shards. Olivia's spell cancel ability was best used to stop deadly area of effect spells like Meteor Storm or Lightning Strike. It was outside of the ability's current parameters to cancel any spell that was considered a conditional spell rather than a hostile spell. Such conditional spells would be anything like stun, paralysis, or poison-based abilities. Olivia hadn't been sure if the ability would have worked to stop a summoning attack before it even happened, but it looks like it could. She'd leveraged that power to the best of her ability now then. The Archbishop smirked. He stretched out his hands and began a necromantic summoning spell from both his hands. The clever jerk, Olivia thought, gritting her teeth. I'll only be able to stop one of the spells. She triggered spell cancel once more, but it was futile. The Archbishop created a large group of over a dozen undead creatures. The group included quite a few skeleton warriors, an undead shaman, a few necro-wolves, and other horrible monsters. The monsters rushed towards them, and in that moment, the Archbishop was free to summon as many more fiendish monsters as he wanted, free from having to worry about Olivia's spell cancel, as she'd have to deal with all of his monstrous minions now. Crud, Olivia thought to herself. She triggered spell cancel once more to see if it would undo the summoned monsters, but it was no use. Once summoned, the creatures were no longer considered a hostile spell by the spell cancel ability. Makes sense, Olivia grumbled in her mind with irritation. All right, here's the plan, said Olivia to Clara and Toby. We need to fight through these waves of monsters. I'm going to try my best to get through the waves and take on the Archbishop. You get rid of the distractions and, if needed, come in to back me up. Got it, said Clara and Toby with determination. Before I go, though, let me give you both one last boon. Olivia reached into the air and triggered her divine inspiration ability. This time, she'd give them every advantage possible, using the level 3 version of the spell, granting them a boon to fight harder, a defensive coating of divine mana over their bodies, and finally, the level 3 perk, a small extra bit of luck. As the two young travelers began to glow from the coating of divine mana surrounding them, Toby looked at Olivia and said, How are you going to get through this initial wave, though? Olivia smirked. Just watch me. The Adept tier Paladin triggered her level 2 version of her Apprentice tier ability, Divine Blade. At level 2, the magical conjured blade could be stretched, enlarged, and generally mutated to do what she needed to do. In this case, Olivia enlarged her divine blade and stretched it out, forging a path of carnage and obliterated flesh to help her move forward. As she rushed ahead and the undead horde surrounded her once more, she lifted her divine blade to the sky and unleashed her Paladin class's Adept tier ability, Pillar of Light. A huge obelisk of bright white light emerged, knocking back all the surrounding undead monsters and harming any that attempted to get close to her or the Pillar of Light. Olivia then triggered her level 3 spell cancel, obliterating her own hostile attack spell to create a massive blade of deadly shards of divine magic. Magical glass shot out in every direction, ripping through the flesh and skulls of the undead, killing many and injuring more. By the time Olivia's spell was over, she had crossed the divide between the undead horde and the Archbishop. She looked over the horde and back to Clara and Toby. Remember, you two stay back and handle the lesser monsters, shouted Olivia. Leave the Archbishop to me. 113. The Archbishop rushed forward and met the Adept tier Traveler woman head-on. He conjured magical necromantic daggers composed of green ghoulish energy in either hand. His necromantic daggers clashed with the steel of her silver paladin's blade. You have so little power, sneered the Archbishop. At Adept tier, the woman could clearly hold her own against his powerful undead monsters, but against him directly, she was still no match. He lifted his arm and shot a wave of powerful energy into her chest, which sent the woman hurtling into the nearby wall. "Face it, you little wench," hissed the Archbishop. "You can't defeat me. You're not strong enough. I'll kill you, and then I'll kill your puny little friends over there too, and I'll smile while doing it." The Archbishop grinned as he watched the traveler woman struggle on the ground, barely able to pick herself up. "You're an absolute piece of trash," said the woman as she wobbled back onto her feet. The woman screamed and rushed to attack the Archbishop once more. "A stubborn little fly, isn't she?" thought the powerful spectral church leader. But a stubborn fly only gets squashed faster than the rest. Clara thrust her spear into the chest of a corpse knight. She then held the corpse up, only to smash it into the ground. She ripped her spear free and then thrust it back into the undead creature's head. The glowing red eyes faded away after that final attack, and Clara ripped her spear free to keep the battle going. Toby hung behind her, flinging hostile water attacks for extra support. As they made their way through the small regiment of undead monsters, Clara would glance over to Olivia, fighting against the Archbishop. Clara couldn't help feeling concerned for the adept tier traveler going head-to-head with the Archbishop. "Hang in there, Olivia," thought Clara as she stabbed another undead warrior. "If we clear these lesser monsters for you, we can come in and help you." Elizabeth triggered level 3 of her divine blade, sending multiple blasts of sharp, sword-like divine energy right in the Archbishop's direction. The man ducked as the powerful energy smashed into the wall behind him. Olivia, however, didn't let her onslaught abate. Using level 2 of her divine blade, she gripped her sword and thrust it forward, elongating the divine mana and power right to where the Archbishop had crouched. In seconds, this should all be over after the sword obliterated the pathetic man's head. The Archbishop rolled to the left, narrowly dodging the attack. Olivia narrowed her eyes, assessing the man. He was old, but agile. While his class abilities clearly suited summoning monsters to do his bidding, he still had plenty of one-on-one powers and fighting prowess to match it. Over the course of the last few years, no one was in denial that the Archbishop had a traveler class and was most likely extremely powerful. But to have trained this hard and gained this much power while keeping knowledge of such gains so secret from the rest of Resfall was truly a feat on its own. Olivia took in the Archbishop's movement once more, beginning to understand his power set and movement patterns more and more. "I think I got it," she realized. She rushed forward with her blade, and the Archbishop met her halfway with his dual-wielding necromantic daggers. He lifted his arms to block and defend, but Olivia had only been feinting. She sidestepped the Archbishop, managing to get around him. She then imbued her blade with all of her mana and sliced downward, chopping the Archbishop's right arm off. The Archbishop screamed in horrific pain as blood burst out all over Olivia's face from her incredible attack. She kicked the Archbishop's arm so hard it smashed through a window and fell out into the streets. "That should do it," Olivia grinned. She realized that so much of the Archbishop's power stemmed from his hands and arm. By removing one arm, she'd cut his power in at least half. "Looks like you're the one about to be defeated," smirked Olivia. The Archbishop's eyes bulged as pain erupted throughout his body. My... His vision wobbled. "My arm. It's gone." Anger and pain swirled around the inside of his body, and he realized he couldn't waste any more time. He needed to finish this battle as soon as possible and tend to his wounded arm. Otherwise, he might actually lose this thing. "You stupid little fly," hissed the Archbishop as he thrust his arm forward, sending a powerful burst of green, nightmarish, necromantic energy right into Olivia's body. He was able to lift her up and smash her spasmodic, shivering body again and again on the ground until she was nothing but battered, bruised, and silent like a corpse. 114. Clara was in the middle of stabbing the brains out of an undead priestess when she saw the Archbishop's necromantic flames take total control of Olivia and knock her out completely. The adept tier traveler lay pale and unconscious on the ground. "Olivia!" Clara cried. She looked over to Toby, whose face was now going white with shock. "Clara, said Toby.
What the heck are we going to do? Olivia was our trump card, our saving grace, our ticket out of here, our only guarantee of survival, our only hope in this entire— Now is not the time to spiral, Tobes, said Clara.
The young novice-tier traveler with the warrior class quickly dispatched with the final zombie warrior, leaving the Archbishop as the only remaining enemy to fight. Even with his arm bleeding profusely, the Archbishop managed to laugh at the sight of Clara and Toby. "What are you going to do?" he laughed. "Your only hope of defeating me is dead on the floor over there. You're just two novice-tier travelers. There's no way you'll be able to beat me. Face it, you've lost."
"Shut up," said Clara. She quickly turned to Toby. "Come on, Tobes, we got this. Follow my lead."
Toby blinked as Clara sprinted forward with her spear at the ready to confront the Archbishop. His heart pounded. His eyes widened with fear.
"Is Clara freaking crazy?" he panicked. "She's going to get herself killed fighting so boldly."
He took a deep breath.
"I have to protect her," he thought. "I'd rather be dead than live in a world without her."
Over the course of their battle with the zombie horde, Toby had leveled up his novice-tier water manipulation ability. It was time to test out the new evolution of the skill. Toby conjured all the mana in his body and created a powerful gushing force of water from his two palms. "Tsunami blast!" he screamed as he unleashed the wickedly powerful magical attack on the Archbishop. The old master-tier traveler snickered as the attack hit him head-on. The Archbishop wobbled on his feet and had to take a step back as the hostile water pounded against him. With his free hand, the Archbishop sent out a flicker of ghoulish lightning that smashed into Toby and flung him against the nearby wall. The boy slumped over. He wasn't getting up. Clara's eyes welled up. "Toby!" Her friend couldn't be dead. Not yet. They still had so much to do, so much to see, so many things to experience. She pushed forward, despite a huge part of her trying to make her stop. A small, anxious voice in her head that she tried to ignore day in and day out finally gnawed inside of her, hissing, "If everyone is dead, who are you going to protect? You failed everyone. Sam, Olivia, Toby, and all the kids at Orphanage H. You weren't strong enough to save them, to help them. They're now all dead because of you. There's no need to keep pretending that you're so tough and strong anymore. No one to perform your fake courage around. Face it. Give up. Admit it. You're scared, weak, and alone and can't save anyone." Clara shook her head violently, still rushing at the Archbishop. "No," she thought to herself. "I'm not giving up. I'm never giving up." Clara gripped her spear tight as she sprinted forward. If she was going to survive this fight, if she was going to have any semblance of saving Toby and Olivia and defeating the horrible man in front of her, it all came down to one powerful hit. That was all she could hope to manage to do before the Archbishop crushed her, like he'd crushed everyone else in this fight. Under normal circumstances, there was no way a novice-tier traveler could have the hopes of penetrating through the defenses of a master-tier traveler. But Olivia had left her an opening. Clara charged and then unleashed a powerful attack burst from her spear. The spear went head-on towards the Archbishop. "Pah! Such a puny attack won't hurt me head-on, you fool." That was when Clara snickered and revealed a powerful special ability that came with her new apprentice-tier mithril spear that she had gotten in the blue dungeon alongside Sam and Toby. "Twist!" she yelled, and the energy of her ranged attack burst suddenly swerved and then swerved again, no longer heading directly at the Archbishop, but at an angle. Her attack burst blasted right through the hole in the Archbishop's arm, chest, bone, heart, and out the other side. The Archbishop coughed up blood as his eyes bulged in shock. Clara screamed as she dug the spear attack in even further. "That's for the crap childhood, you piece of garbage." 115. Across the city, at the Royal Keep, Edgar rushed forward to attack Clarence. The plan was simple: to rip the court advisor to shreds with the Guildmaster's powerful spirit druid claws. "Die!" screamed Edgar, slashing forward. Clarence jumped backwards, dodging the attack. "He's fast and slippery," Edgar noted. Edgar realized he needed to step it up a notch. He had mainly been using his novice tier and apprentice tier and a portion of his journeyman tier spirit druid abilities, but it was time to stop holding back. When Edgar had first started his journey as a traveler, he'd been disappointed with his first two abilities. He didn't understand the point of them. What he didn't realize was that the power to imbue spirit mana and to conjure spirit F lame skin were all preparing him for his journeyman tier ability, Run in spirit werewolf transformation. For the majority of the battle, he'd already been using the level 4 version of the ability, which was to mutate and use isolated aspects of the spirit werewolf transformation. But Edgar realized if he was going to take down Clarence, he was going to need to unleash the level 5 version of the skill, Total Transformation Mastery. He triggered the ability and felt the angelic spirit mana spiral around him, integrating with his skin and body. He grew in height, his muscles bulged, and his whole face snarled, shifting into a growling, angry wolf with narrow eyes and even sharper teeth. With hugely enhanced speed and power, Edgar rushed forward. He was in front of Clarence in less than a second. The court advisor had no time to escape. Clarence smirked right as the spirit druid claws ripped through his flesh. Except blood and guts did not burst from the open wounds, but rather black, shadowy wisps as the man disappeared into smoke in front of Edgar. Looking for someone? Edgar spun around to see the court advisor behind him, coming in with a shadow magic pincer attack of his own. Edgar leaped forward and gritted his teeth. Clarence has some kind of shadow blink ability then, Edgar mused. That's a problem. But how long can he keep such a cowardly strategy up for? Edgar rushed at Clarence with even greater speed. He slashed, and Clarence would shadow blink in retreat. Except, now that Edgar knew that Clarence could shadow blink, Edgar's years of fighting prowess meant he knew where to attack next. He could anticipate Clarence's moves. Clarence shadow blinked again and again until he finally teleported to the other end of the throne room and conjured 2 new elite shadow warriors in front of him and rushed towards Edgar. The guildmaster galloped towards the 4 shadow warriors. He slashed one to death, sending it hurtling right towards a window, shattering the glass and sending it out into the sky. He grabbed another by the neck and ripped its head off with his spirit werewolf mouth and spat it out on the ground. "Enough of your tricks," shouted the guildmaster. I need to finish this, Edgar thought. He morphed out of his spirit werewolf form. He then breathed out a whistle, triggering his master tier ability. The air from his mouth took on the same angelic mana that formed around his fists, and slowly a large griffin appeared, composed entirely of spirit mana. Edgar quickly jumped onto his new summon and charged at Clarence with so much speed, the court advisor did not have the opportunity to shadow blink. Edgar gripped the man's neck and then spiraled high into the air with his spirit griffin, blasting through the roof of the palace and high into the sky. They went so high, and then the griffin swerved heading back down to the throne room. "You won't survive the impact when we land, you fool," said Edgar. "It was nice knowing you." The griffin dove straight back down through the air with Clarence positioned to take all the impact. The 3 of them slammed back into the throne room, creating a massive crater of marble and concrete. Edgar's spirit griffin flickered away, and he stood up to take in his defeated enemy. The smoke began to clear, and Edgar took in the court advisor's body. Clarence's teeth were coated in crimson blood, and he smiled and laughed at Edgar. The man began to flicker into smoke. No, Edgar thought, not another doppelganger. Before Edgar had time to react, a powerful master-tier shadow spear went right through his stomach. 116 Edgar eyes bulged as he stared down to the shadow spear that had just ripped through his stomach. Blood began to leak and drip from the hole the shadow spear had created. "You conniving little scoundrel," hissed Edgar as his body filled with pain. The court advisor had always been a canny strategist and tactician, and he had outsmarted Edgar in this fight. Edgar had to accept that. More than that, he needed to lessen the extent of Clarence's victory. He had to turn this man's victory into a sacrifice, a trade-off, a compromise that will leave him weakened for his next battle. That was the only way to salvage any kind of victory from the jaws of defeat. Edgar reached down and clutched the shadow spear wedged into his body and held it tightly, creating large, bloody gashes in his palm as he did so. "So long as you hold this attack inside me," said Edgar, "you can't move, and I know where the real you is." With Edgar's other hand, he then reached out behind him and stretched out his spirit druid claws and slashed the area in front of him. The court advisor screamed in agony as Edgar finally hit the real version of the scumbag traitor. Clarence squirmed, trying to escape the guildmaster's attack. But escape was futile so long as the guildmaster kept clutching onto Clarence's deadly shadow spear. Edgar Redfield truly is a madman, Clarence thought. How much pain and damage is he enduring by clutching onto that shadow spear to hold me in place? The man's spirit claws slashed through his robes and created 4 large gashes in the court advisor's body. They looked like large crimson tracks running across his chest. The pain was unbelievable. The guildmaster's strength was undeniable. Clarence had no doubt that the man's title as the leader of the Travelers Guild was truly deserved. The court advisor then sensed that Edgar's power was waning, and he felt the man's hold on his shadow spear loosen. Clarence wasted no time, ripping it free and leaving the gaping hole in Edgar's stomach. The guildmaster coughed out blood and collapsed onto the floor. The man would be dead in a few more seconds. Clarence grinned, knowing that his final plans were coming to fruition. Only a few more minutes now and the artificial dungeon would break, and there would truly be no hope for Resfall after that. Then, suddenly Clarence heard footsteps. Someone else was coming. Who's this? Clarence scowled to himself. Edgar felt the blood draining from his body. His cheek lay hard against the stone floor. He was struggling to keep his eyes open. Is this really the end for me? Even at his age, Edgar couldn't help but think that there was still so much he'd like to do. There were so many at the guild who he cared for that still needed his guidance and training. Olivia, Curtis, Brock, Toby, Clara, the young, talented orphan traveler prodigy Sam. And then there was Mildred. So much between them still remained unsaid. There was only one positive to death, Edgar thought, and that would be the freedom from his chronic back pain. Maybe, just maybe, that will make dying worth it, he grumbled to himself as his vision began to fade around him. Then, in the distance, he made out a figure of someone stepping into the throne room. A black-haired boy with crimson-red eyes. Sam, he thought. You made it. Edgar grinned. He was happy to know he could die with a little bit of hope still left in the world. Clarence's attention was fully on the newest intruder. The boy had shaggy black hair and strange red eyes. He wore rare and powerful-looking silver armor. He'd seen this kid before. He'd thwarted his first assassination attempt of the princess back at the winter ball. "Do you really think you can defeat me after your precious guildmaster failed to?" sneered Clarence. The insolent young man had the audacity to smirk at him. "Let's find out," he said. With the entire fate of the city of Resfall on the line, the final fight truly began. 117, Sam materialized his berserker's sword, readying himself for his upcoming battle with the deadly Master-Tier Shadowmancer. The court advisor stood across the throne hall from him, waiting for Sam to make the first move. Makes sense, Sam figured. He has no incentive to defeat me immediately. He just needs to run down the clock for when the artificial dungeon gate breaks. Sam had a plan to defeat the evil court advisor. The only thing he had to do before he initiated that plan was figure out whether or not the Clarence in front of him was a shadow doppelganger or not. On the one hand, he had 4 bloody gashes ripped across his chest, but he could easily make a new doppelganger that captured those new features he developed in his battle against Edgar. The best way to figure out if that was indeed the real Clarence was to land a direct hit. Better get to work then. Sam rushed forward. He materialized a glass vial in his hand and whipped it on the ground near Clarence. "I didn't even have to dodge that, you fool," cackled Clarence. "You're the real fool," Sam thought as he triggered his Deathlord class's Blood Flame ability. Red flames erupted, and Clarence leapt away.
Sam triggered Blood Flame once again, now utilizing the puddle of blood dripping out from Edgar's dying body. As Sam expected, Clarence retreated backwards in the only direction he could, the point on the battlefield Sam had been orchestrating him to get to from the very beginning of the fight. Sam was there waiting for him. "Wait, what?" hissed Clarence. Sam slashed up on his back, just grazing the man before Clarence could trigger his shadow blink and escape. Sam's eyes narrowed at the man in the distance and saw a small cut form where his sword slash had been. Sam grinned. "Looks like you're the real one then," he thought to himself. Stage 1 of his plan was now complete. Now it was time for Stage 2. It was Sam's only hope for surviving and eking out a victory against such a superior foe. Clarence whipped his hand forward and conjured 3 shadow wolves to distract the boy. The wolves didn't hesitate to rush towards the young traveler with the intent to destroy and feast upon his corpse. "The kid is better than I thought," Clarence mused. "Still, he's no match for me. The wolves should be able to finish him off." But then a bright red marker burst out from the boy's chest, creating a large circle in the throne room. The boy then kicked the shadow wolves off of him and began slicing them in half, one by one. What is that ability he's just triggered? Clarence wondered. I've never seen such a class before, same with the strange blood magic. The boy would have made a good ally if he hadn't chosen to fight me with such dedication. Insolence must be punished with death. The boy finished fighting the shadow wolves and ran towards Clarence with his fearsome sword raised. Clarence summoned his shadow spear and raised it defensively. The boy's sword crashed into the shadow spear, clanging off one another before both of them retaliated with a follow-up attack. On the 5th time they clashed like this, the boy came out of nowhere, materializing a flame sword, manifesting right towards Clarence's undefended stomach. Clarence's eyes widened in shock. He shadow-blinked behind the boy. "It was nice playing with you, young man," said Clarence. "But enough is enough. Goodbye." Clarence then stabbed the boy in the back between his armored plates, dealing a devastating wound. The boy writhed on the floor with an immense amount of pain. He would be dead in a matter of seconds. 3 weeks ago, as Sam and Edgar prepared for the large battle looming over them, Sam explained the intricate powers and abilities of his newly acquired silver dragon armor. "It can absorb pain," Sam explained, "and can redistribute it to mitigate pain. It can even hold pain back for a later period of time." After that, Sam explained how he wanted Edgar to help him. In a private training room, Sam and Edgar faced each other. "You want me to do what now?" balked the guildmaster. "I want you to cause me the most amount of pain possible," explained Sam. "The pain can bring me to the brink of death, but it must not kill me." The guildmaster looked at Sam as if the boy was crazy, but understanding the special abilities of the silver dragon armor, he could understand what Sam was trying to do. "Okay, I can send hostile mana into your body, causing mana overload. It won't kill you, but it will make your body feel like you're exploding from the inside. It's the main method rogue travelers use for torturing people. My master tier traveler mana will overwhelm your body and make you feel as if you're experiencing 10,000 deaths all at once. Are you okay with that?" That was when Sam smirked. "More than okay," the young man explained. "I want you to cause me mana overload every day for the next 3 weeks. "But that's insane." "You said it wouldn't kill me, right?" asked Sam. "Yeah, but..." "No buts. Just do it." And so, the days passed, and every day the guildmaster would send an overwhelming load of hostile mana into the boy. It always shocked the guildmaster when the young man didn't even flinch. It was because he wasn't experiencing any of the pain in that moment. It was all going into reserves for later. Finally, on the day before the spring festival, after sending another massive wave of hostile master-tier mana into the young man's silver dragon armor, the guildmaster asked, "But when it comes time to unleash this pain on yourself, you're going to be incapacitated for at least a minute. Your enemy will know you're up to something." Sam smiled. "Not unless I make my enemy think he caused the damage himself," said Sam. "It's a big risk," sighed the guildmaster. "The whole plan will hinge on that.
Sam smiled once more. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Clarence grinned as he watched the boy spasm on the ground, his pool of blood growing larger and larger. You're dead, foolish boy, he spat. Resfall is mine. Clarence walked away from the dying boy and towards the balcony of the throne room. The artificial dungeon would break in just under a minute. His plan was complete. He had succeeded in his hostile takeover. With the guildmaster and the kid dead on the floor, truly no one could stop him now. But just as Clarence was basking in his success, he heard a shuffling sound behind him. He turned around, and his eyes bulged in shock. What's this? Wobbling, the kid was getting up off the ground. How are you still alive? Sam smirked. This is impossible. The boy should be dead. Sam grinned as he took in Clarence's shocked face. As Clarence asked him once more how the heck he was still alive, Sam thought quietly to himself, "It wasn't your attack that hurt me, you fool." 3 weeks of mana overload had been the greatest pain Sam had ever suffered in his entire life. The minute he'd spent on the floor had felt like almost a year of intense torture, every millisecond splitting off into tiny micro-temporal units of agony and suffering. From the moment he had triggered the Silver Dragon's ability to unleash the pain on him, to when he finally came back to his senses as the pain began to subside, felt like an eternity. It was such an overwhelming amount of suffering and agony that Sam felt as if he was waking up from a nightmare to end all nightmares when he finally came back to his senses. He was briefly disoriented, forgetting where he was and what he was doing, but only for a second. Then the pain and suffering began to morph and fill Sam's body with an immense amount of power. Power that kept surging and surging, filling every muscle and atom of his body. The intensity and rush of power going through Sam gave him a glow beneath his skin from all the mana filling inside him. The pain was not only filling him with strength, but at level 2 pain ring, he could see Clarence's weak point with utter ease. The Shadowmancer was clever and had formed parts of his body with shadow armor, but he could see through all of that to where he was weakest. It was the 3rd scar Edgar had left from the bottom. It glowed out to Sam in his vision, like a big, easy target to aim for. Sam rushed forward with increased lightning speed and slashed his berserker sword right into Clarence's open wound. Sam was wielding so much power, his strength was temporarily beyond even master tier. The power was so great that upon impact, Clarence exploded into dust. Mildred lay crouched, holding the body of the princess she had sworn to protect. She was unconscious but still breathing. "Come on, princess, wake up," said Mildred, looking down at the girl beneath the sky in the top-floor building that no longer had a roof after Alice's eruption of phoenix magic. After the girl had destroyed their attackers, Mildred had gotten close enough and, with her ninja's channel sight ability, was able to block Alice's mana channels and disable her phoenix transformation. Mildred looked out across the city and began to smile. At that exact same moment, the princess came back to consciousness. "Mildred, what's going on?" she said. "Are we still under attack? We must arrest whoever destroyed the roof of this building." Princess?" said Mildred, awkwardly. "You may have been the one to do that." "Oh," said the princess, blushing. "Look," said Mildred. Princess Alice Grace looked across the city with amazement. Mildred's face was soft as she looked outward. She knew something had clearly changed, but she wasn't sure what. She saw the artificial dungeon gate had faded away. The clouds were disappearing, and the sun was returning to shine down on all of them. The monsters in the nearby streets were fading away as well. The princess turns to her handmaiden. Could it really be? Felix Fire Punch, Dangerous Darren, and the Dangerous Fire Brigade all punched the air in victory as the monsters around them began to fade away and disappear. "The Dangerous Fire Brigade saves the day yet again!" they cheered. Surviving travelers looked at the group with a quizzical expression. Citizens who were hiding nearby also chose to stay hidden, rather than interact with the deranged group of citizen fighters.
Felix Firepunch wiped a tear from his eye and said, "I can't believe it." Brock and Curtis both raced to destroy a goblin chieftain when it flickered out of existence before either one of them could slay it. "You stole my kill!" shouted Brock. "I call foul. You monstrous elf! What did you do to that poor goblin chieftain I was about to split in half with my hammer?" "I'm sorry, can you explain who I should have sympathy for? The goblin chieftain or your axe?" balked Curtis. "Neither," huffed the dwarf. "You should have sympathy for me." "You goof, look," said Curtis. The monsters in the streets were all fading away, flickering into nothingness. "The monsters," said Curtis, amazed. "They're disappearing." Brock rubbed his eyes. "Does that mean—" Clara was rushing back and forth between Olivia and Toby, trying to heal them both. As she knelt beside Toby, pouring red liquid of a healing potion into his mouth, his eyes began to open. He swallowed the healing liquid down and looked around. "Clara?" he asked softly. "What happened?" The sun began to poke through the windows of the Archbishop's chamber. Clara turned to the window and looked out to the middle of the sky. She could see that the artificial dungeon gate had disappeared, replaced by a bright, clear blue sky. She smiled and sighed with relief. They really did it. Edgar's vision went in and out as his consciousness wavered. He looked over at Sam, standing as the disintegrated dust of the former court advisor swirled around the boy. The power leaking out of the boy was incredible. He smiled at the young man whose cunning strategy had led to their victory. Unbelievable, Edgar thought. The young man's prowess is truly beyond words. As the monsters faded away, the clouds disappeared and let in the blue sky and shining sun, and the citizens of Resfall began to poke their heads out from their hiding places and shelters of refuge. People cheered in joyous relief. The hostile takeover of Resfall and the assassination of Princess Alice Grace had finally and truly been averted. The days following the failed assassination of Princess Alice Grace were one of hope and optimism. With the devastating crisis averted, the citizens of Resfall rallied together to help rebuild from the damage the city had sustained during the attack. Everyone worked as a team, everyone working for free and without cost. Healers tended to the wounded, builders helped repair damaged buildings, cooks and food stalls gave out free meals to everyone in the square. There was a strong sense of unity among the citizens. They had survived a deadly ordeal through their united perseverance, and so they would continue that unity as they rebuilt after such a cataclysmic attack on their home. There was a sense of change and hope that swept through the whole city like a joyous breeze on a beautiful spring day. The spectral church was stripped of its power to train and conscript travelers. The secret white gate, hidden beneath its grand cathedral, became official property of the Travelers' Guild, creating a new sense of order and balance to the city. The Travelers' Guild and the Spectral Church would no longer be institutions that were in tension with one another. They were now set up to work harmoniously together. Remaining Traveler priests were rounded up and arrested, while those who were part of the church but not involved in the violence were promoted into new positions of power. The Spectral Church would return to its original duties that it had always been known for, and what had helped it garner such a great reputation in the past. It would take up its work as a charitable organization for social good. As the city rebuilt and reconceptualized how it functioned and worked together, an even greater cause for hope came in the form of Princess Alice Grace's upcoming coronation. "It's official," said the princess as she paced across her bedroom. "I'm freaking out, Mildred." The handmaiden strode over to the princess and grabbed her by the shoulder. "Take a deep breath, princess. Inhale, exhale." The princess inhaled and then somehow started choking on the air and having a coughing fit. "See, Mildred?" cried Alice. "I can't even breathe without messing it up. How will I ever be queen?" Alice had been getting more and more stressed and panicky about her coronation as the big day got closer and closer. It was going to happen any minute now, and she felt like she was going to throw up.
Then even the thought of throwing up made her freak out about getting puke all over her dress. It was a vicious cycle. "There is no denying you have a certain habit of messing things up," said the princess. "Just say it, Mildred. I know that's what you were going to say." "Yes, of messing things up," said the handmaiden. "But everyone makes mistakes. The true mark of a great queen is how they step up to the occasion when they do mess up, and showing empathy and restraint when others make mistakes around you." "So it's okay for a queen to make mistakes?" asked Alice, as she wiped a tear from her eye. "Of course," smiled the handmaiden. "You're all the better for it even. The people can relate to you because of it, and that makes them love and respect you as their leader." "Thanks, Mildred," said Alice. "You really know just what to say." "I'm only saying what your grandmother would have told you had she still been alive to see you now," smiled the handmaiden. "I know she would have been so proud of you. All of your family would have. Your mom, your dad. Now come on. It's time that you follow in their footsteps. The ceremony is about to begin." Mildred took Alice's hand and escorted her down through the palace from her chambers to the throne hall, where the entire nobility, merchants, and guild leaders were standing at attention, waiting for her to enter. The young man with shaggy black hair and red eyes, who she felt was incredibly insufferable and annoying, was standing in the crowd alongside the guildmaster of the Travelers' Guild. The black-haired boy smiled at her as she stepped out into the hall. She blushed and looked away in a huff. She sat down and the grandiose coronation ceremony began. Alice Grace was soon crowned queen of all of Volsungur. No one even noticed the small rip in her dress that she had accidentally made when almost tripping on her way down from her bedchambers to the throne room. 121. Following the queen's coronation, there was a massive celebratory feast and party. With the spring festival having been such a disaster, the coronation day became the big celebration that everyone had been wanting for the last few months. Magical lights were strewn all across the city streets, creating a beautiful and wondrous atmosphere. The city was filled with the smells of grilled meat and other scrumptious delicacies. Just as a huge celebration happened out in the city streets, so too was the palace and the royal gardens done up to mark the occasion. A band played in the beautiful garden while the hundreds of guests sat at their tables eating and drinking the finest meats, cheeses, fruits, wines, and ales to their utter heart's content. Without a doubt, the members of the Travelers' Guild, the group with the least amount of people trained in the art of table manners, ate the most shamelessly. A constant regiment of waitstaff cleared the plates away as the group of magical fighters gobbled up the tasty food like they were enjoying the last meal they were ever going to have and wanted to make it count. Nobles and merchants at neighboring tables first looked on with fascination and then slight repulsion, before smiling with inspiration and ordering a second helping for themselves. After dinner came dessert. Out came a quadruple-decker white cake with glistening strawberries and fluffy vanilla icing, followed by a large chocolate cake dripping with salted caramel glaze. "Are they trying to kill us?" gasped Toby as he dug into his 2 slices of cake. "They keep serving us delicious food. I don't have the room for all of this." He almost fainted when the waitstaff brought out apple pies and an assortment of different ice cream flavors. "I must eat all of that," sighed Toby. "Even if I don't survive, I must eat that ice cream and pie." With dessert over, the band kicked it up a notch, and the different groups of people started dancing. On top of that, with the eating portion of the evening over, the drinking portion started in earnest. As Brock went up to pour himself another glass of ale, he accidentally knocked shoulders with a priest of the spectral church. "Aye, watch where you're going," barked Brock. The priest sneered at Brock and said, "I'd say the same to you." Everyone nearby suddenly froze. A simmering tension could be felt across the party. Would the newfound peace and order between the rival institutions crumble so quickly? Was the strife that had plagued the city for years not truly gone? Then Brock smirked. "You know, there's a dwarfish saying," said Brock, "that if you bump into someone on your way to get a drink, you buy the person you bumped into a drink as well. So what are you having?" The priest blinked and then smiled. "An ale, please."
Good man, that's what I'm having too, said Brock. And then everyone laughed and cheered. For the first time in many years, the different institutions of power in Resfall were truly in harmony. 40 minutes later, Brock approached Curtis and threw down 2 shots of dwarven whiskey. We never settled our bet out on the battlefield, said Brock, meaning we must settle it here. Honor will be decided by who can drink the most amount of whiskey shots. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, said Curtis, before cracking a grin. You're on. Everyone at the nearby table gasped. But dwarven whiskey is known to be extra powerful. It's been used to put raging giants to sleep. I'm not afraid, glared Brock. Are you, Elf? Just line up the shots already, said Curtis. I'm looking forward to defeating you once and for all. And so began the epic dwarven whiskey shot debacle. After the first 3 shots, the competition got even fiercer. Both Curtis and Brock's cheeks were flushed red, but neither one looked as if they had had enough. 10 shots later, their bodies were both shaking. Another, they both declared. The waitstaff shivered. That was our only bottle of dwarven whiskey. We ran out. Both Brock and Curtis stared venomously at the waiter. Then Brock turned to his elf companion. I guess we'll have to keep calling it a tie for now. That's fine by me, said Curtis, who looked like he might fall off the table. Brock put his hand on Curtis's shoulder and said, You know, Curtis, I don't say this enough, but I want you to know, I love and respect you, elf. Tears formed in Curtis's eyes, and he swatted the dwarf's hand away before giving him a big hug. No, I love and respect you, said Curtis back. With tears in his eyes, Brock said, Why can't we say this to each other more often? I don't know, said Curtis. We're foolish, so foolish. You're my best friend. I want everyone to know. You're my best friend too, sobbed the dwarf. As the 2 pals admitted to each other their undying platonic love for one another, their captain Olivia Reeves walked by in a beautiful red dress. They both turned, awed by their captain's stunning attractiveness. Both tried to get her attention, but she was already out of earshot, heading across the party to talk with somebody else. No longer hugging, Brock said, All right, how about for this evening we call a peace treaty on Olivia? Neither one of us will fight over her tonight. Deal? Deal, said Curtis. Shall we continue our contest then? Said Brock. We can switch from whiskey shots to pints of ale? Sounds excellent, said Curtis. The new contest began, and the 2 friends started chugging down beers, each with their own secret plan to ask their captain Olivia to dance as soon as the other passed out from drinking too much. 123. Mildred sat proudly beside Queen Alice at the high table of the young girl's royal coronation party. The day had been a huge success. Alice was now queen, and with the celebrations of her royal coronation underway, the most recent horrors that had engulfed the city could be replaced with now fonder, happier memories. How are you feeling, my lady? Asked Mildred, sipping a cup of tea. Wonderful, said Alice. The former princess was beaming. She looked radiant and composed. The 2 women looked out to the group of people dancing in front of the live minstrel band. Do you plan to dance with anyone tonight? Mildred asked. The queen shook her head. I am queen now. I must be diplomatic with who I show my affections to. Certainly, said Mildred. So I'm guessing you won't dance even with a young, shaggy, black-haired boy who saved you and the city? Queen Alice's face went a deep red, and she shook her head vehemently. I have rewarded him with the privilege of our counsel should he ever seek it in future times of great danger. At best, we are colleagues, nothing more. Mildred gave the young girl a knowing look. Your words say one thing, while your face says another, said Mildred. The new queen crossed her arms and said, I have no idea what you are talking about. Besides, I think someone is after your hand to dance, Mildred. Approaching their table was Guildmaster Redfield. He's coming, whispered the queen gleefully. What will you say if he asks you to dance? "I will politely decline," said Mildred. "I don't believe that for a second," giggled Alice. "You spent every day beside him while he was at the healer's wing after the Battle of Resfall." "Quiet," said the handmaiden, just before the guildmaster was standing beside them. "He doesn't know that. He was unconscious the entire time." Edgar smiled at Mildred and bowed. "Beautiful Mildred, can I have the pleasure of a dance?" Mildred, who was very good at not showing any emotion, for the first time in many years, blushed. Edgar took Mildred's hand and walked her out to the dance floor. The handmaiden wrapped her arms around the older man's neck as he placed his hands on her waist, and they danced slowly to the music. There was a comfortable familiarity in the way they held each other, mixed with a sense of melancholy. It was both familiar and yet distant, like a fading memory. Edgar smiled at Mildred, whose cheeks didn't stop blushing. "Don't get any ideas," said Mildred. "I wasn't." "I know you," said Mildred. "You definitely were. You always have ideas." "After seeing the light that awaits one at the brink of death, I have learned to cherish being in the present rather than chase the promise of the future." "Nice little speech," grinned Mildred, "but I don't buy it for a second." "Seriously, Mildred," said Edgar, "we haven't been like this in so long. I'm like a man in the desert dying from dehydration, and so I can cherish even the tiniest morsel of water." "Well, if you keep it up with such romantic metaphors, who knows where the night will take us," said Mildred. Edgar smiled wistfully, and then his mind turned to other things. "The dungeon gates, I don't know what they mean for us, for the world," said Edgar. "I fear dark times are coming our way." Mildred stepped a bit closer and rested her head on Edgar's shoulder as they danced. "Let's just enjoy this moment of respite," said Mildred softly. "You know as well as me that we get so precious few of them across a lifetime." 124. Clara looked around the royal coronation at a loss of who to speak with or what to do. Every noble who made eye contact only made her bristle with disappointment. Where the heck is he? All she wanted was to spend the night with her best friend, Toby. She realized, after fighting together during the Battle of Resfall, she never wanted to be far from him ever again. More than that, she felt herself admiring her friend more and more as she thought about him. She had always thought she was the braver one, pushing away her fears, not letting anyone see them or knowing that they were even there. But there was something deeply courageous the way Toby didn't shy away from his fears. Occasionally annoying, yes, but somehow special too. "I wish I could be more like you, Tobes," she thought quietly to herself. "Now, where the heck are you?" She asked the others in the guild whether they'd seen him, but Toby had seemingly disappeared from the party. Did he go back to the guild for an early night? Or did he, and she felt a flutter of sadness in her stomach, just not want to spend more time with me? As the royal coronation party progressed, Toby found himself in a position he was quite familiar with. He was hiding and terrified. He stood behind a fountain of red wine, furtively glancing over at Clara, who was standing alone near the dance floor. She clearly wants someone to ask her, he thought. Why shouldn't it be me? The question seemed simple enough, but Toby's brain was good at cataloging potential disaster. He could ask her and she'd beat him up for ever considering the idea of them dancing together. He could ask her and she could tell him that she was actually waiting for one of the noble guys who was attending to ask her, and then Toby would subsequently die from the most severe form of heartache ever witnessed in all of Westria. He could ask her, and the universe recognizing that it was such an absurd idea that someone like him could ever dance with someone as amazing as her, that he would accidentally rip open the space-time continuum and cause the entire universe to implode on itself. All of those things might happen, he thought. Or we might just dance and it might be really nice. He gulped, struggling to believe there might be any hint of truth in the latter. He took a sip of water and thought of the words Brock had said to him at the winter ball all those months back. Drink hype juice, not haterade, and do what you gotta do, fella. He chugged back the glass of water, wiped the sweat off his brow, and started walking across the garden party towards Clara, who was standing all alone. The walk across the party may have been the longest walk of Toby's entire life. He felt every step he took, every beat of his palpitating heart. He was practically hyperventilating by the time he was standing in front of her. "Hey, Clara," he said, his voice cracking as he spoke. "Do you maybe wanna, sort of, it's not a big deal or anything, but dance? With me?" Clara smiled. "Yeah, Tobes, I'd love to." "It's okay if you don't want to, not a big deal or anything. I don't want to put pressure on you or mess with our friendship or whatever. Totally understand if you're waiting for a noble—" Toby's fear had taken over and he'd been rambling, and it took a moment for his thoughts to catch up with his voice. "Wait," he paused. "She said yes." "Tobes?" Clara looked up at him with her gorgeous green eyes. If his heart had been beating rapidly before, it was going even faster now. Oh man, I was so worried about asking her to dance, I'd never considered what would happen afterwards. "I don't know how to dance." Clara took Toby's hand, and they walked out to the dance floor. Once they started dancing, Toby felt himself calming down as they swayed to the slow, gentle rhythms of the band's soft, romantic song. As the music continued, they moved closer and closer together as they danced. If Toby's hands started on Clara's waist, they were soon on her lower back. If Clara started the dance holding onto Toby's shoulders, they were soon wrapped around his neck with her head resting on his chest. As the song came to a close, Clara pulled away and kissed Toby on the cheek. She whispered, "You're the bravest guy I know, Tobes." Toby's whole face blushed. In that moment, he was the happiest young man in all of Westria. 125. Sam sat alone at his table at the royal coronation party. He was happy just sitting there. After the most recent events, he was happy to take a quiet, tranquil break. He smiled at the sight of his friends Toby and Clara holding hands as they went for a walk following their dance. "I'm happy for them," he thought. In the distance, he saw the new queen surrounded by noble gentlemen, all trying to impress her and get her to dance. For a second, his eyes locked onto hers, and he felt a strange feeling in his stomach. The queen herself blushed and looked away. Should I maybe go and— He shook away the thought. Alice Grace was now the freaking queen of all of Volsungar. Who knew what mayhem Sam could cause in the ripple of time and history if he pursued her romantically? Not that he even necessarily wanted to. For one thing, he was a few years older than her, though only by a few. And then there was the fact that she was incredibly annoying. Sam had forgotten about that for a second. He crossed his arms contentedly. "That's right," he thought. "The queen is no good for you. Plus, you have other things to worry about anyway." He sighed with a wistful smile and looked at her once more. She was preoccupied with the nobles surrounding her now. She is pretty, though. Sam had figured he had had enough partying for that evening and stood up to go when he saw two nearby gentlemen who were staring at him oddly. "There he is," whispered one of them. "Let's go talk to him." They were both wearing the finest suits, yet looked a bit scraggly and uncomfortable, like they weren't quite used to wearing such fine materials. Sam looked at them oddly and then walked towards them. Do I know you two?" The two men looked to each other nervously, and then one of them began speaking. "You probably don't remember us, but we wanted to come say hello to you and say thank you. You changed our lives." Sam smiled. He had no idea what these two were talking about. He assumed they were just thanking him for his contributions during the Battle of Resfall. "No problem at all," said Sam. "Just doing my job." "See? He doesn't remember us," said the other guard. "We met just under a year ago now, at the end of September last year," said one of them. "You probably don't recognize us as we're dressed a bit differently, but we were on guard duty one night when you decided to go out into the woods and fight against monsters with your crummy equipment. We thought you were a dead man, a goner. When you showed up the following morning, more determined than ever, I don't know, something sparked inside of me, and then later my friend here as well. See, I realized I wasn't living my truth. I may have been a mere guard, but my passion was for birds and bird watching. And boring the heck out of me about it, chimed in the other. Well, I decided I was going to retire from being a guard and use whatever resources I had to create a book to help people get better at bird watching. And I wasn't going to just let him abandon me on guard duty, so I quit alongside him, to support him in his annoying bird-watching habit. And together, they smiled, we created the book, and it was a huge bestseller. We're now opening a shop to sell bird-watching equipment. Sam looked at the two men aghast. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything, said one of the former guards. We just wanted to let you know how much you changed our lives. Thanks again. The two men then walked away, and Sam stood there, stunned. Since being sent back to this new timeline, Sam had been so focused on stopping the big events from his past that he hadn't really considered some of the smaller details. The threads of time were truly rich, complicated, and mysterious. He was realizing, as much as he could influence some of the bigger dominoes of fate, there would still be a ripple effect that would expand outward and influence so many different people beyond Sam's own ultimate goals. It wasn't just the major differences in the timelines that could alter people's lives, but the small changes as well. Watching the two former guards walk away into the garden, presumably to look at more birds, Sam couldn't help but smile. The following day, the entire Travelers Guild was in shambles. Brock and Curtis had fallen asleep in the front hallway. Food was strewn all about from the late-night snacking provided by the dining hall. Some travelers were even sitting around still drinking, having stayed awake the whole night, never making it to bed. Even Roxy the Unicow was snoring louder than usual in her stable, having stayed up late at the celebrations as well. The only person bright-eyed and awake was Sam. He got up first thing, had a quick bite to eat in the dining hall along with a large cup of coffee, and then stepping over Curtis and Brock's drunken, sleeping bodies, he moseyed over to the mission board. He was very pleased with how many terrible, cataclysmically awful things he'd stopped from happening so far. He'd saved his friends and survived the White Gate. He'd stopped the assassination of Alice Grace and the hostile takeover of Resfall. Not to mention all the more smaller, benevolent changes as well. Sam was pleased, but he also knew his job was far from done. In just under 3 more months, he'll have been back in time for a year now, meaning they had just barely over 4 more years to prepare for the apocalypse brimming on the horizon. And before that, there was still the Dwarven cataclysm and the Elven genocide to worry about. He went to the mission board, picked up an assignment, and headed out of the guild towards the city gates. He had a lot more work to do. Edgar Redfield had fallen asleep at his desk and had been woken up by the sound of movement in the guild hall below. "Who's causing that ruckus?" he grumbled out loud as he rubbed his eyes to wake up. He heard the guild hall door slam shut, and then walked over to his window to see who was causing so much noise at such an early hour, after such a big celebration the night before. He smiled as he saw the shaggy, black-haired boy run off towards the city gates on a new assignment.
Why am I not surprised? The kid was something else. He was pure potential. It was like he knew what was going to happen a second before it actually happened. Maybe whatever dark things were still approaching on the horizon, this kid might be their one and only hope. Meanwhile, a similar sentiment to Edgar Redfield's was being composed in a deep, forgotten, and obscure basement of Resfall's ancient libraries. A forgotten historian was writing upon a scroll the events that had just passed. He wrote about a young man with black hair and crimson-red eyes, a hero of incredible potential, a traveler who seemed to be writing history with his own blade, a savior who fought as if he could actually see the future. The historian dipped his feather into its pot of ink and finished the end of the scroll, writing the words, "And so concludes merely the beginning of this chronicle, this history of the second chance swordsman." Sam awoke to the early morning sun flickering through the window of his dorm room in the Travelers Guild. He blinked and rubbed his eyes and pulled himself up so that his back was leaning against the wall at the front of his bed. He turned his head over to see his friends and fellow travelers still asleep on their bunk beds. First to rise again, Sam thought to himself cheerfully. He picked himself up,
got dressed, and headed down to the Travelers Guild dining hall. All the windows were open in the guild hall in an attempt to keep the building as cool as possible. It was currently the month of June, and the hot summer days were beginning to take their toll on everyone. The heat wave meant that no one in the guild was currently getting a great night's sleep, and so everyone was constantly agitated and barking at each other. It was for those reasons that the most peaceful time in the guild hall was typically early in the morning. Sam entered the dining hall and made himself a plate of bacon, eggs, hash browns, and some strawberries. He also poured himself a big hot mug of black coffee. As he ate breakfast, he contemplated the next steps of his mission. It had been almost 10 months ago now since Sam had mysteriously woken up 5 years in the past. The goddess had sent Sam back in time right as he was about to die, and all of Westria was about to be destroyed by the Demon King and his horde. The weight of history now rested firmly on Sam's shoulders. Whether they knew it or not, all of the innocent lives of Westria were counting on him to save them from absolute and utter oblivion. For those reasons, it didn't matter whether it was hot or cold, Sam would always make sure to rise early. There was still so much to be done. He finished the food on his plate and downed his coffee and stood up. He put his food tray away and headed towards the guild hall's stables. On his way to the stables, he walked right past the bulletin board where missions were on offer. Today, he didn't need an official mission assignment, because nothing to precipitate there actually being a mission had even happened yet. It's just one of the few perks of having knowledge of the future, Sam thought to himself. He signed out a horse in the stable and then handed a note to the stable hand. "Do you mind passing this on to the guildmaster?" Sam asked. "It's just a note saying I'll be gone for a few days, an entire week probably." His friends and colleagues were used to him disappearing for days at a time, but if he could do anything to lessen their worries, he'd try his best to do so. He led the horse out of the courtyard and left the Travelers Guild, entering the public streets of the city of Resfall, the capital of the great Volsungar nation. The sky above was clear and blue, and the streets were already brightly lit by the hot baking sun. As Sam walked through the streets, he watched with happiness as he saw kids coming out to play games and kick a ball around, shopkeepers opening their doors and sweeping the pavement, and birds chirping and resting on the chimneys and rooftops. For everyone else, it was just another hot, boring day of Resfall in the summertime, but for Sam, it was a sight to behold. In Sam's previous timeline, at this exact moment, the stench of blood and death had wafted through the streets. People had hidden inside behind locked doors and shut windows. The new ruler of Resfall had his goons patrolling the streets, ending the lives of anyone deemed traitorous to the new regime. It had been a dark and awful time in the history of Resfall, a period of time from Sam's perspective that the nation had never truly ever recovered from. But thanks to Sam, that horrific historical outcome in this new timeline had been averted. It had been over a week now since the assassination of Princess Alice Grace had been thwarted, and Sam felt the differences the most acutely. He felt it on every smile he passed and every echo of laughter he heard in the distance. Sam had achieved a lot in his first 9 or so months of being sent back in time. He had saved his best friends, Toby and Clara, from dying in the White Gate, and he had saved both Princess Alice Grace and all of Resfall from the terrible hostile takeover. Yet, despite all of Sam's accomplishments so far, nothing would stop the threads of history from moving forward, and they all still led to the destruction of Westria by the Demon King and his monstrous demon horde coming out from the black dungeon gates and wiping out all of existence. Sam shook his head as the grim end to his previous timeline flashed through his mind. He stepped through the western city gate and then got up onto his horse and started galloping off into the distance. There's still time, he thought to himself as he considered the impending apocalypse of all of Westria that would occur in roughly just over 4 years' time if Sam didn't do what was necessary to stop it. Before the final battle against the Demon King, however, there were much closer historical catastrophes on the horizon. Most notably was the upcoming Dwarven cataclysm in roughly a year's time. The tragedy that befell the dwarves resulted in the utter obliteration of the dwarven race, an ally whose help humanity desperately needed in Sam's previous timeline against the Demon King. A year was enough time for Sam to train and prepare, which was easier said than done, as there were two other upcoming events that would need to be dealt with prior to then. First, there was the Crystal Sea Mermaid crisis, and then there was the Secret Gate affair. The situation was growing even more challenging now, as Sam had changed history significantly now. He had no doubt that bad things were still on the horizon. Very bad people still existed both near and far away, and they were definitely up to no good. What troubled Sam was that he didn't know how his alterations to his previous timeline's history would now affect those upcoming events. He'd have to leverage his knowledge of the future while employing some strategic guesswork as he continued forward on his mission from the goddess. Sam held on tightly to the reins of the horse as he galloped across the countryside. A few hours later, he arrived on top of a large, grassy hill. The hill was nothing but an ordinary hill. No one would have ever pointed it out as anything special. But then, as Sam stood on the hill, he saw a green spark of energy form. Right on time, Sam smirked. The green energy grew in front of him, first just sparks and fluttering ashes, and then suddenly a raging fire of green magic formed in the air, growing and growing, until it stood tall and menacingly across the fields and valley below. A portal to another world, a green dungeon gate. There was only one way for Sam to move forward against the heavy tide of history. He needed to train. He needed to get stronger. He needed to solo clear a dungeon gate a whole tier level above him. 2. The glow of the green apprentice tier dungeon gate stood out before Sam. He felt his horse pull back and gesture with its head that it wanted to turn around and get as far away from the green dungeon gate as possible. "Don't worry, bud," said Sam, patting the horse. "I'm not going to make you go in there with me." Dungeon gates were incredibly dangerous for those who weren't travelers, people who had unlocked classes and special abilities in the irregular gate known as the White Gate. Even for travelers, though, the dungeon gates were still deadly. They were just the only people who stood a fighting chance of surviving after entering one. Sam got off his horse and then materialized a metal post and hammer from his inventory. He then walked a few paces down the hill and hammered the post into the ground. He dematerialized the hammer and then got a rope to tie the horse to it. "You'll be a good boy while I'm gone," said Sam, petting the horse. He then materialized two final things from his inventory. They were two large magical bowls that would fill with water and food as the horse would need them. There was enough sustenance there to keep the horse content for over a week. This was important because Sam couldn't predict how long he was going to be in the dungeon. Most typically, the time remained in parallel, but sometimes you could enter a gate and spend a few hours there and come out and a whole day would have passed in the outside world. It was very difficult to predict, which made entering a dungeon gate a huge risk, especially for Sam. He couldn't afford to lose a whole month of time, not with the heavy weight of the mission resting on his shoulders. Thankfully, though, when Sam hadn't been training in his first timeline, he had been a dedicated scholar of all things traveler-related. He had spent his recovery time and late evenings in the dusty stacks of libraries, going over ledger notes and scholarly catalogs of old dungeon gate reports, poring over every detail. Sam knew even back then that being a great and powerful fighter wasn't just about strength and incredible magical abilities. To be great, one needed immense amounts of knowledge as well. So, even before stepping into the glowing green dungeon gate in front of him, Sam already knew there would be no time discrepancy between the inner dungeon world and outside reality. "All right, time to get to work," Sam thought. He took a step forward and entered the dungeon gate. The transition between worlds was instantaneous. 1 second, Sam was standing on a scorching hot hill in Westria, and a second later, he was in a cool, breezy forest. Sam breathed in the cool air through his nostrils. The change in climate felt better than the coldest of showers. It was just right. Sam looked around, getting his bearings. The forest was bright green and felt lush and ancient. The trees were thick and powerful. Their roots poked in and out of the ground, creating homes for purple-colored mushrooms. Sun flickered through the leaves. The environment reminded Sam of the forests where the elves lived. Sam took a deep breath. He had come to this particular landscape to train, and with no immediate threat in his vicinity, he took a moment to go over his stats and see where he was and where he needed to get to. He called up his profile. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Class, Death Lord, legendary. Rank, novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 2. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Strength, 24.2. Agility, 23.4. Endurance, 22.2. Magic Affinity, 25.6. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 400/3000. Blood Flame, level 3. Seek the enlightenment of the Blood Flame, 2/10. He grinned at his profile. It hadn't changed since the last time he looked at it, but he couldn't help smiling at all the potential. He was the only traveler in all of Westria with 2 classes. More than that, as far as he knew, he was the only traveler with a legendary class as well. He'd come to this dungeon gate, however, with the specific intention to train his Blood Knight class. He knew that when he went from novice tier to apprentice tier, he'd access a new ability in his Blood Knight class that would be extremely useful for him in the upcoming Crystal Sea Mermaid crisis. To reach apprentice tier in his Blood Knight class, he would need to get his strength and endurance stats up to 31 each. This forest would be the perfect training ground for his endurance and strength stats. Sam was about to set off and start exploring this forest dungeon world when he heard a ruffle of leaves. That definitely wasn't the breeze, Sam thought. He spun around on his foot to come face to face with a giant wooden club coming right down towards him. Sam jumped backwards to dodge the attack. The club smashed into the ground, creating a tremor of destruction. With the club now temporarily wedged into the ground it had so vehemently destroyed, Sam could get a good glance at the weapon's wielder. A thick blue hand was gripped around the club, revealing a large, muscular, and hunched troll-like giant. It had red eyes and sharp, yellow-stained teeth. It also had 2 sharp enamel trunks shooting out from either side of its chin. Sam didn't waste any time. He triggered his Pain Ring ability, creating a large red circle across the battlefield. Now, any damage Sam took within the Pain Ring would help increase his power, strength, and damage output, so long as he fought within the boundaries of the red circle. And, luckily for Sam, a few months ago he had acquired an incredible set of silver dragon armor that had gnawing teeth on the inside of it that constantly wore away at the wearer of the powerful equipment. So this meant that as soon as Sam triggered Pain Ring, his power and strength was increasing by the second, because he was already taking damage and pain from the armor itself. Even better, he had a ring of numbing that dulled his senses to the pain, and a necklace of healing that kept the armor from ever truly killing him. You should have attacked a wolf or something, buddy, Sam thought. You messed up. Big time. Before the blue giant could even lift up its club, Sam rushed forward, planting his feet on the club and sprinting towards the giant's head. As he ran, Sam then materialized his most powerful and rarest sword in his inventory, a black blade with sharp, ribbed edges that looked like the teeth of a monstrous shark. The Berserker Sword. The sword was Adept tier and was super rare on the rarity scale, making it a sword far beyond Sam's current pay grade of a novice tier traveler. It was a sword one would expect to see wielded by captains and generals, leaders of huge armies, not a 16-year-old orphan who had, at least technically in this timeline, only been a traveler for less than a year. but Sam certainly wasn't complaining. He had nothing bad to say about how much more powerful his sword was than him as he gripped it tightly and swung it with such speed and ferocity that it sawed right through the blue giant's neck, lobbing its head off quickly and cleanly. 3 blood spurted out from the blue giant's headless neck. Sam kicked himself away from the blue giant's chest, jumping into the air and back onto the grassy ground of the bright forest. The giant's severed head lay motionless by a tree trunk nearby. The giant's body soon joined its head, toppling over onto the ground. Soon after that, both the large body and detached head glowed silver and melted into the ground, disappearing and leaving nothing behind but a green-hued monster stone and a few gold coins. This was what happened when a dungeon monster died. They disintegrated into nothing and left behind a monster stone, coins, and occasionally some other form of loot. Monster stones were always a great bonus from slaying a monster. The stones contained raw mana left behind by the monster. They could be drained to help increase one's magic affinity or be used to help train one's stats more efficiently. Sam walked over to what the blue giant left behind, dematerializing the coins and monster stone into his inventory. Sam couldn't help but smile to himself. It looked as if his training was already off to a good start. Taking a deep breath, he then triggered his mana sense. He kept his eyes closed as his body sent out an undetectable ripple of mana into the area nearby. Who else is around here? Sam thought to himself as he let his mana sense scan the area. Mana sense was the incredible ability to detect other sources of mana in a surrounding area. It was the first form of mana manipulation available to novice-tier travelers upon hitting stat 11 with their magic affinity. It was incredibly handy, especially inside dungeon gates where most monsters didn't know how to conceal their mana presence. Mana concealing was the second form of mana manipulation a traveler unlocked when they hit 21 stat points with their magic affinity. His mana sense pulsed as it rippled outward, and then it picked something up. Sam opened his eyes with shock. He covered his mouth to keep himself from making a loud, audible gasp. He immediately ducked down to the ground and crawled towards a tree where he could remain hidden. His mana sense had picked up 10 hostile moving targets in the nearby distance. Sam immediately felt his heart quicken its pace. 10 hostile monsters were a lot of monsters for the area just near the entrance of the dungeon gate. But that was to be expected for an apprentice-tier gate. Sam was no longer training in novice-tier gates anymore. The baby hand-holding, if it could ever truly be called that, was gone. Sam poked his head out from his hiding spot and could make out a squad of 10 blue giants moving together through the woods. Sam quickly ducked his head back behind the tree so the blue giants couldn't spot him. Sam went over the variables, considering whether he should take the blue giants on. While he'd made quick work of the one blue giant on its own, taking 10 on at once was a whole other story. Plus, since he'd killed the first blue giant so quickly, he never got to see more of the monster's moves and ability set. The amount of damage the first blue giant had done to the ground with its club swing was enough to suggest that the monster was quite powerful. While Sam had the abilities to take on enemies of a higher tier than him, 10 blue giants might be pushing it at that very moment. Sam thought it over and decided he would come back to take the blue giants on later. He looked forward to slaying all of them at a more opportune time. But for now, he had to get his priorities straight. If he planned on training in this dungeon for the next week or so, he needed to find and set up a shelter first, a base of operations. And from his knowledge from his previous timeline, he knew exactly where to go. Sam stayed hidden and waited a few minutes for the blue giants to move farther away from him in the forest. Once they were a short distance away, he stood up and started moving in the opposite direction of the deadly squad of giants. Sam moved briskly through the forest. He tried to move fast while still keeping his movement gentle and not creating too much noise and attention. He was in a tough spot. He needed to move quickly as he desperately needed to get to his shelter before nightfall. And yet, he couldn't move so fast that he brought on unwanted attention from deadly creatures. As he scoured the forest, he kept his mana sense going at all times, making sure to avoid any large groups of hostile mana entities that his mana sense picked up. He traveled in one direction for over 2 hours. He was growing more and more astounded by how vast this one dungeon world was turning out to be. After sneaking through the massive forest world, Sam eventually came across a small creek. Finally, Sam thought, eyes widening. This creek was exactly what he had been looking for. He followed the creek and eventually discovered a cave by a waterfall. Perfect, Sam thought. He had read about this specific cave in his previous timeline, and he knew it would be the perfect headquarters while he trained in the forest. Sam took a cautious step, entering the cave. He had a strong feeling the cave was occupied. In fact, he hoped it was. He triggered his mana sense and could see a pulse of mana coming from the back of the cave. Sam materialized his berserker sword, gripping it in one hand, as he took another cautious step forward into the cave. After a few more steps, a giant hairy spider leaped out from the shadows. Sam reacted out of instinct, swinging his blade upward, managing to cut a huge flesh wound from it. The spider fell on the ground, crippled and draining blood. Sam grinned at the sight of the spider. He couldn't believe his luck. I was hoping to find one of these spiders, he thought to himself. Sam decided to finish the monster off and triggered his Death Lord's novice tier ability. Blood Flame. The blood, leaking out of the large, repulsive spider, suddenly turned into a bright crimson flame and roasted the monster alive. Before the spider turned into a monster stone and some coins, Sam was also able to collect a vial of the spider's blood that hadn't erupted into a blood flame. Sam pocketed the loot into his inventory and then triggered his mana sense once more. Sam sighed with relief when his mana sense picked up that there were no more nearby hostiles. Sam grinned. He looked around the roomy cave. Home sweet home. 4. After slaying the spider who had called the cave home, Sam got to work on creating his new temporary shelter. He swept the floor of the cave and then materialized a large mat to sit on. He also materialized a sleeping bag to go over top the mat. He created a small fireplace just outside the cave. Knowing that the smoke of the fire might bring unwanted attention, Sam set up traps all around the surrounding area. There was no way any blue giants or any other pesky type of monster would be able to penetrate the perimeter of his base without him knowing it. By the time he was done setting up his shelter, the sun was setting over the forest dungeon world. Sam yawned and returned to his fireplace. He materialized from his inventory a grill, a pan, and a piece of steak he'd brought with him. As he listened to the sizzle of his steak on the pan over the fire, he smiled at the sheer utility of the inventory ability. Having an inventory just allowed for such great levels of preparation. After cooking his steak, Sam found himself munching on it very slowly as he ate his food. Part of him was savoring the well-cooked meal, but another part of him knew that he was procrastinating, killing time. The fact that he'd found and killed the orange hairy spider in the cave meant he could move on to the next step of his training. Sam knew, however, that he wasn't going to like it. He dematerialized his food plates and then dematerialized the silver dragon armor he was wearing. He normally never removed it from his person, but he needed to do so for what he was about to do next. He removed all clothing from his upper and lower body and sat back in front of the fire in just his underwear. He felt the cool chill of the breeze against his shoulders. The sensation was then interrupted by the warmth of the fire. The hot and cold sensations went back and forth as he sat there. The temperature and weather was in conversation, using his body as the table for their debate. While he normally took off the silver dragon armor set before he went to bed, he was used to keeping it on for long periods of time. He'd grown used to wearing the deadly armor that was constantly trying to kill him with its gnawing teeth. He certainly wasn't used to not wearing it in the context of a dungeon world. Next, Sam materialized the vial of spider blood he'd gathered earlier that day. Here it goes, he thought, grimacing. He then poured the spider blood into the fire pit. As soon as the spider blood made contact with the flames, the fire made a loud hiss, and the flames suddenly changed into a strange pink color. A thick cloud of smoke began to emanate from the fire, much thicker than it had been before. Great tufts of clouds flowed up towards the starry night sky. After less than a minute, Sam began to hear buzzing in the distance. Here they come, Sam thought. He grimaced, but he was happy. He kept reminding himself that he wanted this to happen. The buzzing got louder and louder, until large locusts with glowing red eyes flew out from the shadows of the trees. They soon were coming from all directions, pouring in from the surrounding forest as well as above from the night sky. The bugs were known as vampire locusts. They were known to be incredibly venomous and poisonous. A single bite would kill someone within a few days. Multiple bites would lower that time by a lot. In Sam's previous timeline, all the travelers who had cleared this exact dungeon had died a few days after exiting it. The only thing that connected them were the small, mosquito-like bites they all had on the back of their neck. After a similar occurrence happened in other dungeons, scholars were able to piece things together and eventually discovered an antidote. But many had needlessly died before the discovery had been made. And now Sam was actively welcoming them, baiting him with the orange, hairy spider blood. In the research process, scholars had figured out the vampire locusts, when not hunting humans, craved orange, hairy spider blood. It was almost like an addictive, sugary substance for them. Hundreds of locusts surrounded Sam now. The countless amount of bugs descended towards him and the fire he had used to bait them. The buzzing filled Sam's ears. He could hear nothing else. Sam's eyes twitched as he considered the fact that just one bite would have enough venom to eventually kill him. But soon enough, the excruciating wait came to an end, and a vampire locust bit into his neck. The pain was sharp and immediate. His neck throbbed excruciatingly, sending a ripple of discomfort and pain throughout his entire body. That was only the first bite. Soon, the locusts were crawling all over Sam, biting and tearing into his flesh. The vampire locust's venom flowed through his body and veins as hundreds of locusts continued to feast upon him. Sam was no longer sitting down, but gyrating spasmodically on the ground, being torn apart like a dead rat feasted upon by bugs. After taking hundreds of bites, Sam's vision began to wobble, and he knew he was at a breaking point. He'd be dead in less than a minute unless he started the next part of his plan. Summoning the strength, he materialized another vial in his hand. He'd brought this vial with him before entering the green apprentice-tier dungeon gate. It was one of 2 vials he brought with him, the 2 of which were the only thing that guaranteed his survival from his impending death by locusts. He couldn't even see the vial he was gripping tightly in his hands, for there were too many vampire locusts now crawling all over him, and beyond that, his vision was blurring as his consciousness was slipping away from him. Still, he knew what he had to do. With the last bit of strength he had, he gripped the vial and smashed it on the ground near the fire. The vial oozed smoke and ripped through the sea of locusts like a plague, killing them all rapidly. The hundreds of locusts began to fall to the ground, dead from the suffocating smoke Sam had unleashed upon them. It was raw mana smoke, and it was extremely toxic and deadly to the vampire locusts. The buzzing quickly disappeared as the last locust collapsed to the ground. The crackle of the fire nearby returned to Sam's ears, as did the calm tranquility of the night. It would have all been well and good now that the hundreds of locusts were dead, except Sam still had their venom coursing through his entire body. That was when he materialized the second vial that was important to his survival. It was the specific antidote that he'd prepared for himself the day before. His vision was blurring, and he could barely move the arm he was holding the vial in to the tips of his lips. If he couldn't ingest the antidote, he'd die there in the dungeon within seconds. Westria would then fall to its tragic fate against the Demon King, and everything Sam had achieved so far would be for naught. Trembling, he got the vial to his lips and poured it into his mouth, taking a sip. He sipped enough of the antidote so that he wouldn't die, but then he left it at that. He wanted his body to fight off the poison mainly on its own with just a little bit of help from the antidote. Suffering had always been part of the plan. Minutes passed, and Sam continued to writhe on the floor, his body in a life-and-death struggle with the vampire locust venom trying to rip him apart from the insides. Minutes turned to hours, and Sam continued to shake and tremble throughout the entire course of the night. He didn't fall asleep for a second, enraptured by the never-ending excruciating pain he had inflicted on his body. He tossed and turned, his muscles and limbs jerking and twitching in strange, uncontrollable ways all throughout the night. Only as the sun rose over the lush green forest did the poison begin to dissipate within Sam. Suddenly, he could breathe normally again. He could control his movements without twitching and trembling. He kept expecting his body to twitch, which led him to jerk or shiver, but he soon realized his body had returned to normal. Even though his body was no longer fighting off poison, he'd just experienced the worst night of his life and was incredibly sleep-deprived. He felt terrible all over. He crawled over to the cave and leaned his head against the wall of his shelter. He materialized a bottle of water and took a long chug of it. It's time to see if it was all worth it, Sam thought. He opened up the profile in his eyes and quickly looked it over. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, novice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Class, Deathlord, legendary. Rank, novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 2. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Strength, 24.2. Agility, 23.4. Endurance, 31.1. Magic, Affinity, 25.6. Skill quests, Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 700/3000. Blood Flame, level 3. Seek the enlightenment of the Blood Flame, 2/10. Sam grinned. His plan had worked. After the excruciating night with the vampire locusts, he'd managed to push his endurance stat up to 31. He was now halfway towards hitting the next tier for his Blood Knight class. 5. As much as Sam hated taking days off when training, he had to accept that the day after the vampire locusts had to be a recovery day. His whole body ached. He felt nauseous and sick. Being completely sleep-deprived didn't help either. He materialized some comfy clothes from his inventory and then remade the fire and cooked himself a big breakfast of bacon and eggs. He also materialized a kettle to make coffee. Even before the coffee was ready, the smoky, warm smell of it had Sam's mouth salivating. When he took his first sip of the black coffee he'd made, he couldn't help but think it was the best coffee he had ever had. After breakfast, he cleaned up all the monster stones left behind by the vampire locusts. They were blue novice-tier stones, so even though there were hundreds of them, they actually weren't going to be super worthwhile in helping him reach apprentice tier with his magic affinity. Still, he could sell them, or give them to some of the beginner traveler recruits in the Travelers Guild. After cleaning up, he took a swim in the creek by the waterfall. The cool water felt like a salve against his battered body from the night before. Swimming beneath the surface, he felt an incredible feeling of being refreshed. As he swam, he spotted a yummy fish and managed to skewer it with his mithril blade. That's lunch, Sam thought. And so the day passed quite leisurely as Sam rested and recovered from the excruciating evening from the night before. He went to bed early that night. He materialized a sleeping bag and pillow and made himself comfy in the cave. Rest came upon him easily. A good night's sleep would do him good. He needed to recover so that he could start training his strength stat the next day. As he drifted off to sleep, he was excited to continue progressing. Sam woke up to the sounds of a cry and a twig snapping. Sam's eyes shot wide open, instantly awake and alert. My trap. His trap going off meant clearly one thing: intruders and incoming danger. Sam got to his feet and triggered his mana sense. He detected 4 moving pulses of mana coming towards his base. They were all bunched together, going through the cleared passage made by the first trap that had gone off. He heard another snap go off as they walked into another one of his traps. Sam checked his mana sense and saw that 3 of the hostiles were moving forward, clearly leaving their trapped brethren behind. Sam quickly re-equipped himself, materializing his silver dragon armor set, followed by his berserker sword in one hand. He crept to the end of his cave, and from the shadows, he could make out his attackers. 4 large blue giants, each carrying their own massive clubs, moved forward in the direction of his cave. Sam clung to the shadows. The hostile enemies had clearly not spotted him yet. Sam materialized a vial of his own blood. He'd grown used to carrying a bunch around with him in his inventory, as both of his Blood Knight and Death Lord abilities had blood-based prerequisites. He gripped the vial and arched his arm back. He then whipped the vial across the shadows of the night, right in the direction of one blue giant. The glass vial of blood smashed against the giant chest. Crimson-red blood dripped down the giant's blue skin. Perfect, Sam thought. He triggered his Death Lord ability, Blood Flame. A bright flame of unnatural red color burst forth from the blue giant's chest, quickly setting the monster's whole body on fire. The giant flailed around, heading towards the creek. But Sam met the giant halfway, cutting a huge gash in its back with his berserker sword. The blue giant's dead, flaming body fell into the creek. A second later, a monster stone bobbed up to the surface of the water. Sam turned his attention to the remaining 2 blue giants. They both grunted and rushed towards him with their clubs raised. Sam waited a moment for them to get into range, and then triggered Pain Ring. A big circle of red energy shot forth from Sam, marking the battlefield. Sam's strength and power was now building by the second, thanks to the gnawing teeth on the inside of the silver dragon armor set. One blue giant swung its club at Sam's head. Sam ducked, dodging the blow, feeling the rush of wind at his neck from the swift attack. The second giant then swung its club right towards Sam, attempting to squash him like a bug. Rather than retreat, Sam rolled forward. The club came down at such an angle that if you rolled into the attack far enough, you could actually enter the attack's blind spot, putting your enemy in an incredibly vulnerable position. And that's exactly what Sam did. He emerged right from his roll, unharmed, and free to slash upwards, cutting the blue giant in half with his berserker sword from the ground upwards. Blood and guts spurted everywhere as the split giant peeled away from itself and collapsed onto the ground. The remaining blue giant screamed and attacked Sam with a rage. Sam dodged the blue giant's attack with ease and then triggered level 2 of his Death Lord's Blood Flame ability. The spilled blood from the recently slain blue giant flew off the ground and toward Sam's palm, gathering into a ball of powerful blood flame in his hand. He whipped the blood flame ball at the blue giant's head. The blast knocked the giant backwards and had it stumbling and confused. Sam then rushed forward with his sword. He'd gained so much extra power from the Pain Ring and Silver Dragon armor set combo by that point that his berserker sword punctured the giant's chest with ease and obliterated the monster's heart within a millisecond. 6. Sam pulled his blade back from the punctured chest of the blue giant. The monster's eyes widened as it coughed up blood as the shock of death overtook it. The monster collapsed in front of Sam and materialized into a monster stone. Sam gathered the fallen stones and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I guess that concludes my restful night's sleep, Sam thought. The hint of orange sun could be seen in the distance. Sam figured it was almost morning anyway. He made himself a quick breakfast and a cup of coffee and then stood up and looked at the forest. Those foolish blue giants tried to attack my base, he thought. He cracked his neck and started walking into the forest. He needed to train his strength stat now. It was time to go on the offensive. Over the next few days, Sam scoured the area of the Green Forest dungeon world. He ran through the bushes and woods with only one thing going through his mind: slay blue giants. He used his mana sense as much as possible, finding the blue giants and getting into fights with them. He didn't even try and kill them rapidly. Instead, he drew out the fights, clashing his sword with their clubs, all with the intention of raising and improving his strength stat. As he fought against the blue giants, he gathered more and more information about them. He quickly realized that it was a struggle for him to slay them without his pain ring. Obviously, he could sometimes get a critical hit when they were vulnerable, but generally speaking, he needed Pain Ring active so that he could eventually reach a level of strength and power where his strikes ripped through the blue giant's flesh with ease. During his days of hunting, he also learned that most blue giants scoured the forest in groups of 4 and 5. After days of hunting blue giants, Sam decided one afternoon to change things up and follow a squad and see where they went at night. And that was how he discovered an encampment of over 20 blue giants. The blue giants appeared to enjoy living near caves, as that was one of the few shelters where they could rest their long bodies. They had created an encampment around a series of caves and made a wooden defensive wall around the area. Sam took an hour hiding in the distance,